I'm growing up at Kranskopo, Makabeleni. My family is, now I've got only mother and 3 brothers, 2 sisters, 1 son, then young children for my sisters also. My parents is just supportive in terms of music. Where at the time when I'm starting playing guitar, also trying to get how to recording, they were also with me, especially my mother, because my father just get passed earlier, but still continue doing music. I get support from my family as far as they can. Also other guys I'm working together with us while I'm doing music, I'm also get support from us. My father was playing maskandi. He was playing with the guy called Mkoshene and the old school maskandi. From there I started to learn because there was his guitar just at home, another guitar with him at Joburg. Then I tried to train myself how to play guitar. Then while I'm starting to do something, then I start to get other people with more knowledge, like my uncle Mashoba. He was helping me to how to learn some of Noti. Then I get from there. Then I get other friends. I get Machana. There is a guy called Bego. I'm playing with him, so I get more information about guitar. Then from there I start to work with other artists, like including Veron from Etmachan was doing house music that time, and we're trying. Unfortunately it doesn't take us anywhere. Then I'm continuing to get another guys there. Like it was 2008, working with Mandisa, who passed. I was a director of Salabecho organization. They also was playing the guitar, also singing. From there, get another director from Teben, Tuzu Mamakitang Mbanja. Then I was just directing The Beautiful of KwaZulu. When I'm working with him, from there I'm coming back to Hlatuza, where I live. Then I start meet the guys who are working together with us now. We start there, we're just doing, maybe I think it was 4 or 5 tracks. There we're starting to doing house music. But while I'm growing, I was doing maskandi. It's like traditional music for Zulus. Yeah, just playing guitar, singing, really cool. And then there is dances that for our culture. If you're dancing, there is you can see there is it's a different music. It's not same like a piano, not same like a deep house. Yeah, it's like there is something called Sina. While we're playing, we know it's Sina. It's something like that, but we know right now I'm just working together with some guys doing house. So it's another category there. We just dancing, then even singing style is different. It's deep on guitar and your story while you're singing. But it's more entertaining people because it's like a group. There is somebody who's playing accordion, somebody playing guitar, also bass guitar, keyboards. Like it's play like a full band. it's too much entertaining people because while some people doing our thing in uniform, yeah, people just come closer, look what is happening. It's something like that. Yeah, all music is same, but you can, while you see, you look at, you can feel difference, get some different feelings from each group and each group. Like Maskandi, it's more useful at the rural areas, like people at homes. If they too much using Maskandi, as far as they can use all of music, but it's more like because it's including the culture also. Many people know the old man called him Vazomnyama. His music has just inspired me. More than that, because my father was also playing guitar, so it's more for me. There was more opportunity to play. Then I also like to play guitar. Then the time when I see father playing, also wish how to learn. Then I'm come closer, looking at his hands, how he doing. Then from there I start to train myself. Then I get helping from other people. Then it's going forward. Then by 2017, it was my first time to be in a professional studio. It was in Joburg. The known producer who called Tutan in Love was doing me my first album there by his studio. There it's called Yani, the owner of the studio. There we just doing some experiment by the first night. Following day we start to doing some vocals, then we leave job over his hands, then to mix up and sundown, also mastering. Then from there we came back to him to collect the music. Then I get another man called Matodonke Mbata from Newcastle who helped me to release that album. Unfortunately, there was no company was involved there to push the music straight to people, also marketing, promoting, all the things to find some gigs. Then I end up selling some discs with my hands. Then I finished that box it gave to me. Then I was struggling to get another CD. Then on the Maskandi side, then it was starting to slack on that side. Then because I'm just working with many artists, we put in another side. If we can see this one is not going forward, then as I'm still working with the guys, people can ask, you singing, then we can hear your music, but what is happening about you? There is something you find from it, or what is happening? Then I have to explain that for now nothing I find from, but I'm still do it because I like it, and for me it's not easy to leave it like that. Even it doesn't give me some money, but because I do it from my heart, I'm still continue. What I can say, earlier before album, maybe it was 2011, there was a big audition was took place in Durban, Mega City. I think it was suggested by Baba Mabuya Cole for NC. There I was at Durban by the time at Tuzuma. I saw it from newspaper. Then I get also number phone there. Then I'm just participated in that audition. We went there, make a sheet. For the first time, they were just selecting the guys who will qualify for finally. Then I was part of the old people who were selected to go for final. The final was in a Okozini Hall, behind the Okoz FM station. There is a big hall behind the station. We were there for finally. From there, gate number one, maybe it was about 45 artists were there. Then at gate number one, but we end up, I didn't find all of the thing were promising, because there was a recording deal which I didn't find it, and the price also I didn't find. Then I was trying follow with them some calls. They changed the story. The father is just seeking, but we will come back with some calls to you guys. Just involved to continue. Then what they said, we will go to Eastern Cape. I don't know what was. Will be performance for what was supposed to be there, but we end up standing in under the shelter. They were promising to the bus will come and collect us to them going to perform Eastern Cape. Then it's end up like that. We do not find them over the phones. Then for me, I don't know what I can say to government, because maybe I don't see when he try when he helping, like many things we doing, trying to change their life, but we do not find any helping. So I don't know what I can say. If a government's helping, when he's helping, because we all like now I'm really old, but I spent many times, many years on my music. I didn't find any helping, so I don't know what I can say. I'm just appreciating from government. Yes, that was audition, which I was believe that can, if I'm winning, there is something can happen, but it doesn't help. And I find nice position number one, but then they didn't help me. So I really don't know what I can say on the government side, because I don't know. Maybe another side, we just suffering of electricity. So all that is just a problem. It's difficult to work over music. Even at studio, it's difficult to work, because on and off, electricity is going, it's coming, it's going, it's coming. I don't know what it's happening, but nothing I can say is, because I'm too far away in terms of decisions, government decisions. I'm very far. Yeah, I think it will be difficult. As is it difficult now, because music is a real depend on electricity, because everything, if you're doing music, you're using some instruments that you can't use without electricity. Also at studio, nothing you can do without electricity. Many things can be disturbance, like even to rehearse. Maybe if like young artists, they learning, maybe they used to get some practices later. With no electricity, there is no practice. Can talk to Pronux, can phone me, like I can give my number. If somebody can talk to me, It also can talk to Promise. It's still working, because we are working together, and he's a guy who is helping to produce music that we're doing. If I say isemanzini, it's a topic of that track I'm singing. They always use maybe the river or some bigger dam. There is where is it in the water? Our secret is in the water. That's why they can sing, say isemanzini. Everything they're doing, they come closer near to the river or near to the dam, when talking the thing that they believe is it stay inside the water to give that power they need from. What I'm singing about on that track, it's for it's for Sangoma track. That one I didn't write it. I use it as it is, but nothing wrong with that, because I just listening for the sound that it's told me which space I can find to come on top the beat. Then while I'm just checking with my mind, then that track I can feel that I can put on top of this beat. Yeah, it is in the water. It's a manzini.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, do your thing. Maboneni, oh, maboneni. Yeah, welcome to Maboneni, oh, Maboneni. Yeah. Hey, my full name is Alfium Pacha. There's this time when you are baking Ruma, used to get there. They used to call me, I'm the tallest one in the family. So the firstborn is much taller than everybody. So he was saying, he's the king. And then it comes me, I just to pass through him. Now I'm taller than him. Yeah, I'm the last born. So now I already see everything from up there until now. So now I take everything together, then I amplify it and make a remix on it, putting some little spice on it, a little bit. Yeah. They will call me giraffe. In Chinese, the giraffe is called Chanchilu. Chanchilu, that means the Chinese in giraffe. So the other name of mine, you can hear, they call me Chanchilu, which means it's a giraffe as well, but in Chinese. The thing is, I'll tell you, I'll go a little bit rewind from my posts, just to take you a little bit back. From my father, how do they get there? My father is originally from Malawi. Mangochi, between Mozambique and Malawi. It's on the border. That's where it's originally from. So what happened is, a long way back, they just wanted to travel and see the world and start a new family somewhere. So they walked from the Mangochi to Harare by foot, traveling village to village, working money for the food and water to continue the journey until they get there in Harare. So when they get in Harare, they didn't get straight in Harare. They get there's a town before Harare. That's where they landed. So my father was going to Harare to work. At that time, it was only men who were staying in Harare. So he went to Harare to work then until he bought a house there. But he didn't tell the wives that he bought a house. And on top of it, he's got 2 wives. See, the rest have been the 2 wives living in the same roof. But there's no outside that knows what's going on. Except only us. Yeah. So, me, I was born in Harare in 1988. In Malawi, that's where my parents, they was born. So they came from Malawi to Zimbabwe. Food, walking, village to village. We're looking for food to transport to another post. Yeah. So that's how they transported. So myself, I was born in Harare and I raised in Harare. Then there's a time, my father gave me a passport when I was still young. So I had to cross the border when I was like grade 7. Grade 7 I was already a passport. So I could come here and see other side of the world and imagining, especially when you're closing schools with my own money, because I'm talented, I do arts. This is what I was doing. My father, the firstborn of my family, his name is Copterman. They call him Copterman because he was making the helicopters. Before the beads, long time, they were using the plain wire. Only the bikes, the VWs, and the helicopters, that's only what they were making. So they call him Copterman. He's the first one to shine the family with the light of art. He colored his art to each and every single part in the family. And I'm very, 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 very honorable to have him, because without his inspiration, I don't think I'll be, But when you grown up, you start seeing different things, and start also to have your own ideas and then suggest for yourself what you want and what you don't want. And what are you good on and what are you not good on. So as much as I see myself through the others along the way, I saw some errors, some little bit touch-ups which need to be done and stuff, some polishing up things. That's what I'm here to do, to polish up, to put some little spice on it. Yeah, little spice on top. Yeah. Yeah, you see, the thing, let me explain to you something. You see, religion, it's a guidance that it takes you along the way to do the right path in the circumstance that you want to get involved with, in a peaceful way to take you there. You understand? So religious also, it takes you not to go over beyond things. You also put yourself a line that you don't cross. You tell yourself you don't cross that line and you don't cross that line. Yes. It can be a business and be a business, but don't cross that way. Me, as my school teacher was telling me to go to another churches and see how they believe, so you to know where you're standing, or for you to know the difference between you and them, and to see everything, then you know the path that you want to take. You see, the thing is, let me give you an example of this thing right here. You see this one, this is a fruit barrel for the fruit. But what happened is I did an art inside the fruit barrel. See, it's something that comes in the dreams when you are sleeping. Every day we come up with a new thing. We come up with a new thought of mine. We also make something that you can tell me what you think. What do you want me to do for you? What's your imagination? I can make it right. That's what I'm here for. Yeah. So they call me King Giraffe. I do have the giraffes, but not seeing that one. I got the giraffe here. I got the giraffe there. This is the one who was playing, remember? Yeah, yeah. The giraffes, they're everywhere. Yeah. See. So, yeah. So, and now, this one in the bass is the first thing that I started to do with art. But when I was on the way doing the beaded work, I experienced some other artworks around and some other artists around, which is including the band singers, the upcoming artists, which they don't have the right tools and the right sharpen, the right minds to take this thing to the next level. So I just suggest to give them a platform for myself, for them to have a very better future tomorrow. Yeah, the first inspiration for art that I does in my life, that was that time, grade 4. Grade 4, that's when I made something that you can see with your eyes that this is a lizard. Before I was just playing with the wire around. I was just playing with the wire around. But professionally, when I was grade 4, that's when you can see, okay, I could make something that everywhere someone can see that this is a lizard. And that was the thing that I started making a lizard. You see those radio wires, those small radio wires, they'll come, the one that comes different colors. Those ones, we used to take them off. Then we make a lizard shape for lizard, then we start wrapping it around. So it comes, that lizard, it comes in different colors. So that was the first thing that I did, started to make method. The move from Gruma to Way, it's 200 the different lives, because I also have been hunting recently, before I came to Madboneng. Yeah. So I've been in places and stuff and operating. I've been there in Santin, then Green in Maud, the corner of Green in Maud, next to Paralaika there. I've been there, operated there from 2013 until 2017, 16, somewhere there, yeah. And then I moved there 2013, so I was like, I kind of doing the both side. I was also appearing in Bruma, so I was running free market at the same time. In Bruma, I was going Tuesdays, then here I was coming on weekends. Then other days I'll be there in Santin. So I was moving a motorbike there before they stole me. Yeah, I did have a bike, so I used to put my motorcycle, my Honda motorcycle. I used to put some crates going up, uploading them, going up with the things. I used to carry all these things for myself before the lockdown, So, but now I'm still alive. I'm back on my feet. So I really need to take this to another level. What happened is where we're keeping the storage, where we're keeping the stuff. Or if to have to pay money to keep the stuff, you have to pay money. So now the lockdown, now there's no income was coming, but also the bills were going up. So we end up just to use all the whatever as some other new thing that we are having. We just make it to get that money together so that we can pay the storage. We can get our stuff. We put them at the house where we stay or at our friend's place, something like that. And then we did that. So thank God we did that. We get through on that one. And then when I left, I took my things to my friend's place where he was doing his thing there. Yeah. So he lost the place. So when he lost the place, he didn't inform me. So I lost all my stuff. So I started again from scratch. So since lockdown 2019 until 2024, I've been locked down. Yeah. But at least right now I'm back now. Yeah. I'm back getting free. Thank God I'm right here. And I want to explode this. I want to take this to the next level. Yeah. So we got some other upcoming artists and some other different people which are very more talented, which you're going to see along the way, which you're going to see in the more videos, which are going to come on also more. And I also promising you that every weekend. Saturdays, Sundays, we get a performance for different artists, including, so including myself, I'm an artist as well. I got my own tracks as well, but I didn't explode it yet. When the time is right, you're gonna hear them. I got my own also designs that I've got on also. Some did were different theory which I got also, according to that line of AR. But we also need the AR around because we need to edit up some things together and see what you're gonna come up with. Yeah. We need to take all the things together, we put it together and see what we come up with, and then we see what's going on there. That's what we need. So we need to unite things together. Because you see, these things, they are pieces, they need to be solid up. So I need you guys to help me out to pick up the pieces, please.
Yeah, let me just play you a little drum.
Eh?
Want me to play
You want to play the drum?
Yeah, I can play the drum for you. Maboneni, oh, maboneni. Yeah, welcome to Maboneni, oh, Maboneni. Oh, Africa begins, oh, to King Giraffe. Yep, yep, King Giraffe, oh, Maboneni, oh.
Only got 5 of the 6 strings on it. Somebody had left me this guitar. I'm Aldo Tafari, born in New Jersey in the United States. Grew up, I'm a first generation American. My family, my pops comes from Italy, so he was born in Italy, I was born in the States. My son's born in South Africa. We just kind of hop around. But yeah, my dad was an artist in college. I guess all his life, but I don't know how it was for him being a first generation American, but he painted, he did oils, he did watercolors, things like that. And but I think he pretty much stopped like after college when I came around. So music I didn't really get from him because his taste kind of went with Frank Sinatra and that Italian kind of music that you would expect to listen to. But his little brother, my uncle, he became a Hare Krishna in like the 70s, like 1974. So he gave my dad all of his record albums before he went away. So in the record collection was the Rolling Stones, the Beatles, Jimi Hendrix, Pink Floyd, David Bowie, Cheech and Chong albums, things that I didn't get then as a kid growing up in the 70s, but, listening to these albums all throughout my adolescence. And I'd be listening to Cheech and Chong albums, I didn't get any of the jokes. I'm like, why is this funny? I didn't understand it. The album cover was funny, but the comedy was very, dry. But the older I got, the more hilarious it became. But anyway, music was just a response to angst. Growing up in New Jersey, it was always a good respite. I didn't think I was musically inclined until I started listening to punk rock. And then I was like, oh, I could put together 3 of these chords, and so me and my cousin started a little punk rock band, which I think the pinnacle of our career was like opening up for the Rocky Horror Picture Show one time then in the 80s. It was nice. When I was a child, it sounds odd, but one of the things I really wanted to be was a hobo. I wanted to ride trains, carry a bindle stack, but wear a suit. You know what I mean? Like, because when I was a kid, I would watch old movies. Like, for some reason, growing up in the 70s and the early 80s was kind of like growing up in the 50s, or like everything you watched was old. So I watched a lot of Three Stooges, the Marx Brothers, like all these kind of old movies that would kind of romanticize being a tramp or a comedy, like a broke guy. But all these guys all had suits on. I never understood that they were poor, but the guy had on a 3-piece suit, a waistcoat, a jacket, and slacks. His shoe would have a hole in it and whatever, but, and I'd always romanticized about that. And, so I guess I just appreciated that, and which I guess led me to a life of like appreciating freedom, like real freedom, freedom to make mistakes, freedom to, go forwards or backwards, but you're doing it. You know what I mean? You're in control. And that was a big thing, especially with the music. Because when I started playing music, I learned you ain't got to play, like I've only played for myself. I didn't play for a band. I've been in a couple bands, but that was because after, I became halfway decent, so to speak. But it started with the punk rock and knowing that I didn't have to be that great, and I could just play to enjoy myself. And then if other people enjoy it, and you can find your audience there. What really gave me a taste of traveling was the Grateful Dead. I don't know if you're familiar with the Grateful Dead, but they're like a rock band from the 60s, and they travel around the United States, and people follow them. So if you really want to have an adventure in the United States, at least back when I was in school in the 80s, you go follow the Grateful Dead. Like, they literally changed me from punk rock to hippie music. I appreciated all the hippie drugs, but I still had a lot of angst in me. And then one time I went to a Grateful Dead concert, or it might have been Pink Floyd, but I hung out with Deadheads, and we ate some acid. Next thing you know, you're like, wow. And I traded my skull jacket for a tie-dye t-shirt, like literally in the parking lot of a Grateful Dead show. And then, you go from one show and you go see like 5 more shows that are on the East Coast tour, and you can sleep in cars and campgrounds, and I just had an amazing adventure. So the Grateful Dead taught me how to have an amazing adventure on the road, and, I followed them around for like 10 years, and then not going to every show, but just doing my little comfortable bit. And, the local college, Virginia Commonwealth University, and the Medical College of Virginia, they didn't want me to have hair past my collar. I couldn't, have that clean shaved face, and, I had a little like mustache, and it drove me crazy, man. Like, because I'd, clock in, and I'd smoke a spliff, and I'd have to walk into this police station to clock in and clock out. And I'd be smoking spliff the whole time because I'm a security guard on the night shift, just making sure basically all the doors are locked, Hey, but they knew I was a smoker, at least everybody but the sergeant. But anyway, I left them and ended up working at a gas station, a garage. And from there, that's when my beard started growing and my hair started growing. And I was like, this is the freedom I was talking about. That's where I ended up sighting out Rastafarianism. Was in Virginia in like 1992, I'd say it was, like late 91, early 92. And which is still part of me today, Yeah, I'm a Rastafarian. There's been a lot of waves with it, but I know that his Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia is like a Prakash, is the energy, like he's the last form of God on earth to give mankind lessons, in the 20th century. The last one that was there to tell people, right from wrong, like how to deal with morality in the 21st century. He did the best he could, yeah. You can see what happened to him through history. But Jamaica. I told you, this is when I first started up Rastafarianism, and it was fresh. I didn't know anything. I didn't know how to dreadlock my hair. I didn't know, I was reading the Bible, a little King James Bible, but I knew that the King James wasn't like the real Bible, so I didn't know what, I didn't know what to do. So I said, I want to go to Jamaica, where Rastafarianism started, and find out what Bible the Rastas read. I wanted a Rastafarian Bible. That was my goal. I was trying to grow dreadlocks, so I didn't know how. So I went to a hair salon, and they just plaited my hair with like all these plaits. I looked like Coolio or something, like with all these braids, and always wearing a tan, like those Guatemalan knitted caps. Bought a one-way plane ticket to Jamaica, and which was an adventure on its own. And I'm talking about something that really, to the core, made me believe that there's something to His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie, to Rastafari, which was basically when I went down to Jamaica on a whim, just because I wanted to get a Rasta Bible. And, and I wasn't I didn't know any Rasta tenets. Basically I watched a bunch of Bob Marley videos and, a couple Jamaican movies. And I did a lot of research on Haile Selassie at the college library, reading through encyclopedias and things like that. Because I never knew about Haile Selassie before this. In America, they crammed World War II down your throat, but they never mentioned that Haile Selassie was basically the beginning of World War II, like how he shattered the myth of collective security by going to the League of Nations, saying, hey, man, Italy invaded us, and they're a League member, and I'm a League member. How come, you're letting this happen? And then it just, once they knew that the League of Nations didn't have no teeth, Hitler was able to move on, all the Poland and what, and everything that happened. So to me, that blew my mind. And then to find out about the Ark of the Covenant being in Ethiopia, and to find out about Queen of Sheba and King Solomon. Like, I've read the Bible. I grow up a Catholic, but I never knew that the Queen of Sheba was the Queen of Ethiopia. It's in the King's 10 in the Bible, you know what I mean? And I was like, wow, like all these things kind of blew my mind. Synchronicity started happening. So I get to Jamaica, and I didn't have no money. By the time I got there, I literally had like 35 cents in my pocket. And when I'm going through customs, the guy's like looking at me, and he's like, oh, this fucking guy. And he's like, all right, where are you staying? And I'm like, oh, I'm staying in Montego Bay. Yeah, I know you're in Montego Bay. Where are you staying? Oh, I'm meeting some friends. We're going, we have a house. And the guy's like, all right, how much money do you have? I don't have any money. You don't have no money. Boom, stamp my paper, reject. And was like, hey, that's it. You're going back. When you get off the plane, they give you this complimentary drink of rum punch, right? Ice didn't even melt in my glass, and I was back on the same plane I just got off of, in like the very last seat on the plane. And tourists are now filling up the plane. They're all tan, their hair's all braided, and they're sending me back, And I'm like, what? Like, I'm like, this is a mistake. I got to talk to somebody. Stewardess, I got to get off the plane. They're like, no, you got to stay there, sit there. And I was like, oh, I got to get off this plane. And so I closed my eyes and I prayed, bro. I prayed like when you pray, like before your head gets chopped off or something, this is about to happen, And I'm like, I came all the way to Jamaica. I quit my job. I broke up with my girlfriend. I sold my motorcycle. I gave away everything I owned until I just had one bag, like an army bag. And I brought everything I owned with me in that army bag. I'm talking about a hammock, blankets, what little clothes I had. And I'm like, I can't go back to the States, and I'm thinking like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm praying. And then it came to me like a bolt from the blue, like a voice. It was like, what do you expect to happen? The plane's not going to all of a sudden just break down. Like, you have to get off the plane. Like, you have to figure out a way to get off the plane. Like this is your moment. What are you going to do? What did you always do when you wanted to get out of something? Like, think. And I was like, oh, I know when I was in school, when I wanted to get out of class, I'd pretend I'm sick, So I held my belly. I started hyperventilating, working myself up into a state. And then I'm like, stewardess. She comes over. What is it? And I'm like, I got to get off the plane, man. I'm like, I don't feel good. I feel like I'm going to get sick. I'm freaking out. She's like, look, take these pills. And I'm like, Bumbleclad, I don't take pills. I'm a Rasta, which was a dumb thing for my little white ass to say at that time. And she's like, well, if you think you're going to puke, use the bag in front of you, and walked away. And I was like, this isn't going to be easy. And I closed my eyes again, and I'm still hyperventilating now, but tears are going down my eyes. And I'm like, how am I going to get off this plane? And then the voice is like, you need to use what's available to you, you know, and I know you don't want to do this, but you need to get this going. And then what I thought was, I'm an American and I don't want to act like an ugly American. They're always making a scene. And then I was really trying to avoid that. So I was like, let me make a scene and see what I could do to get off this plane, you know? So I stand up now. And I ring the thing again, ding, ding, ding. And I stand up and the stewardess comes over and I'm like, look, I don't want to cause a scene on this plane, but I'm telling you, while we're talking, the doors close, boom, I'm looking out the window, the ladder's going away. And I'm like, I don't want to cause a scene, but I think this plane's going to crash. And if we take off with me on it, I'm going to freak the out, you know? And she's like, hold on, sir. Hold on. Let me go talk to the pilot. Bro, they was pushing us. She goes and talks to the pilot and I'm standing there and I lean up against the wall and I hit these buttons and they all lit up. Now I really started panicking because I didn't know what I just did. And I'm freaking out. Turns out they were just call buttons for the stewardess, but I didn't know that. So I'm like, stewardess, I hit these buttons. And she's like, calm down. We're going to let you off the plane, you know? And I'm like, huh? You know, I'm still breathing heavy. They back the plane up. They bring the ladder back. They open the door. There's 2 Jamaican police with machine guns and my bag, my duffel bag between them, you know? And I'm like, people are all looking at me and I'm like, oh no, I'm sorry. I'm just, you know, I'm sorry. It's just a big misunderstanding. I get out. Hey, the police were like, why, man? Why'd you do that? And he's like, you just delayed that plane. All the people that are waiting are going to be now have to wait longer. The plane's going to have to refuel. All these wait the taxi again. You cost the company thousands of dollars, man. And you're not going to like where you spend the night. And we're just going to send you back tomorrow. You know, and I'm like, no, it's just a big misunderstanding. Here, I get back and I formulated a plan. Talk to the oldest person that you see, because when I got in there, it was a young guy in his 20s. You know what I mean? The young customs Jamaican guy. He just saw me and was like, get this motherfucker out of here. And I'm like, no, I got to find an old guy because, you know, they might take a sympathetic ear to my plight. So we get in there and there's 3 guys, 2 young guys and an old guy. And I look right to the old guy and I'm just like, listen, sir, this is just a big misunderstanding. I got $200 Western Union to me at the airport. When the guy asked me if I had any money, I thought he meant how much money I had in my pocket. I didn't have any pocket money. I thought I was just going to go to Western Union, like walk through you, go to Western Union, collect my money and go back onto my, you know, my holiday. I didn't know it was going to cause all this mess and blah, 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 blah. He's like, okay, hold on, calm down. And I'm like, can I just make a phone call? I just need to make one phone call and I'll sort this out. Guy's like, okay, yeah, you can make a phone call. I called my mom in the United States. Mom, you got to send me $200 Western Union or they're going to put me in jail in Jamaica. What? What are you doing in Jamaica? Oh my God, I've never used Western Union before. Like she starts freaking out. But she did it. She put the $200 in Western Union. I was sat in customs for over 5-6 hours. Finally, we confirmed you got the money in Western Union, you know, and I ended up spending 2 weeks in Jamaica, 3 weeks. Turned out to be Haile Selassie's 100th birthday. He's born in 1892, July, 23rd. And I happened to be in Jamaica. I forget when I first got there, but while I was there, it was July 23rd, 1992, 100 years. And I ended up going to this Rasta took me to the 100th birthday celebration, which was like a 3-day long festival. Everybody was there. I mean, all the Marley's family. Like I saw Damian Marley in 1992 up on stage it was just a little kid in army fatigues talking about, I mean, everybody was there. Dude. Everybody was there. Bunny Whaler. I still had no money. So I was like collecting firewood for Rastas and they were giving me spliffs and weed. And I found out there is no Rasta Bible. You can read any Bible. This one guy who let me who was impressed that I brought a hammock. And he's like, you're a real soldier. Like, you bring the hammock and now you can set your hammock up in my... Bruno, stop. Yeah. You can set your hammock up in my yard. There we go. Yeah, so I just set up my hammock and I lived in a hammock in a shack in his yard up in the hills of Montego Bay. Didn't even see the beach. I mean, until right before I left, I spent a couple days going swimming. And the tattooing, like when I was a kid, I used to draw on everybody in the neighborhood. Tattoos were always fascinated me. I can remember being a little kid, being at a flea market, but it had a tattoo studio there. They had an indoor and outdoor section. The outdoor section was tables of people selling their junk, and the indoor sections were like shops selling junk. It was still all junk, but there was a tattoo shop, and I remember wandering in there, art on the walls, some big biker looking guy, no gloves, ink all over his hands, tattooing somebody, had a cigar in his mouth, and then he looks over at me and he's like, what do you want, kid? And I'm like, nothing, out. That's the way I always felt a tattoo shop should be. I should have that edge, So when I was a kid, I used to draw on all the neighborhood kids. Parents would get mad at me because I'd use permanent marker. I'd do like a Playboy bunny on a kid's arm, and he'd go to school for a week with that, and you can't scrub it off. Moms used to hate it. When I was living in Philadelphia at that point, things were going well. And I was selling ganja, and I got married, like I said, had a kid. But then my wife at some point was like, if we get caught and you have with the ganja, it's going to, they'll take the kid away and all that kind of stuff. So I was like, all right, I'm going to stop selling weed, try to do something else. And I did several odd jobs, but I eventually got a job at this Fortune 500 marketing company as like a production manager. So that went well. I was working for like Salem Cigarettes, doing like marketing for cigarettes. And then the big tobacco lawsuit happened. So they had to cut back on all their marketing and stuff. So my project ended. But it gave me unemployment benefits, which I was able to use while I apprenticed at my buddy's tattoo studio. And I ended up apprenticing for a year and then tattooing for a while. I ended up tattooing at this biker tattoo shop in West Philadelphia. And that's where I met this girl I used to date who was from South Africa. And, it was always been my dream to come to South Africa. So we dated for a while, but then we ended up breaking up, and we became really good friends, but, just friends. So for years, she's always like, you need to go to Africa. You should go to Africa, and I was like, yeah, maybe I will at this time, but that time. And in 2016, she's like, no, you need to go to Africa. I have my baby daddy's down there. You go down there. This is like 10, 12 years later. Go down there and you can stay with him and, teach him how to grow weed the way we used to grow weed in California. You know what I mean? Like the people grew weed. And I did a little bit of growing when I lived out in LA. So yeah, go down there and teach them hydroponic growing, cloning, pump to waste, like, the techniques that they used out in Northern California. We want to do down here. And then bring your tattoo equipment. You can do some tattoos also. It's like, perfect. So I came out here, stayed with, this guy, Moa, in Alexandria for like the first 9 months I was here. It was crazy. Living in Alex, we're trying to grow weed, and it was working, but it wasn't working because the environment wasn't right for it. I was imagining a more rural environment, but I ended up being in Kingston. It was like being in Kingston, Jamaica. You know what I mean? It was very hood, and everything was it was a really cool time, but too much partying, not enough business. So I said, I'm going to leave. I'm going to go home, back to the States. And just before I was going to go back to the States, I remembered, there was this girl who was a friend of my ex's, and we were friends on Facebook for all these years, like over 10 years. But we never, we would just like each other's pictures from time to time. So I'm like, let me tell this, Bootsy, that I'm here in Africa. Hey, and I called her. I said, hey, I'm in Africa. What? You're here. Blah, blah, blah. We hooked up. Hey, we've been together ever since. And then from there, to Africa. And which was always an ideal. I mean, as a Rasta, you're supposed to want to come to Africa. That was like, which I could tell you another story about that when you're ready for it, if you ask something that dovetails it. But it also brings back the fact that Rastafarianism was 100%, for me, like, okay, I told you my family comes from Italy, right? So they're Italian. It means my grandfather, he fought on the Italian side during World War II for Mussolini. Now, I didn't know this part until, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, one of my uncles said this around the table when my grandfather had passed. And I think we were having like some kind of Sunday meal. And he said, hey, your grandfather's brother died in Ethiopia fighting the Ethiopians. I was like, what? He's like, in World War II, your uncle Luigi was your grandfather's brother, was one of the ones that came in the first wave from Eritrea into Ethiopia invading. And when they fought him off, he died, and they buried him in Ethiopia. And I was like, what? His bones never got brought home. They buried him in Ethiopia. And I was like, what? And then he's like, and because of that, your grandfather didn't go to Russia with all the rest of the men of the village. They all went to fight the Russians. Nobody came back. They all died. And if it wasn't for your great uncle dying in Ethiopia, your grandfather would have never had your father, and I wouldn't have been born. So it kind of played out to where if Haile Selassie's army didn't kill my grandfather's brother, I wouldn't have been born. So I literally owe Haile Selassie my life. You know what I mean? Like, even though in a weird twist of way, you know, I have a personal, you know, and that's not just philosophy for me. It's not even just spirituality, like how, you know, that revealed itself to me in Jamaica, you know? It really is a personal connection, you know? And I was the first one in my family to step foot in Ethiopia since World War II, even just to get off the plane and chill for a little bit. But I look forward to going back and really exploring Ethiopia for sure. Yeah, it's similar and different. I did a traditional apprenticeship. So basically, I worked in a tattoo shop, tattoo studio, helping all the artists in there, you know what I mean, learning the trade. But I didn't do any tattoos for like the first year. Like I worked in here 12, 13 months before I did my first tattoo on myself. I would absorb the lessons. I was, you know, back then we were making needles, which we don't do nowadays. You just get everything from China. But yeah, so nowadays it's a little different. It was like learning, you know, it was like learning a whole trade from the bottom up. You know, I copied every piece of Flash in the studio. So we would have line drawings, you know, in files, and you learn how to not cross-contaminate bloodborne pathogens, and you want to set up the area to where it's sterile, you know, for the artist. And, you know, so we did all this for a year before I started tattooing. And as far as the machine goes, they call it, you know, when you build a tattoo machine, you take it apart, put it together, you have to tune it, just like as you would a guitar. And you do that by sound. Like, you know, you can literally feel it and hear it when it's in proper tune. At least in the old school coil tattoo machines. You know, I don't know what they do nowadays with these new rotary machines and battery operated, you know, machines that look like dildos and shit. I mean, you know, it's the future, and I'm excited about it. I haven't used those machines yet, but I'm excited about them because there's really been no innovation in the tattoo industry for 100 years. You know what I mean? Like once they came up with the coil tattoo machine, which is basically a doorbell. Now you got these battery operated rotary machines and everything. So that's pretty cool. Well, yeah, it's the one thing I was able to do, which, you know, I can say I feel good about. Like, you know, me, I grew up in America. You know, I stopped short of saying, you know, I'm an American. But, you know, I was a first generation born American, which gave me that weird insight, you know, where I wasn't, you know, my name's Aldo. My neighbors were Joe and John and Steve and Pat. So I was always a little bit separated. So I got into punk rock, I got into skateboarding, I got into everything that was kind of like that part of American culture, the anti-culture of culture. I'm an anarchist when it comes to politics. You know, I don't believe in Republicans and Democrats and that kind of shit, or, you know, whatever. Like, I could see the hypocrisy in all of that. It's too clear for me to subscribe to. I got out of the computer game in the 80s because I'd seen where it was headed, and I didn't want to be stuck in a cubicle under a fluorescent light. You know what I mean? To me, that just seemed like it would limit my freedom. I didn't want to trade my freedoms for money to buy freedom later. You know what I mean? Like, the people, they want money. Like, if the goal is to be happy in life, people think you have to have money so you can have things to be happy, you know, to make your life easier to be happy. And early on, I said to myself, I think I just want to be happy. I'll practice being happy instead of practicing having money to be happy. Like, if that makes sense. So I didn't want to revolve my world around making money, even though at the time I was president of the Future Business Leaders of America in my computer information processing class. And I ended up becoming a C student. I would do everything it take, you know, minimum of what it took to get through it in the class. And the teacher didn't know what to do with me. She just gave me straight C's, like, because I was helping everybody else with their programming. And then, you know, I'd spend my time in the woods after school, like really vibing with nature, finding my peace in the woods that I tried so hard to escape. So that's why when I came here and I opened up this tattoo shop, I wanted to give it like the American traditional style tattooing. Like, you know, I've been to a lot of tattoo shops. I've worked in several in South Africa, and they look like half a dentist office, you know, half an art gallery. You know what I mean? It didn't have the same, you know, punch that when I came, didn't have that guy chewing the cigar that attracted me when I was a kid. So I built the shop. And then as far as music goes, I wanted to play a lot of the early punk rock music. Bruno. He's gonna bite something. This guy. Bruno, come inside. Yeah, so I wanted to play punk rock music to attract the people, classic rock and roll, AC/DC, things like that. So what ended up happening was I would see the kids across the street with their skateboards, and they had mismatched wheels, mismatched trucks. The boards were all just really f***ed up. I took a couple pictures and I posted it on Facebook. And so I had a bunch of friends of mine, that were like, hey, I want to send you my old skateboard decks. I want to send you some old trucks. I'm going to send you wheels. I'm going to send you skateboard magazines. I'm going to send you all this stuff, until they saw how much it costs to ship things. You know what I mean? And then, skateboards are heavy, trucks are heavy and expensive. So they were like, I can't send all this stuff. And they sent me some money. So before you know it, I had like $250 or something like that, And I was like, all right. So I didn't know what to do. So I went on Take a Lot and I bought some skateboards and I gave them out to the kids, the ones that I saw with the, messed up skateboards. That was the first skateboard giveaway. And I only gave away 12 skateboards, something like that. There wasn't a lot, but they were nice quality ones. And then after I posted the video of me giving away those skateboards, more people started sending money. So then I got that money, and I was like, I got to figure out where I can get more skateboards for the money. So I went to China Mall, and I ended up getting some wooden skateboards. And I think the second skateboard giveaway, we gave away 20 or 25 skateboards. People donated more money to it, you know what I mean? And then we did the third one, which we gave away 80. No, that was the last one. We gave away like 65 skateboards or something like that. And then the last one, we just gave away like 82 skateboards. And each time, I don't know how to say this. It's been friends of mine from high school and, skaters from high school that I knew that have been donating. I know professional skateboarders. I know people in professional rock and roll bands. People making money on tour, like filling out arenas. Not just clubs, like big bands. Nobody's giving nothing no more. And it's so frustrating, that I almost wanted to stop. And then right when I stop, an angel, like some girl that I went to high school with, will be like, Aldo, I love what you're doing. Boom, here's $200, dollars, and I'm like, it's back on. Like, it drives me crazy every time we do this. I don't have a nonprofit. Nobody can get any credit, for giving me money to give to the kids skateboards. I'm doing it because I wanted to, the kids here in Johannesburg got little means. The city's f***ed up. It's a city in decline. It's not a city in, its booming stage right now. It's declining unless something is done. It's just, as long as I've been here, I've seen it's in decline. And the kids, man, they got to deal with, this dystopian, urban environment. And I figured the best way, the skateboards. I knew the future was going to be dystopian in one way or another. You know what I mean? They built you for it. The skateboard dystopia, that's how you get through it. Bring out your angst by thrashing, skate and destroy. You know what I mean? And so I try to turn the kids on to punk rock, skateboarding, and they're basically shitty skateboards, the ones that I get from China Mall. So I got a skateboard tool, and the kids come and I give them the tools, and they work on their skateboards. They get out here, they change their wheels, they change their trucks, they change their ball bearings, change their decks, and they do it themselves. These are kids that have never had how to skateboard before, but now they're working on their skateboards. They're learning how to use these tools. It's amazing to see them out here doing that, to be honest with you, man. They do it every day. And there's always kids every day coming to me asking that don't get the skateboards, that were like the last one we gave out to 50, 60, we had 50, the third one we gave out 50 skateboards, but there was 150 kids, 100 kids literally went without getting, we gave out some magazines and stickers and stuff like that. But the goal was to give everybody skateboards. And now my sister shop in America, Higher Ground Tattoos in North Carolina, is doing a raffle, which they do every year. And this is the big 10th anniversary raffle. And he said he's going to donate the proceeds for skateboards. These are the guys that I used to work with in Philadelphia. The guy who originally mentored me, he passed away in 1999, I believe it was. And then the rest of the artists in the shop kind of finished my mentorship. and apprenticeship rather. Then he went and opened up his own shop in North Carolina, calling it Dono's. Because I apprenticed in a shop called Higher Ground Tattoos. Good, man. Yeah. Trying. So he wants to interview me now. Yeah, so Higher Ground Tattoo in Philly closed. They opened up Higher Ground in North Carolina, and then I came out here and I figured what better, honor my mentor than call the shop Higher Ground. When I made the YouTube channel, and like I said, I originally made it for my kids. I just wanted to give them an autobiographical story that would last as long as the internet. Like as long as my channel was up, they could, get it, download it, do whatever they wanted to do with it. Then I found myself in a unique position, where people started appreciating what I was doing. And I realized my perspective is a little different than maybe a lot of other people's perspective because of, my accumulated experiences. Like there's not too many. I mean, I'm sure there are some. There's a lot of people with much more experience than me. I'm old now, but I'm if you were to classify my resume, who am I? What are you? You know what I mean? You can say like I'm a tattoo artist, musician, Rastafarian, biker, Hare Krishna, traveler. You know what I mean? Like it's a very things that you would think or maybe not can reconcile themselves, but they sit quite comfortably in me. With that perspective, I like to try to calm down other people's angst. The way that the world is, the way that we're driven now with instant gratification and stuff. Breathing particularly is the number one way to tune your body. I eventually, going through my life and my travels, I found my guru. I took initiation. I practiced certain kinds of meditation and yoga and things like that. And so when I realized in any situation, you find the things that get disrupted and what you need to do. Breathing tunes the body. And when you're upset or you're shocked or, in some kind of emotional state, your breathing is the first thing to be affected. You're going to feel your breathing change, your heart readings change, your heart pumps more, your blood, and that's going to make you flush. All this is going to affect your thought process, and all action begins with thinking. Everything is tied together, and action is the most important thing you can do in the material world. It's the gross moving of energy, one thing to another. To do that action took a thought. That thought had logic to it or illogic, or it was a reaction based on, other kind of, psychology or whatever. So all these things are very important, and they're all intertwined. It all starts with breathing, and breathing is very important to get control of. And if you want to have any kind of control of, your thoughts and then your actions, it all starts with breathing. So I started delving into that on the topics on my YouTube channel. Different kinds of yoga, different kinds of philosophy, and I always try to have open discussions. And the biggest problem with YouTube is I'm not getting questions. I'm not answering questions. It's me having to present something. So I have to think of how I can present something for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, in a way of what I want to try to get across. And personally in life, I don't really want to get anything across. There's nothing that I have to say. There's truths that I've discovered that I would love to share with people. Just truths, like universal truths, things that you can't deny, whether you're a Muslim or a Christian or, Jewish or Buddhist, or a tree or a dog. If you're alive, we share in these truths, the two truths of life, of material life, that everything is constantly in flux, everything constantly changes, and then the second truth is everything eventually ends. And then from that, we can dovetail our gross and subtle energies to, make those changes in our favor or against our favor, or try to keep them neutral and, prolong the inevitable ending as far as possible. I think we kind of get attached and deluded to that part, though. We need to accept ending, to have a better psychology in life, but whatever. So That's my philosophy, and my philosophy weaves itself through, the Vedas of India, through the spiritual practices of being a Rastafarian, being a Gnostic and occult practices growing up. I grew up a Catholic, but like any good Catholic, as soon as you leave that, you start, who's Anton LaVey? Who's Aleister Crowley? Who's, you know what I mean? You want to find all the other stuff. I have a broad spectrum of where I draw from the well. But in the end, simplify it. What my guru would say, just chant Hare Krishna and be happy. All the other stuff, you can, the mind is a wheel that constantly is spinning. So you want to direct it someplace productive. And being grounded in a spiritual practice will do that. And I stress being grounded in a spiritual practice, not flighty in a spiritual practice. As I like to tell people, believe in God, have a spiritual practice, but act like an atheist in life, because it takes, practical action to change things, not, oh, God, please change this. Oh, praying for wood. Like the prayer should be a form of service. And if you want to serve God, feed people. You know what I'm saying? Take care of people. Serving people doesn't mean give everybody a hug or give everybody the advantage to take advantage of you through your goodwill or whatever your intention is. Sometimes people need a hug. Sometimes people need a kick in the bum. But that's service, depending on what your intention is. If I kick a person in the bum and I'm like, I want to injure them with that, that's a negative intention. But if my intention is to get them to move to a better spot, to where they're at, then, I feel it's okay. Not everybody's going to be nice to you, or I'm not going to be nice to everybody. But I want it to all be in service of something better, not coming from my own ego. Now, I want to wear what they're wearing, so I want to take from them. That's gross energy, and that's an action, that's rooted in thought. You have to try to explain to somebody that even though, quote Aleister Crowley, do what thou wilt is the whole of the law, material law. Do what you want to do. You can do anything on this planet. I can sit there and not do, I can just, till I blob and die in my own filth. And people do that. They'll sit in their own filth and not do anything. That's the whole, you can do anything you want in here. But to be productive, you can still do what you want, but you should choose to do what's in your best interest. And what's your best interest should be what's also in your next man's best interest. All of our interests combined will lift up the whole human race, as opposed to one man's greed interest taking from everybody else, This is one of these things you pick up. And it's practically as hard to, live it. We can say it philosophically, but to live it means, live with less comfort, more suffering, and then finding the truth in that. Yeah, it's AI, you know what I mean? Like I'm a fan of AI because I've been studying it since the 80s, and it's got amazing applications. But the difference between a gun to save your life or take a life is the person holding the trigger. And it's the same with AI. It's the same with who has this technology. If we're using it to hold ourselves back, I don't see the point. That's why I left the computer game. I'd rather go sit in the woods than sit in the cubicle, And here I am sitting in the cubicle. They don't understand that tattoos itself go back to the beginning of civilization. They say prostitution is the oldest profession. I bet you she had a tattoo. You know what I mean? It goes back to like where the shaman of the tribe would bestow a tattoo on a hunter or somebody sick or whatever. It had a meaning to it, and with the age of exploration and the way things grew, people started getting tattoos for less spiritual reasons and more decorative purposes. And then you go back 100 years to sailors and bikers, and in theory the same thing, but it's it changes with the times. I'm getting an anchor, or I'm getting a panther's head, or whatever, instead of the animal that I'm hunting and whatever. So it's going to change with the attitudes of the future. People that are just want stuff, that like things, are going to want it. Oh, I want this, but I want it to look just like the picture. I want it to be just like what I found on Pinterest, and put it right here in the same. And the computer will do exactly what you say without rolling its eyes, without fucking being like, oh, this fucking guy, or without even telling you get out of my shop. Like, I'm not gonna. I've dealt with centimeter perfectionists, and they don't make good customers, and they're never satisfied with what they end up getting. You know what I mean? In life, even if they got a T-shirt, the print's off. It's not centered right. It's like people need to source happiness. When they come to a tattoo, it's the only thing you're going to spend money on, that you're going to buy, that's going to last you the rest of your life, and you're going to wear it every day. You're going to take it to the grave. I always tell people, make good choices. Stop with this, like, oh, I saw this on TV and I want it, or I don't know what I want, just throw this on. I always tell people, look, it doesn't have to be your life story, but if it makes you smile, and you think it's going to make you smile for the rest of your life, get it. Guy came into my shop in West Philadelphia, white guy, in a button-down, like a guy just didn't look like he was from around there, you know what I mean? And he wanted a swastika on his forehead. And I was like, why? And he looked like he worked in an office, you know what I'm saying? Like with the white button-down shirt and the khaki pants and everything. And he kept the taxi running, out front of the shop. And I'm like, why do you? And I started questioning him, because I just come back from India, so over there's a lot of swastikas, and it's more of a spiritual thing. It wasn't like a Nazi thing or whatever. So I'm like, are you a Nazi? Like, why do you want this? Like, I'm not going to tattoo white supremacy tattoos. But if you can convince me that this is about spirituality or something, then yeah, I'll do it. And he's like, oh yeah, it's very spiritual. Da, 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 da. So I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll do it. But are you sure you want it in your forehead? I'm like, why'd you get it on the side of your face? Maybe if you want, you can grow a beard to get rid of it, Okay, put it on the side of my face. Put it there. And he's like, no, bigger. And I was like, I think he lost a bet or something like that. I don't know why he was doing that, but that was a weird one. Another one, I guess a prostitute. I guess she was a prostitute. She wanted to get me tattooed on her butt cheek, pointing to her asshole, with an arrow, and what was weird was, like, I was like, okay, it sounds like that's fun. This is going to be a great tattoo, And I'm like, so, I said, get in the chair. And I wanted her to just kind of sit backwards so I could just have her cheek up. Hey, she got all fours, like on the chair, like sitting back, no underwear on, nothing. And I'm just like, hey, okay, hold on. So I tattooed that. But to top it all off, one of the weirdest ones, I didn't tattoo it. This is while I was still apprenticing. And my buddy Dono, he had a girl come in and she said, how much to get my son's name on the side of my neck, right? And he was like, oh, that'll be like $50 or something. Oh, okay, well, how about a butterfly, I was like, oh, well, that's a little bit bigger. That'll be like $70 or whatever, Okay. What about if I just got a cock on the side of my neck with the word big written above it? My buddy's like, I'll do that for $30 right now. She's like, okay, bam. And she cut a big dick and balls on the side of her neck and the word big written above it. And then he's tattooed. He's like, you didn't want your son's name, did you? Like, yeah, load shedding completely sucked. Specifically because I use electricity in here, for electric machines, electric tattooing. Yeah, to print out anything, enlarge it. Lights, I need light. You know what I mean? It's dark in here without it. So what I ended up doing was I got a battery. So I run everything through a battery box. And if the power cuts off suddenly, the battery can stay on for another 30 minutes or so. You know what I mean? It doesn't last that long. I wanted to get a nice one that lasts like 5 hours, but those are real expensive. But I just got one that I can at least finish the tattoo. And then generally I would try to plan, if I knew the load shedding schedule, and if they stick to the load shedding schedule, I would try to, I know I would be closed from this time to that time. And it took a lot of business away, a lot of people would come in, if I had the doors open, but it was dark in here. And I'd be like, I can't tattoo you right now, but, we can plan for, another time or when the power comes back on. Yeah, it was very frustrating. But yeah, I was thinking about getting a generator, like one of those gasoline generators, but so far so good. Hey, like we're back on the grid, and maybe if people stop stealing the copper out of the transformers and the roads, and we can guarantee, I don't know, coal. I just don't see why. That's what we need. Like, I don't know how much nuclear reactors there are here, but I don't understand why they use coal for electric here. This is a rich country. You have diamonds. You have gold, platinum. What else? Others, I'm sure, mining other kind of gems and essential, minerals. That it should be completely first world, like completely. The money should be there. The government should be able to, 21st century, even if I lived in a thatch rondavel, you know what I mean? And I did that for cultural reasons. You should still be able to have Wi-Fi, clean water, food. I don't know. Electric is one of those things where here, your houses are heated with electricity. Your food is cooked with electricity. Everything is run, phones, computers, what, electricity. So what are you going to do when electricity's off? You know what I mean? You have to start a fire to cook. It's not like you have gas range where you can just turn on the gas and cook. How are you going to heat your house? Because the houses here are all made of bricks. And most of the time there's no insulation between the bricks. So they're very cold, and cement floors, cold, very cold. Yeah, so you need it. You need electricity. So electricity needs to be a priority. I understand how the grid can be overloaded. That makes sense because transformers and what's, not being updated. Infrastructure, has been a big infrastructure problem, since the private sector and the government sector split is the way I look at it. And I'm no politician. I can't tell you what needs to be done in order to make it work, but I can tell you what's not working and how to adjust, to make it work. And it's going to take a lot of upheaval, and you're going to see a lot of upheaval before you see the dust settle and then everybody be kind of satisfied, When I got here, I made a CD of my own music, all like dub reggae and other, just trippy dub music, just psychedelic shit, that really, but it's long been lost. And so the last computer that I had, but it had it was on my iTunes, it went to shit, so it's gone now. I don't know how to find that. But yeah, anybody can get in touch with me here in Maboneng, you know what I mean? I'd love to play anything on anybody's anything, you know what I mean? Whether it's like to help produce a sound, to do keyboards on a sound, to do guitar, I would love to play. I would love to play on guitar, session guitar work on musicians out here, whether it's house music, Kwaito music, African music, but funk music. I'm really into Afro funk and just anything that I can use my kind of American bluesy kind of chops, and mix it with, to make a world music beat or something like that. I would love to do. Plug in a machine. I can't plug in the needle and all that, which gives it a different sound, a different resistance, but you'll hear it. I'll buzz it. It's kind of could you hand me that guitar right there? I want to tune it up real quick. I've only got 5 to 6 strings on it. Somebody had left me this guitar. A guy, he's like a busker. Close enough for rock and roll, I guess.
One picture. Hold on now. Okay. The name is Mzamo Wagwamiegi, also known as Prince Raven Orekakos Dracula Ortega. Short one is Prince Raven Ortega. Musically, I've been called that. I'm also a musician, vocalist, and the name that I've chose myself to use is Prince. And it's a lack of story behind it. It started also in primary school, where a history class teacher told us or asked us for the next a task that we have to bring back to school is to find out our family tree. So who we are, where we derive, where do we come from. So I am a Xhosa young fella, and I have to go back now at home that time and find out who am I, or where do we come from, and all of those things. So as I was asking, my mother was telling me, okay, we're now in Uchawe, which is one of the tribe totems that are there. specifically one of the chiefs, Xhosa, which is the royal side of the Xhosa realm. So when I found out this, as I was translating from isiXhosa to English, I've somewhat mistranslated a chieftain to a prince. So I went back to school excited as a young boy as I was, and now I was going to stand doing an oral, speaking towards the class, explaining to them where my origins are, which is the family. So as I was going, and I went to and I mentioned, no, so that means I'm the prince. Everyone laughed, burst out of the laughter. So, what prince is this? A karamatung. What is a karamatung? You know, when a donkey pulls a cart. So they say, you are rocking up with this, that kind of prince you are. So they were ridiculed me, you know. They made fun of me. So later on in the years, as I was still in school, I took that name and I used it for my artistic abilities, so that I called myself Prince, you know. So whenever I do a song, I've converted that being bullied out that name, I converted it into power. So I use that for protection. That was the first defense mechanism of not getting bullied. So, and I was a good writer, even when I was a small baby, you know, small kid. I used to do poems, and every time when I have to go to a music class, I was number one. You can never compete with me. Even in art school, where we used to draw, you know, woodwork, everything that's got to do with arts and culture related in class, in school, I was dominating. So that's where even the teachers, they eventually said, where's the prince of this class? So, you know, I now obtained that respect, and people started now to transferring that being ridiculed by their name into a respect way of summoning me or calling me. So that's how I won the name Prince. So now the Raven, some years later, maybe I think I was in my mid-20s, I saw a movie by Jim Carrey. And that movie was Bruce Almighty. I don't know if you know that movie, Bruce Almighty. So there was an anchor lady there that introduced herself. And I just loved the way she exotically introduced herself. Hey, the Ortega. You know, so I was like, oh, I love that. So then it was the surname. So I was like, oh, Prince Ortega, I love this. You know, so throughout the years, I was constructing an identity for a music appearance, you know, as a performing artist. So then I got Prince Ortega. So now where the Raven comes from. Then I was like, this name is too short, man. It doesn't have a full body. I've got the head, I've got the tail, but now where's the body? So as I was sitting, I remembered that I used to love these stories of the bird raven that they used to tell us back in the day. Our elders used to tell us about this raven bird. And I was like, this bird is like independent, you know, it does its own thing. And I collected up the stories, and now those stories inspired me, and I somewhat found myself becoming that kind of a character with that bird in terms of my hustle, you know, how I lived my life. And I was like, Yazin, let me put this raven in between. That's where Prince Raven Ortega came from. So it's basically my upgrowing, you know, how I grew up. Well, a lot of people know me as an house artist or an house vocalist musician. You name it. The quick beats and all. Though personally myself, as an artist, as a musician, as an author, I do not like to shackle myself, because you'll find me in other songs, I'm in the Afro beats, and you know, somehow I will be swinging in the hip hop songs. So I'm just a vocalist. Anything that sounds good to me and I feel like being vocally inclined with it, that's what I will do. You know, so I really, really do not like to shackle myself. But most of my songs, they are coming from Heavy K, Point 5, worked with the likes of Fed Cook Mahuta compilation album. I worked with Professor, Kalawa Jasmine. You know, I worked with international artists like Gaza 467, Ambe Cameroon, what's his other brother? I just forgot his name now, but he's also that side. So I've been a vocalist in terms of being vocally collaborating with other artists. So that's why I say I do not like to shackle myself in terms of putting myself in a genre. Then Prince is only going to be known as a genre, because I'm going to surprise you next week. I'm in a reggae beat, you know. So yeah, that's how I could respond to that one. In music, I didn't start it like everyone, like every time I like to explain. It actually started in church, my mother started this community group whereby there were children that act drama. There was a choir involved. There was boot dancing. I don't know if you are familiar with gumboots dancing. So my mom saw that, she identified from my side as one of the children that I'm very artistic. So she took me. I'm from siblings of, we are 5 in a family. I'm the second last born. So out of these 5 kids my mom's has, she took only this one, the black sheep of the family, which they call it. And she put this kid in all these departments of this, whatever she created. She will put me this week in the choir. Next week, she'll put me in the gumboot decks. Next week, she'll put me in drama classes. And everything she did, she would always make sure, and she will always make sure I excel in these classes. If not, I'm going to be punished if I go. If I don't hit a note, I'm in trouble after classes, So she really pushed me to a point whereby I knew that she always used to say that I cannot have a child of my own that goes to these classes and does not do good. So you must be an example. I must make an example of you in my classes. I was like, oh, this woman is putting a lot of pressure on me. But it was for the best. Then after some time in church, there was a request that could any one of the families give us one child to sing for that specific event which they had. And guess who called me? My mom's. So it was also a paying thing that they did. So they're going to give that specific family a specific amount of money. So initially, that was my first gig. And I think I was 8 years old that time. So I sang a song. I even remember the song that I used to sing that day. So I sang that song, and the congregation was like, wow, hey, this boy, he's got a very angelic voice. So that was my first paying gig that I heard about, and I was 8 years old. So I started music like that. So I saw the reaction that people gave me, and I loved it. Like imagine a church of, let's say, 5,000 to 6,000 people clapping their hands and standing. I was like, oh, okay, this feels good, and I want more of this. So I became, if I could so say, addicted to it. I wanted more. So as I grew older, I started writing new, stuff, and and the person that I always go to check me on however I was doing, was always her. So I would always, maybe later on in the years now, I will always go to the studio, create something, and I put headphones in her head to say, yeah, listen. Say, no, man, I'll be listening. And she will sit there, and I have a picture. I'll send you this picture so that you can see. The other day I came from Josie to back at home, and she was sitting and listening to one of my songs, most recent ones, Khasela, which I featured A.B. Crazy. Oh yes, I also had a song with A.B. Crazy and Professor Kalawa and 467, which is Gaza, including MSK and Mr. Lou. So that recent track, I made her listen to it, and she was like, nah. You know how your parent will never just give you that, thumbs up. She'll say, you needed work there, and your vocals, just for me, it was not. I was like, she always gave me that. So that's how I started, basically, music. It's because of what my mom's inspired me. Yes, I loved music. Yes, I was listening. When I grew up, they used to tell me that I used to listen to Tom Jones, all those other old artists. And they told me that I used to sing those songs word to word. I was like, no, guys, you're lying. They say, yes. They told me that I used to take a drumstick and I used to sing Michael Jackson song. And they actually told me that the first time I walked, I was listening to song, I'm back. That's when I started walking. My father was like, hey, this boy started. So basically my life went in through to music, and who I am today, it was somewhat 80%, or let me say 70% of my life, it was inspired by music. Moving in photography, remember now, as later goes by, the years went by, I then interested myself to come to the Big Apple. And our South African Big Apple is Johannesburg, Gauteng. So I tried to collect up some coins, and I told my mom, and that time I was still working for this dairy product factory somewhere in the Humansdorp in the Eastern Cape. So when Heavy K wanted to do some works with me, he then communicated with me, hey man, you must come to Josie. and we need to work. And that for me was like a big thing. Going to the Big Apple, I'm going to make it in music. So I was like, yeah, sure, why not? I'll even leave my work for this because this is my life. This is my love. So we planned a weekend. So I had to go to, I had to actually ask from work to give me a break a bit, or an off or leave of some sort. So I went to PE and I chilled there. And something happened with his side that he could not, respond to me. And I tried to call and he never answered. I was like, this guy now is frustrating me. And my leave days are finishing now because we spoke about 3 days, which is the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So I had only, since I was not working on Sunday, so I only had 4 days because I'm coming back maybe on Wednesday. I was like, hey, Monday is here. This guy's not picking up his work. On Monday late, another guy called me, which is Questa. We used to go to his studio. We used to use his studio for music. So he called me and said, my man, Heavy K is telling me that we need to postpone this thing. And he's kind of in the middle of something. I was like, what? You wasted my time only. You could have just told me this. And I got so angry. That time. So I decided, look, Yazin, I can do this myself. To hell with Heavy K. I'm going to do this myself. So I took my last monies, booked a bus. I had 2 phones. I sold one of my phones, and I decided, hey, let me just go. I'm gonna do this myself. I'm gonna be Prince Ravenwood. People are gonna know me because now remember, emotionally I'm angry because now AVK somewhat responded late to me, and now I was already in the game. My mind was already in there, and I'm coming to Josie. I'm gonna do this weekend. I'm gonna do this. So I left, took a bus. By the time I was somewhere in Bloemfontein, I realized, Eta, where am I going? Kashakash, like, who am I going to? Who's going to receive me in Jos? I never thought this one through. And then whilst I was in the bus, I started communicating to people in PE. Hey guys, I'm kind of stranded. I'm not stranded, but I'm telling them I'm stranded and I'm going towards Jos. And I'm trying to communicate with people back at home, the people that I associate myself with. Please look for me a person that I can actually come to and they will receive me so that I'm able, at least 3 months, I'll work my way through and I'm out of the way. Fortunately enough, there was a guy, a young boy. This boy looks up to me in music, Todd his name. He then called a guy that he knows that was living some years ago in Port Elizabeth, which is Quebec now. He communicated with him, says, hey man, Prince is coming. Could you please receive him? The guy had no problem. So then we exchanged my numbers. So once I was through and in the bus, I was communicating, don't worry, Prince, I'll receive you, Nan. So I was just slashing in and hammering the things. Don't worry, I'll be there for 3 months. And I said, no, don't worry, relax, chill. I got to Josie, MTN rank. First time I'm like, okay, I'm in the bed. I was not even nervous, funny enough, because I guess I've experienced a lot of ups and downs back at home that I was not even terrified of what I was supposed to be terrified in Jos. So in MTN rank, I'm waiting for the guy. I think I landed here at around about 7:07 to 8 o'clock in the morning. So I was chilling and I communicated with the guy. I say, okay, champ, I'm here. He says, no, I'm coming. It's fine. I'm coming. I've received your code sharp. So I wait. 7 hit. Okay, let me say 9 hit. 10. 11 struck. Midday struck. I communicated with the guy. Okay, are you still coming? No, don't worry. I'm chill. Don't worry, chill. I'm coming. Okay. I've gone for prayers later on that day. I made my prayers. 3 o'clock strike. This guy's not coming. 4:30 to 5 o'clock. I literally saw, I don't know the guy face to face, but as soon as I saw a guy coming, I already knew that was him. And by God, it was him. So I was like, yo. So I stayed from 8 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, only was able to come. So eventually he told me, good to know, the reason why I got so late, I didn't have transport money to come and pick you. I was like, guy, you could have just told me. I would have assisted in that. You are receiving me. You could have just told me, no, I didn't want to be, I was like, okay, no, it's fine. We went back home. The first thing, by the way, is that I had for eat in Josie was a quarter. So, and it was when I landed, I went home to this guy, and first it was about the music. Then I did some works with melody music and everything. Then somewhat I've realized with I think I need to be independent financially for this one here in this place of which is Johannesburg. So I pulled back a bit, and I got jobs. I started working as a security guard in Sandton, security guard in Naledi Mall. Then, as time went by, I started getting some royalties back from Samro, and fast forward, I found myself living here in Johannesburg. Even the building, I can see it from now where I am. I actually lived in that building for 8 months. It's an abandoned building where people just came and started living in there, and they built hankas there and boards to just live. And I found a place there somehow to live there for 8 months. I created it as a shack, but it didn't have a roof. So basically, I was living in the streets. So I did that for about 8 months, trying to get myself to have a place to live in Johannesburg that I can call myself. I can invite you, to chill in a sofa. But now I'm in that position. So 2020 came, lockdown, coronavirus. It hit hard. It really hit hard. Remember, I'm still trying to do my thing, So I then, because I was also selling some stuff as well, like food, quotas, I managed to open a shop somewhere in Main and End, also in Commissioner and Nugget. And I had one here in another tuck shop in Rochester building. So I really tried. But now lockdown came. It hit us all hard. And now I didn't have a financial backup to actually sustain myself business-wise. I only had a little bit to just take care of me and this duration in time that I need to survive. So I was like, what am I going to do? And I already had a camera, 550D, Canon 5 EOS different camera. And that camera I got from all these works that I was doing, trying to make ends meet there and there. And I got it from this other Zimbabwean brother of mine. He had a company called Zeke I1. His name is Zeke I1. He had a company called I1 Productions. So I was somewhat working along with him, helping him up with his event. So he saw that I used to like to touch the camera because there was no one that documented anything. So I took the camera. Why is there no one documenting? Where's the POE? So I was that person who used to. So he saw, and he had a lot of cameras, maybe 5 to 6 of them. So he gave me the oldest that he had. Said, man, here's a gift. Maybe you can play around with it. So, okay, right, sure. So 2020, I've got the camera, and I was bored to my wits. So I was like, living in Kensington, I want to walk around. So I had this bib that I had. So I told myself, let me pose as a media, ETV or what. Whenever the police comes, and that time there was no, what you call these things, permits, where you can go outside, we want a permit, So there hasn't gone to that time yet. So I told myself, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to pose as media, I'm shooting the MC streets of Johannesburg. And it worked. I don't want to lie. Police came, I was like, no, media man, sharp. I lied so many times and I got away with it. Till I came to Maboneng. And I saw this other brother, he's no more here now, he gone back, we call him Sira. One of our greatest characters that we have currently, that we had actually in the photographers here in Maboneng. So he met up with me and he said, hey man, come here, come chill with us. Started chilling with him, man. He knew me from the shops that I used to open, that I had. That day, some clients came. And there's a lot of people who stole time to come and just take pictures. People that had birthdays during that lockdown time. So they stole moments to come and just take pictures, professional pictures in Maboneng. And there was only him that was officially a photographer there. And I was just a guy who had a camera, who was not into photography. I just knew how to take a picture. That's all. And my color, I remember my coloring in my settings, they were just, hey, when you don't know nothing, they were just bad. So that day people came and they came in numbers. They got 4 groups and 16 individuals. And there's only one guy. And the guy said, hey, you come help me out. You got a camera, my man. And people also came to, hey, can we shoot today? I don't shoot because now I know I'm not a photographer. I'm not a street photographer in Maboneng, so I am not confident enough to take you a picture, my lord or my lady. So the guy said, hey, look, come here, give me your camera, let me set it for you. Then he set it for me, how he knows how to set it, because I was also trying to actually learn how to use the camera. So I started shooting. And Anditimos, as an artist, I know what I want to see from my picture. So I immediately, without being taught, I did this, I did that, So And I saw my first sale was about 260. I was like, wow. I was like, okay, oh, so I can make money here, you know. So I was like, okay, excited. But I stopped right then and there. I helped the guy out, but I made 260 from there. I went home and I bought myself a meal, you know, from just clicking on the camera. The next day I came, the guys welcomed me. He said, I know he's a good champ, come, he must be part of us. And that's how I became a photographer. And inspired by that and seeing things that every day I'm experiencing at the block, we call it the block, by the way, it's Fox and Kruger. We call it the block. So at the block, I learned a lot of things, you know, because I see a lot of different people walking by, you know, I get a lot of people who've got different minds, ideas. So I got inspired to open Branch Code. Branch Code now is a multimedia company that you can come and do your photography here with us, videography, anything that is media related. So that's what inspired. So I found Branch Code and I created Branch Code, and yeah, there we are. Now it's a professional thing. And funny enough, I've literally went to online courses, and now I'm finding myself now being this photographer that has certificates to show. And you know, I'm in there, you know, and I'm willing to grow, because I've even heard now from the experience that I have, which is about 3 to 4 years, I can go to Wits University and I can do my honors. I want to do my honors. And now since I'm leaving out the country and I'm going to the United States, that will mean that I can come back and do my PhD. I can be a doctor in photography. I was like, wow, what? Really? So I'm in there. I want to do this. And, you know, so that's where I became in photography. And to a point whereby the team that I have under my belt, they've seen my leadership skills, my management skills, the skills that I have for people, you know, communication skills, and they've decided to elect me as their leadership, as their representatives, as their president. You know, and that is the guys that I got in. Okay, let me put it to you like this. At the block, we've got the Circle Society. I got there, there were already people in it. So they were calling themselves the Circle Society and TCS. And the people that started this thing from inception, I think it was 2014, they started at 2014. So it was 4 individuals who started it. And each and every one started to come and ask. Then it grew as in numbers. Plus minus, we are 40 people right now that we are currently in at the block. Some people don't come in between the week, then they come in the weekends, and the ones that come during the week, they don't have time to come in the weekend. So yeah. So the TCS, the Circle Society, they've sat down and said, we like this character. We can utilize this character to benefit us and obtain respect for us. So we elect you as our president. And so that was an honoring thing to have, you know, from a person who's, I used to call myself the last born who came in before they closed the doors. Then the same time, they elected me as their president. So currently, as we speak, I'm the person that goes out and talk or listen, because we've got community meetings that we have within the precinct of Maboneng. We've got the MDA, which is the Maboneng Development Association. I'm one of the honorable members there. The community at large, you know, whenever they want to have some meetings, they call me now, currently, since I'm the president. They say, no, you must come and you've got a seat in the parliament. So come and sit here, you're representing the photographers. So yeah, that's how I started photography. Through all those trials and tribulations, trying it basically comes from inquisitiveness, trying to find out what is going on, how is the streets, how is the lockdown going. So that's why I always say I bumped into photography to a point whereby now I'm one of the photographers that do good works in the precinct. So I always say to my students that character, tolerance, if you want to be a street photographer, you have to have those things. Work on those things. Work on those characters, because you're going to meet up with different people. Some of them, they are nice. Some of them, they are not. Some of them, they are rude. Some of them, they don't always want to see you in front of them, you know. And we have to be able to be tolerant and understand that you will meet up with different people. Read psychology books, you know. Try to understand the human mind, you know, because it's going to help you. Remember, you are a street photographer, so you see mostly people than anything else or anyone else, you know, than anyone else. So you'll have to have all these in-depth information and knowledge that you can. I'm not saying read the whole book, you know. Me, I'm also lazy to read, but I like reading. But I'm not saying read. Just try to get to understand your basics of when you stand in front of a person, how can you, interest that person to take or to buy into your business as a street photographer with the minimum equipment that you have, and to convince that person otherwise. Because some of the people, like I meet up with people that they are in a rush, and there's things that you can say to make them turn and look at you. So that's the best advice that I can at least to give to one who's trying to, or who would love to become a street photographer, maybe in their areas. And another thing, don't just look at fancy places. Go straight to the areas that you are living in. Create something. Do something in your area so that you can actually make other people interested to also want to do whatever you are doing, which is street photography. Yeah, that's another thing that I also want to inspire other upcoming photographers or street photographers, because a lot of times we only see the glitz and the glamours of the areas, but we forget with our areas, we can change our areas to become that what we see every day. Bring media to your area, put lights, talk to the government, let them, if you're living in Katlehong, get a sign of Katlehong, do something, you never know what it can do. As long as you're carrying a camera, you said you want to be a street photographer, you've got a camera, you're street photographing. Yeah. AI, for some, it is a big assistance. For some, it is not even known. Let's not even, some people don't even know this AI in street photography. Some of them, they don't know about this. So it will depend on the knowledge first. About this. And what would you like to do with your street photography? How would you like to map out your street photography? How would you like to portray your street photography? So if there's any assistance that you would love to get, like for example, the example that you made, which best places in Johannesburg that has got beautiful parks? Then you take that. Then I'm assisted by AI, So it depends on what, as a photographer, a street photographer, or a photographer in general, what would you like to use that AI for, Yes, I hear about people saying that, AI is doomsday for photographers. Yeah, well, musicians as well, Yeah, well, no, I'm confident that there's people out there that are legitimately loving the authenticity of an artist. I believe someone, yes, they are lazy people. They just want their quick, fast, their AI. But I believe there's people out there that want the original art. I believe there's people that will want to go out there and see live band played. I had a live band here in Moscow some time ago, and it was the owner was almost teary. My lord, have you been to a live show? It's so emotionally, the guys, not guys actually, they were girls actually. It was a band of girls. They played so beautifully. I was the photographer that time. I was standing like this watching them. Someone had to remind me, hey, shoot. I was like, as a musician, I was in tune. I was like there. So I believe in anything artistically that we have, for street photography, musician-wise, musical, there's always those people out there that they want that, that vavavoom, that authenticness of whatever we portray up as artists. I would love them to check out Uhlasela, I would like them to check out Uhlasela. That's where I speak really from my soul there in that song. There's another recent one as well that is called Recently. That's my latest release. It's also, you can get it on YouTube. It's called Amusika with AMUSIK. Amusika. Yes, it's under Branch Code. You can check it out there. That song also speaks right from the soul. And there I'm only speaking about music. But when you listen to it, you would swear that I'm speaking about a person. I've gotten to realize in that sound that I've lived through my life, and the only thing that kept me going was music. Whenever I had a bad day, I just made a hymn of some sort, I'll toodaloo in the bathroom, And it always used to just generate some positive vibes in me, and I'm good for the day. Even if I had a bad day, which I do, I'm human too. You know, I'll sit there and I'll just sing, Musica, I love the way you make me feel, I feel okay. You know, that's one of the lyrics of the song. So I've done that track, and I wanted it to be like a verse in my Bibles where I can go back, like a John 3 verse 16 type of vibes, you know, that you will always go through to motivate you, to inspire. So out of all the songs that I've done, I picked that one specifically to be that one whereby when you look into it, my work, you'll select this one and you'll understand what this one comes from and what it is. Normally when I take a picture, when I'm working, obviously I will have to entice the client. So it's very rare for me to sing. So the only things maybe that you would get from me is what I say, for example, cross your legs, run like this, very good, perfect, lovely. Those are the things maybe you would somewhat hear from me when I'm actually on the block, you know. And sometimes I will say, you did it very nice, I swear to God, you know. I like to impersonate myself as an Italian type of, so people can just laugh. So what, I didn't expect this, you know. So I always engage with the people humorously, you know, so that they can feel comfortable. So I guess that's the sounds that I can give out to people so that they know, because I'm the only one who does such things there at the block, you know. So that's the sounds I can give. One picture. Kanikume namhlanje. Kanikume namhlanje. Kanikume namhlanje. Kanikume. Ngikume. Kan support kufana nithethe English. Support. Wandela ukukhuma. Like it was cloud 9. Let's have a look. Let's. Number. Even the babies, yeah. Jongitanas, man, jongitanas. Jongitanas. Masenze nje esi1 inonke lisekhulu izani ke masenze izani zanumela la thatha nesiphatha senu isondeze la Maru kumilikana alikuwa netu hands. Put the candle in the body. What's that? Lovely. Yes. Of course. I love it. I swear to God.
Yo, we go again and again. It's Muddy Zebra alongside Alone. We have to make it from a river again and again. It's a Muddy Zebra again. So we bad than them. Muddy Zebra bad, me say badder than them. The Muddy Zebra tough, me say tougher than them. Because of the people jumping, this is my style. I never give it up.
Okay.
Style.
Oh, my full name is Zebedia Munikwa. Zebedia Munikwa. My family is not an artist family. Artists just are born with it in my heart and in my brain. They're just born an artist. That's how I born. There's no any artist to my family. It's only me. I born in Zambia, but my mother and father are Zimbabwean. Yeah, so now I was from Zimbabwe to come here to South Africa. What made me to move to South Africa is because of the arts. The arts I do, they belong to be here. So the things I do, all of them, like I can stay to my country, but the art, it's all about here. It's where we can sell our art, like to take care for ourselves and what we do. To study art in Zambia when I was young. Yeah, to just do creating like all my wire things, as you can see, like these butterflies. And then I meet my friend Alon as well. And then we start to collaborate, and then we make these stones as well. As you can see in this tiger here, that's what we do as well. And then to uplift the people that do art, to help them to find good place where they can manage to do their things nice. Like just the way you find us here. And you see, remember when I meet you in the road, I thought you were a tourist, you want to buy art, and then I talk to you. And then I bring you here. As you meet Peace and Kelvin, they are the people the one I bring when I open this space. Yeah, to make a name and to help people that doesn't know how to do art, and to small kids, the ones that are growing right now. So me, I'm not only into art as well. Even flowers is my art. You see, when we come to flowers, I design flowers as well to teach the kids how to grow the flowers, how to plant things. And we have a small farm there in Best Valley where we do things, and we're having another one in Ellis Park here next to Incommon Tax Rent. But they took it for us because of wasn't a good place. Wasn't having electricity, no water, no everything. And then now they suggest to just, because of the games, now there is games, like, you know, there's rugby games in the Ellis Park Stadium, and then it's how they take us that place. Until now we went to Best Valley, to another place, the one we do plants as well. We take care for dogs, cats, in nature, you know what we do. So it's all about creation of himself, Father God, to uplift the kids, and even as we put the hands. Doesn't mean if I say we help the kids, I'm rich, I'm not rich, but to put that hand together to help the community, to make the community, to teach them how to do what we do and how we do things. Yeah, I was, but when I was growing up, I was a musician. I like to sing and dancing. That was my thing. But through singing and dancing is that I started to motivate myself to sing drawings, sing stones, see everything for art. You see, like me, like now, I know many things how to do with hands. I can do sandals, I can do leather belt, I can do whatever in art, because it's been a while I'm in this industry, meeting people, teaching them, me learning from them, you know. So that's who I am as Zebe, yeah. Yeah, I just started in school. I used to see people sing. Me, I used to like, if you know the group called Chris Cross. If you remember Chris Cross, you remember all this, Snoop Dogg, Tupac. I used to watch all those things. You see, Coolio, all those things. They used to inspire me, like to
to sing and to start to be, I thought like when I grow up, I can be like more than even like those people. So even now I'm still fighting to be like them because I'm still in the art. I sing and then I do art as well. What I built first, I started into leather creation, leather. I started to make sandals to take out, the tie for the car. I can take out that rubber and then I take some leathers and then I create that sandals. That was my first creation. Yeah. And then I get to next creation and then I come to the belts. After belts, it's how now I come to the wire work. As you can see, wire work, beading, wire work. And then I meet Alon and then we collaborate again to the stones as well, as I tell you. Like this thing, that's the one that take too much time. Like when we're doing stones with Alon, I always see it's, because we have to grind them, we have to have time, you see. So that's the hardest work I know when I'm doing things as well. In art, when I say like as a man, there's no difficult to do because everything is in my mind and I'm connected into that. So when I just see the thing, I have to do it. Yeah, this one, as you see, this one is a bed. As you see, the bed is like doing like this. As you see, this is a face for a person. And same like those ones, we see the loving couple, they're on the picture. And we come to this tiger. This is a big, we call it metal stone, metal, what is this? We call it metal tree. That's the one we use to make this. Yeah, so if you're making something like this, you must know you can just spend it in maybe something like, 3 days. Once you start to create it before you put the beads. You start to design this person and this. You design him and then you start to put in beads. You start designing the Africa. You design the bow without the beads and then you put in the beads. So it's how, and then we buy them the beads like, the packet is something like a 50 rand. So like this can just make you see there are different beads. So I can't finish maybe one packet, you see, but maybe it's half a packet. But if you see here, maybe I finish maybe two packets already. And then I have to find another one again to create, to put the face and the black. Yeah, I'm still trying, but now I started to hip hop until when I meet my uncle, when I was going to do the art things there, I started to change and then I started to sing reggae. And then now I'm in love with reggae music. That's what I'm experienced with. That's what I'm doing, reggae, raga. And I can sing even hip hop as well. But for now I'm into reggae things. That's now where I get inspired, is nice inspiration on the music. Yeah, I can't say I know what separates reggae to hip hop, but what I know is all of it is just the form of music. But now what separates reggae and hip hop, reggae is so much conscious. You understand? Reggae is so much conscious, it brings you to the world that you can learn more things. Because hip hop is there again, but you see it's all about bring, it's all about money, it's all about guns, it's all about, so it's all about that in music. So you choose where you can be better, because you can be rich now and then you die tomorrow. You know what I mean? So reggae, yeah, you can be rich, but you can't be that show off too much like people they do. Reggae, it's all about lyrics, and it's all about the message, what they sing there, you understand? So that's what keeps me to come again to be an artist, trying again in another way. Yeah. Yay, those things they even kill me, you see. That is the thing, even we separate reggae into hip hop. Because you see what did it do is killing all the artists to make them crazy, you see. And when we call that, what we call is, which is PD, is sort of a satanist, the way he's treating people and the way he's doing his things. Because you can't just sleep with all men in life, but there's too much women, And that's why even me, I love reggae. Because reggae, we say, as we don't know like no batty boy, So batty boy is, you live on your way, Rasta live to his way. So that's why even, like the way you ask me first, like, how did you separate reggae and hip hop? It's all about those kind of vibes, like what you're asking me now, like PD, what he's doing to the people around. That is not good. Because we have to uplift the youth to shine up bright, that Jah is giving us the light each and every time, something like that. So Jah is the most one. Jah is the most important. We say God is the most important in everything. So that's what we say, is the one guiding us. So when God guide you, you mustn't do evil things because you are mixing things now. You see? So you have to say, God, when He guide you, just do the way it is, because we need to survive. We need more days to survive. You understand? So if you do bad, you can't survive long. But if you do good, what we prosper, we know we survive long. Yeah, me, if I tell you I'm not Rastafari, me, I'm African Rasta. If I say African Rasta, yeah, as they say, like in Jamaica, they believe in Selassie. You understand? But me, I born in Africa. I believe to the Creator. The Creator who create the earth, who create everything. The Creator who give us water, who give us mountains, who give us too much rivers and too much seas and the bush, you know what I mean? So that's what I follow. But in the music, as we go, Selassie helped as well. So I can't call Selassie God. I call him, he's a prophet for Rasta. So even when I'm singing, I can call Selassie, Emmanuel I Selassie Ija Rastafari. You understand? But me, I'm an African Rasta, as I know myself. Because me, I believe in my spirit. I have a totem. My totem is lion. In my language, they call it Shumba. You understand? So I can't lie to people that me, I don't eat meat, or I don't do this, I don't do that. Me, I speak the truth as an African Rasta, spiritual Rasta. And I mean meat. Because Rasta is all about love and helping the people. Just like what I'm doing, that's me, you know. I help people. I'm not rich, as I say, but my mind and my heart is to help people. As you see, even the artist, I tell you, when I meet you, what I do, I bring them here. There were not anyone here, but for the fight of the works, even Aaron, the works to come here to support artists, you know. That's what I'm doing right now. What can I say for xenophobia? Xenophobia is all about for people that never been to school. You understand? People that doesn't know other African people. People they want the just nothing I can say about it, because it's all about bad and to just kill another African brother. You understand? But us, as we're born, we can't kill an African brother for no reason. Because of this, they're making xenophobia, what. But us, we live with them, and us, we never run away for it. When you come to us, we show you again that us, even where we're from, we're Africans. Because here, it's all about South Africa. It's for each and every one. You understand? So, them when they take it like it's their own. No, it's Africa. That's why they say South Africa. You understand? It's for everyone who can come and do his things. You see? So it's all about one love, but then this one, the one that creates xenophobia, it doesn't have one love. Because it's all about, when it comes to xenophobia, to rob you, if they find you with in the streets, you are having cameras, they take everything. So what is that? As we belong to work, come here to work, and then to teach their kids again to be big people, to be artists, to know. You understand? To clean for them even the dirt breaches, as we can stay in a dirty place, we clean it. The kids, they come, start to playing there to the place. To build love, to show them that no, all from us, we work hard for life. We don't play for life. We don't play with life. Yeah, that one affect us for that time. But for now, what I can say, they fix it now. We see electricity is always there. As I come here, I never see electricity going or what. I can't say like something like that. But I know there's other time we know we're going stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. We're working hard like that because we know we're artists, nothing we can do. And then now we see like things they are better now. So we just say thank you, Father God, for everything as well as we are living, you know. Yeah, like with Aaron, we have, because this work, we need something like electricity to grind it, to do something, even something like this one, we need electricity, you see, the machine to do all this kind of work, you see. So machine we need. But for now, Aaron, we're staying is where we grind everything. Sometimes we can do with hand, but after hand, we need to grind this thing to be smooth. You see, like the way it is smooth. That's the machines we use, like with the brass. Hey, lockdown was very hard, my brother. Lockdown was very hard. Well, like, you know, lockdown was very hard. Because we couldn't even now, until now, what I'm saying, we never pick up for lockdown. Until now, we are trying to pick up. Because you see, when we are working, we have to buy the stones, we have to buy the beads again, you have to pay rent where you're staying. And art, you know, we don't sell every day. Art, you can't sell every day. Like, you know that monthly, you can leave enough money. Maybe you can sell once in a month. And then that month again, once in a month. That's why we even like our spaces, like the one, you know, even rent you can't pay. You understand that the way we are working here, they are helping us, you know. So if we can be alone, we can't even manage even to pay this kind of rent. Because you're gonna say one piece, maybe 1,000 a day. At home, you don't have food again. You understand? So what you're gonna do? You wanna smoke? We also smoke weed. You smoke ganja. You wanna smoke ganja. You wanna buy food. Kids home again. They are looking for something. You see, like me, my family. They grow up. They are big now. You understand? So sometimes you can't even afford to send them because of that corona. Because we never pick up. But before corona, things they were fine. You can send even 5,000 home, 10,000 for them. They pay school fees and everything, you know. But now you can't. It's maybe 1,000. In 1,000 days, there we use US dollars. So 1,000 days in US dollars, small man. But we are just trying through the powers of God. As God always helping us. For those who are me, I like the way they work. And it's good the way they work. I like it. They must do it. And then us here, we can do whatever we're doing as well. God is blessing even small, but we can earn something for it, to do whatever we can do, and to buy our materials again. Our paints, as you can see, we have paints there, you know. So just thank you, God, for everything. We don't cry like kids, but life will be going and going and going. The kids, they even like me. Yeah, boys, that's why they were coming to my place. My place was a Dodge place. But the kid, they couldn't come. The place was Dodge, looking a sad place, but they were coming there to come and see me every day, to water the flowers, to learn. They go back to their places, they come. They were coming to learn from me. That's what I can tell you. Boys, you can see when they come, they'll be asking, can we use this paint? Can we paint? Can we do? Or you see, yeah, can we water the flowers? Can we give the food water? The dogs. Can we give the dogs food? Yeah, can you see? So something like that, they were taking care, like on my premise, like even me, I was feeling nice. To see kids is something nice, even to me, even now. You understand? To calm them, I don't call them, but they calm themselves to come and see Rasta. Well, number one, to the kids, I always tell them to grow nice. Yeah, the kids, they mustn't be gay. You understand? I was telling the kids, you mustn't be gay. You guys must grow nice. Listen to your parents, what they teach you. School time. You understand? When you come here, you must know here is Sunday. And then here, you know, here 5 o'clock exactly, you have there to your place. That's how I used to play with them, you know. So they know that, no, Rasta used to teach us something nice. Yeah. And me, I believe so. Even now, I have them. They even come here. Even now, I have 2. The one I know that this one, they even come here. They still need more motivation. You know. Even now, we have some of them. I can show you 2. The one they know that when we are to Rasta, we teach us something nice. The sound we're gonna give to the world is marimba sound for now. That's what we can do. And then maybe one song or something, the brother playing marimba, and then we just make a song. That was gonna be nice. Yeah, that's what's gonna be nice. You see, all right. So we can play the marimba to make everything nice for us, for the sound, for the people. We show the love to the people. That's for the music for now. Me, I'm gonna just put some lines. I put some lines, and then my brother plays the marimba, and then we make the sound. Nice one, my brother.
We say we bad,
Nice
we
one.
badder than them. Mad is a bad, me say badder than them. Mad is a tough, me say tougher than them. But when I come and make me say me blow this, because all the people jumping, this is my style. I never give it up in this raga style. The raga style in my life every day. We say we bad, so we badder than them. We say we tough, we tougher than them. We say we bad. We badder than them. Again and again, pan marimba again, in Aaron again. We do it again. All the people have to know we never give it up again in this life, and then we have to live again. So we have to do what we do in life again. All the people, we never fight them. No matter them, they'll be fighting us. As we never fight them. We never say it's some of them a follow us, we never follow them. Everything we do, they just want to confuse our skill. As our skill is protected by the most high. Everything we do, we have to do it up again. Me say we bad, we badder than them. Imagine zebra bad, me say badder than them. Imagine zebra tough, me say tougher than them. When I come and make me say me blow the speakers. All the people jumping, this is our style. We never give it up in this raga style. Miss we badder than them. Badder than them. We say we tougher than them. We tougher than them. When you come and make me say we blow the speakers. All the people jumping, this is our style. We never give it up in this raga style. The raga style in our life every day. We say we bad, we tough, we do what we like on the music style. We never give it up and then to the pandemic. We never give it up and then to sing pan the crowd. All the people know, so we tougher than them. When you come and make me say we blow the speakers. All the people jumping, this is our style. We never give it up in this raga style. And then we laugh how we born, and then we laugh how we look, and then we laugh till everything going fine in our life. Emmanuel life, Selassie I, Rastafari. Yes sir. Yeah man. Alright. Keep rolling. Smoke the herbs in your meditation. You again we keep rolling. We keep rolling. Smoke the herbs in your meditation. You again we keep rolling. We again we smoke it in the morning, so we smoke it in the afternoon. We smoke it every time because this our Cali weed. Everywhere we go, we carry it in our pocket. Our ladies, they'll be crying for it, me say chronic. We smoke it, the pan, the Bema Valley, the ice gray. So we smoke it, so we smoke it, so we smoke it, pan the ras to ras. Ganja, qualification, itakuti uwene meditation. Uzize, uwene education, yamangwana uzoa one inspiration. Ganja, qualification, itakuti uvene meditation. Uzize, uvene education, yamangwana uzoa one inspiration. Keep rolling, smoke the herbs in your meditation. Ayo again we keep rolling. We keep rolling, smoke the herbs in your meditation. You again we keep rolling. We smoke it in the morning, so we smoke it in the afternoon. We smoke it every time because this our Cali weed. Everywhere we go, we carry it in our pocket. Our ladies, they'll be crying for it, me say chronic. We smoke it the pan the Bema Valley, high grade skunk. So we smoke it, so we smoke it, so we smoke it, so we smoke it, so we smoke it pan the ras to ras. If ganja purification, itakuti uwene meditation. Uzize uwene education, yamangwana uzuwa une inspiration. If ganja purification, itakuti uwene meditation. Uzize uwene education, yamangwana uzuwa une inspiration. Keep rolling, smoke the herbs in your meditation. You again we keep rolling. We keep rolling, smoke the herbs in your meditation. You again we keep rolling. Again, we smoke it in the morning, so we smoke it in the afternoon. We smoke it every time because this our Cali weed. Everywhere we go, we carry it in our pocket. Our ladies, they'll be crying for it. Me say, we smoke it the pan the Bema Valley, high grade. We smoke it, so we smoke it, so we smoke it pan the ras to ras. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
honestly speaking, that didn't really. So I tell you, the Indian background is totally against this whole, because most of the diet and things like that, like I said, it's mostly fast, like, deep fried things. So hence why our cultural background has cholesterol, diabetes, things like that there. So ideally, like, you gotta invest in your health, but what it boils down to is, if you don't put in the effort, then you're bound to get sick. And with my family history, like most of my family has, like I said, diabetes, cholesterol, arthritis, and things like that there. So if we have to start eating clean, eating or training, it doesn't have to be so much on the physical side, but just doing some form of movement to keep the blood circulation happening is actually right here. So I'm actually a qualified civil engineer and project manager. So growing up, it was always a typical Indian background where either doctor, lawyer, accountant, engineer, and then I've done that. But my passion, since I was overweight growing up, because due to all the like deep fried foods and things, led me to make that change. Because I mean, there's no point in working in the industry and being miserable, whereas I'd rather help someone make a difference in my lives. So once I actually got into the fitness industry, and then you start seeing changes in your body, you start feeling more confident about yourself. You automatically get more motivated to take yourself to the next level when it comes to these competitive careers. So I've actually only done my first show when I turned 30. I said, instead of buying something materialistic, let me invest in my health and pursue this bodybuilding career. So for me, it was actually like, since I'm an exercise specialist and sports conditioning trainer, I believe in discipline and also leading by examples. So that means basically, I can't put my clients through something if I haven't experienced it for myself. I got to understand what people go through mentally and also physically. When it comes to being a specialist, we also work with like hormones and things like that. So you got to make sure that everything is well regulated and guided. So when I went into this competition, I turned 30, so it was my 30th birthday present to myself. And I just got bitten by the bug. Like I didn't expect to win. I said, I'm going in, it's me versus me. It's about improving my life. I won the men's fitness model category, I won the men's physique, and I took the overall title for my first show. Last year, I won the Mr. Universe show in Italy. I represented South Africa across. And, I was supposed to take a break, so I said, let me go to the off-season and focus more on building. But then I got news that South Africa is actually hosting the Mr. and Miss Universe show, first time ever. So I'm like, it's right at my doorstep. There's not much costs involved in comparison to, like, you're working with euros. So I said, why not? Let's give it a shot. The prep 6 months, I would say, I actually only started like my whole cutting phase, say 10 weeks out. But prior to that, you're in your bulking phase where you got to try and pack on as much muscle mass as possible. Your training is not as intense in the sense of you're not training frequency, you're physically training once a day, maybe 5 times a week, 4 times a week, depending on how, what your diet is looking like. And then as you get closer, then that's when all the changes have to start. Maybe you might have to do 2 sessions a day, 3 sessions a day, depending on how much body fat you're actually carrying. So the key to the off season is to try and maintain as much quality weight as possible, because no matter what, you'll always gain some form of fat. But if you're eating clean, then you'll minimize that there. So there's less work. Hence, most people do 16-week cuts. But because I'm always keeping myself naturally lean, I've only needed 10 weeks, if not less. So when it comes to the costs involved, like, no one sees what happens behind the scenes. Like, they just see that before and after photo. So the food itself, you're spending on average about, say, okay, I'm a small guy, so I'm spending about maybe $4,500 on food just on myself. And then you got your other essentials that you gotta, see to as well. So, it was quite difficult in the sense of trying to get sponsors. Considering that, unfortunately, the sports and agriculture department doesn't see this as a sport in the sense of like rugby, cricket, and soccer. So, thinking that I won the KZNs, I won essays, I went to Italy and I represented the country, and I won the Mr. Universe title there. Thinking that people will actually see this guy got potential, so why not invest? But unfortunately, the difficult part was actually trying to get sponsors. So, I think that when it comes to the posting and things, it's not for everyone, but it is a posting affair, and you have to have the right support structure going into this type of career. Yeah, so the last 4 weeks, it's really crucial. I mean, yes, you're eating far less, but there's specific types of food that you have to eat, and timing plays a major role when it comes to this, because you can have issues with water retention, and ideally automatically that will hide your definition and things. So you got to learn how to manipulate between either carb cycling or ketogenic plan. And in the last week, which is our peak week, then you sodium loading, water loading. Some people do a water cut, some people do a water load. It works differently for all the different athletes. At the moment, my general go-to, because I'm training 3 times a day, so I do my morning cardio fasted. All I do is have my probiotic, prebiotic, and my black coffee in the morning. I'll end up doing about 45 minutes to an hour. Then I try and get in like another 2 or 3 meals before I do my weighted session, just so I have more fuel. But of course, before warming up, it's more like your dynamic stretches. So resistant bands, trying to introduce, depending what muscle retargeting, maybe some body weight exercises just to prevent injury overall, yeah. And the cool down is more like, so your static stretches, so, to help to loosen out your hips, because as you're packing on more muscle, you end up losing mobility, and that's something that you don't want, because when it comes to being on stage, you have to be a bit mobile and flexible in the sense of you have a 1 minute close down. So if you're too robotic, everything is not gonna flow and be in sync. So it's that's your stage, that's your moment to shine, and you gotta have everything just naturally and gradually sink into each movement. So everyone's body is different, there's so many different types of diets. So you get keto, like a ketosis, which is basically high fats, moderate protein, bare minimal carbs, which you're pretty much getting from your vegetables and things. Then you get your carb cycling, where you have your low carb days and your high carb days, so your body has the natural refeed. Then you get your intermittent fasting, where people do 16 hours fast, and then they got an 8-hour window, so they have to try and get their macros in. So it all depends on your lifestyle. That's what it boils down to. Personally, I do, my last meal for the night is about, say, 9 o'clock, 9:30. And then my first meal is at about, say, 7:30. So if you look at it, it's technically slightly on an intermittent fast, because I do my fasted cardio in the morning. But everyone's different. Some people prefer to actually have a meal before and going and doing their cardio, because there's so many different mythologies behind, okay, if you have protein before you do your cardio, this is what's going to happen. If you don't, this is what's going to happen. But I think each for their own when it comes to that perspective. Unfortunately, it all depends on how much work you put in the off season. That determines how much work you got to put in when you're going into the show. I would say from 10 weeks to about 10 weeks out, I'll have possibly 1 or 2 cheat meals a week, one on a Wednesday, one on a Sunday. But the cheat meals is more like something that I can actually utilize rather than on the sugary side, where you're just gonna get that quick fix and then boom, you get that drop. I generally go for sushi, so I'll have maybe 40-50 pieces of sushi in one helping. Or if I want to have a braai and things like that there, I'll just eat, you start off with your sausages, then you got your meat, then you got your spatchcock chicken, and then your ribs. So that's what's my general go-to, something that's not on my current eating regime. My mindset has always been, it's you versus you. So each time I enter a show, it's about improving yourself. And, going into Italy, I've never been intimidated by the bigger guy, considering the fact I've been on a winning streak. I never had a loss to my knee. So I've beaten guys that were 15 kilos heavier than me, 20 kilos, 30 kilos heavier than me. So in my sense, I believe that the condition actually needs size. And then, of course, the criteria that you got to match on stage. So they look at your posing, from your dress code, your tan, how you actually carry yourself. So going to Italy, it was I really, I did the best I could possibly do. And whatever happens there, I got that 3 to 5 minutes on stage. I'm just going there to have a blast. So I've always followed the Olympia and things like that there. So my go-to has always been Chris Bumstead. In fact, the Olympia is happening actually this weekend as we speak. So, it's just that art behind it, that posing, the symmetry, that confidence. Growing up, like I said, I was overweight, so automatically you don't have that. I had low self-esteem, and by actually improving myself, that's what motivated me to, let me just try this out. And then you see these role models growing up. I mean, we used to read like what was it, Men's Health magazine, and you see it. It's like, can I actually get there? Can I possibly be there? And then, boom! Before you know it, dreams do come true. I was on the radio. I was in multiple newspaper articles. I was in a good few fitness magazines as well. So, my goal and intention actually is to inspire the youth, and not just the youth, but all forms, like, whether the elderly and things like that, because we have athletes that are 70 years old, 80 years old, still competing, and you got to have respect for people like that there. Now, us, the youngsters, we always, like, unfortunately, like, full of excuses when it comes to, oh, no, I got no time, or we're too worried about the materialistic items, or we just, like, until the doctor tells you, you got a few days left to live, unless you change your whole cycle around. By that time, you're like, YOLO, whatever happens. So I actually got also inspired by one of our athletes. His name is he's IBFF Pro Max. Is in a wheelchair, and I thought to myself, here I am. I have all my limbs, I have full function. What's my excuse? When I saw that man there, the dedication, the sacrifices that he has to make, it's far more difficult, for people like that there. And then I was like, that's what actually took me to, like, said, let me take that leap of faith and see what happens from there. Okay, so when I did my first show, our world president, Arnie Williams, he basically saw me on stage. He saw the confidence I had, and because I did two different categories, he actually told me, you know what? So the first lineup I did was the men's physique, which is basically with ward shorts. I come with my legs, because it's also a stereotype thing where, Indians don't train legs, so it's always upper body. So when I put on that black hot pants and he saw my legs, and for me personally, growing up, family will always pick on your legs, and they'll be like, oh, let's see your legs. For a white man to come and tell me you have beautiful legs, that just boosted me to the next level. And he's like, this category is for you, and I definitely see you winning at a world stage. And I listened, I followed, I pursued it, and hence I won the Mr. Universe title in Italy last year. When it comes to the bodybuilding industry, I say that, baby steps. Take baby steps. Don't rush into anything. First things first, look at a holistic approach. If you're sleeping 4 hours, try and get 6 to 8 hours. That plays a big vital role when it comes to, like, your hormone and body regulation. If you're eating unhealthy, make smaller changes, because if you're going to go, like, all in, sometimes life happens and then boom, you crash. You need your body to slowly adapt to these changes overall. You need to possibly also get someone who is passionate to guide you, so like a coach and things. Someone who has experience, not just, oh, look at me, I got abs, so that he must know what he's doing. You got to see his portfolio, his background, and make sure that it is, like, genuine, because you have a lot of guys out there, and like I said, skinny guys who have abs, but they haven't stepped on stage. They don't understand what it means to actually put your body through this type of, I would say, endure this type of torture. It is quite nerve-wracking, because there's a few things that you got to consider. Like, as you get closer, social life dies down a bit, family life, has to take a little bit on the back seat. You're restricted in the sense that you're, you got to eat one specific meal throughout the entire day, things like that there. So it's a lot of strain mentally. Physically, I think when you're in the gym, you walk in there with the foul mood. Once you're actually in there and you actually see that body transforming, then, also it helps to release endorphins, which is the happy hormone. So you feel good. And I always tell my clients personally, you know what, this is our AA. This is our rehab. We all got issues. Come and blow off your steam over here. So I tell people, honestly speaking, when it comes to bodybuilding, just slowly, slow, steady, and you'll know when the time is right. The thing is, when people, like I said, people just see the before and after photo. So they don't see the effort. And the minute you see someone that is like super shredded, they're like, boom, steroids. But, you can take all the steroids we want. But if you don't put the effort in when it comes to your sleeping, your diet, your training, you're not going to get the results you want. Yes, the steroids and things like that, they could be, it definitely an aid, you know. I would say that if you're going to compete internationally and things like that, you have to keep up with the standard, the norm. Otherwise, you're not going to really place anywhere. Unfortunately, like also like with me, I try and I do a lifestyle type of approach for my people. So I show them like, you know, a balance of everything. So it's sometimes you get the guys who are a little bit funny and they be like, oh, no, he's skinny. But meanwhile, no, it's not skinny. It's like 2% body fat sitting at about, say, 68, 69 kilos of muscle. But this is what you got to do to get to that stage level in my type of division. So my current goal, I'm currently at an amateur. So I look to hopefully become a pro in my division. Hopefully the lineup does become a pro next year. Then, you know, with that being said, at least I might be the first pro for my division in South Africa. So I'm actually chasing that. Vision-wise, I also want to have my own like wellness center, health center. When I say wellness, it's not just a gym. It's looking at, like I said, the holistic side from a physio to a doctor to a chiro. Over time, like I've been in the industry for over 10 years now, so I've built a good network of people who are genuine and actually want to aid and help people, you know, better themselves. So, God willing, I'm giving myself about, say, the next 3 to 4 years to actually have that established. So that's like, for example, you get your in-body shot, which basically scans like your entire body. From there, it will tell you, okay, your left side to your right side, what's the differences, deviations. It's good. Also, it gives you a full analysis of your body fat percentage, your bone density, your muscle mass ratio. And of course, the more muscle you have in your body, the faster your metabolism. So you got to apply that with your current regime. I mean, you got your smartwatches, for example, that track how many calories you burn depending on what you're doing. All that you got to take into consideration when it comes to training, because there's so much of a good thing is bad. And the same thing I tell people is, you'd rather do a solid 40 to 45 minutes workout than going and being in the gym for 3 hours straight and you're getting into a catabolic phase and you're actually doing more harm than it would to your body. Ideally, that is, they say, okay, you're training, that's when you're building muscle. That's wrong. When you eat, yes, the macronutrients are utilized to build, repair damaged tissue and things, but you're maximizing on proper recovery when you're in that sleep mode. That's when all your hormones, everything that you ate throughout the day is actually being fully functional and optimized to maximize on your gains in the return. So I would say even your hormones, because remember, you're putting stress on your body, and what happens? Cortisol, all that there. You're dealing with your general day-to-day, like you're working, you know, issues. All that plays a major role when it comes to hormones. So if you don't get that quality sleep, I would say about 6 hours, 8 hours for me is pushing it. Personally, I get about, say, 4.5 hours, but I try and get that power nap around midday in between clients, seeing clients and things. So I got this Mr. Universe show so happening in South Africa. I want to do it in my hometown and also prove to myself that, that it wasn't just a fluke. The fact that I went to Italy and I won that fight over there, like I said, the social media, people are like, you got lucky, So it's also just to motivate myself, encourage myself to, like I said, it's about improving yourself overall. But at the same time, the naysayers also give you that little extra spark just to be like, super, just cut it over there. That's always been like my life, like principle, discipline in all aspects. Like I've been fasting this entire duration, and people tell you, how you fasting and you're building muscle or cutting and surviving and things like that. I was like, it's mind over matter. That's what it boils down to. So you gotta learn to adapt. Unfortunately, with from my background and things, like there's a lot of prayers and religious beliefs and things we gotta do and follow, and that's also a discipline. It's like how you have to eat breakfast every single day or lunch every single day. It's also a discipline. If you miss it, you miss it. You gotta sleep for 6 to 8 hours. That's also a discipline. So family, if you have family life, you also gotta allocate time for that day. Your social life with friends, you gotta have a fine balance between every day. And I believe that with me personally, the fasting has given me that center of gravity, in the sense of my mind is at peace. I have a sense of direction. I know what I'm working towards. And that's also kept me, I would say, mentally stable, because you do have your moments where you just don't feel like, it's like you wake up one morning and you're like, why? Why am I putting myself through this? Why am I doing this? But then, of course, your support structure is like my wife, my family, my clients. They see such great potential in me, and then that's what just keeps me going. And I mean, I want to inspire everyone. And like I said, I'm not the biggest guy, but I want to teach our youngsters, especially our youngsters, because they think you've got to be big in order to compete, but you don't need to be big in order to compete. You just got to work with what you have, get to that point and grow from there, because you're getting judged by international judges, local judges, and you want that positive criticism to better yourself. That's what it is all about. It's about improving your physique and your lifestyle each and every time you step onto the stage. It's not about, okay, I don't know, go on social media, I think this guy here is competing in my lineup. He's got his own genetic potential, you got your own genetic potential. Everything within your means. He might be rich, well off, wealthy, has access to everything. You might not. Just work with what you have and see how things play out. I just want to create that awareness. That's what it boils down to. Awareness for a healthy lifestyle. Yes, we spoke about bodybuilding and competitions and things like that there. But then you get the people who just need to improve their life so they can wing off medication. And I've done that plenty of times. I do rehabilitation and things as well. Like, give people a sense of hope. Because unfortunately, what's the point of earning money, being miserable? Your health is at risk. So improve your quality of life. That's always been my fate to create, my motto, my goal, my intention behind being out there to give people hope. The one guy he's the first time ever he's actually entering this competition, and why we actually chose to allow him into the Mr. Universe show is because, he has potential, he has a passion, he has a drive, he is in the gym, hello high water, 5 to 6 days a week. So someone like that, they deserve an opportunity, and that's what needs to happen. People need to be given an opportunity to have their moment. It's not always about myself, me, myself, and I. Allow people to have their moment to shine. Help the next person. He's being coached by Steve, who actually came up with me to Italy. Steve was an amateur last year, and then when he went to Italy, he won his lineup and he became a pro after winning his pro lineup there in, at an international level. So, with proper guidance, that's you can achieve so much. But it's a matter of time taken. You can't rush this process. Sometimes it might take you 3 years, 4 years, 10 years. It all depends on the amount of effort you put in, but at the same time, you gotta make it work with your current life. We got Tia, she's doing, I think, the wellness category. So she's been competing for a good few years. She's been out there. Ideally, this is, I think, this is her first international show, if I'm not mistaken. So I think things going forward. I believe she's coaching Chelsea. It's the first time ever. I think Chelsea's more into the CrossFit, so it's a big transition for her coming into bodybuilding. In that sense, we have the Karine, who is also, she's won KZNs. She went to SAs, but she's never had the opportunity to actually go abroad. So for me, it's about giving each and every athlete an opportunity to have their moment. A few of my other athletes, unfortunately, are less fortunate. So we try and also assist them in the sense of, work with what you have. If I can support them, I support them with supplementation, food. Yes, it is a costly one, but I mean, we try. We're a team, and we're supposed to be united and work together to make sure that we all get to that point. Not leave no man left behind. And this is it. Each of us got our own little, I would say, tricks up our sleeves, our own little perks, our own methods. And it's nice to try and integrate all these, different types of methods, because my method might not work for me, might not work for you. So, you got to see from an outside point of view. There's always something to learn. You got to learn from it, especially when it comes to, like, you'll see later, like when it comes to the posing, there's different compulsory poses. Depending which part of the foot, the toe you press down on the thing will activate a certain muscle on the leg. Depending if your forearm is facing pronating, it's a different flex. You got to learn how to contract and control, and you do have people who are more experienced when it comes to this. Yeah, and you just got to learn. That's what it is. The sounds we're looking at just that, the understanding of what we actually put ourselves through in order to get to where we need to, that pinnacle point of stepping on stage. Like I said, no one sees the effort being put, but they don't see what happens behind the scenes. Like, I've got my bag already packed with like 3-4 meals, carrying things like that there. I got the other guys, the one guy's in a wheelchair. One of the effort that he actually has to put in to get, because he's paralyzed, legs down. So what cardio does he have to do in order to get back out there? The sounds, I would say, you're looking at just that, the passion and drive and raw energy that each and every athlete from my team has to offer. So it's actually deadlifts. When you're picking up that heavy weight, and then you just like, fair enough, the sounds that you're making is one. Whether you're grunting, groaning, moaning, squealing, you do what works for you. But the satisfaction when you're on that top, on that contraction on the hip, and when you just let go, that bang, it's just like the adrenaline that you get from it. So I would say personally that's something that gives me that little boost, that raw energy.
name is Leo Lo Ming. I was born in 62, born in Pretoria, and we stayed there for quite a while till we moved up to Joburg. And my dad owned a corner store in one of the suburbs in Pretoria called Lady Selborne. And he also had a photography shop close by to the store, and because he was a keen photographer, and he actually was part of the CCC, which is a Chinese Camera Club of South Africa, and they did quite good stuff. They did quite nice photography. They went on excursions out the country, within South Africa, maybe Lesotho and down to the coast, or maybe to the Mozambique side, or to a southwest side. So they did, and he loved wildlife. So he did a lot of shooting wildlife. I remember I still have some of the photos, some black and whites. In fact, I must show you sometime. I think you'll appreciate it. But they used to send these photos. It's quite difficult because they couldn't enter competitions locally because they were Chinese. They used to send these photos overseas, like to Rio, to Europe, to France, to Australia, and then wait, and then enter the competition like that, and then wait for results like 2 months later. And they would be, as I say, they would be quite successful in those competitions. And then they would gather and look at how they did or how they didn't do, or critique each other's photos. And every week they would gather. Yeah, and because they were restricted in South Africa to maybe go out and kind of shoot buildings, or people would say, what are you doing here, first of all? Can I see your ID? And why are you not filming, but why are you taking photographs? Because it wasn't a happening thing in those days. So that was quite an interesting story in itself. So because of that racism and apartheid era. And then one of the things, looking back as well, bringing back memories, was maybe not all clubs would be okay with a Chinese person joining. So you'd have to also, out of the few clubs, you'd have to find a club that you were comfortable and that they were comfortable with you. At that time also, so when I moved up to Joburg, was when my interest sparked with martial arts and Tai Chi, because my father was involved with Tai Chi. He trained Tai Chi. And I remember at one time the Chinese group, as small as they were, they did things. So they brought over this Chinese master who taught at the Chinese school, and they gathered there to be taught by him. And that's when I was invited by my dad too. When I was probably about 7, 8 years old at the time, and said, come, let's do some Tai Chi. And that was my first official class and introduction to Tai Chi. It was very strange, never saw it, didn't really know anything about it. But it was this gentle, slow-moving art where everybody was just in tune with each other, and they were just moving a mass, and it was almost mysterious as well. So that was my introduction to that. Only at a later stage, during the Bruce Lee era, and watching his movies and going every Sunday to the movie house and watching that, that got me kind of into martial arts and fighting, and that's what every boy kid wants, I guess. It's like, wow, that's fantastic. I want to do that. During that era, I was like, yeah, this is very nice. I want to do that. Little did I know that it was not only, or maybe not about fighting, but it was more fighting something else deeper in you. But that took some time, which it's part of the journey. When you start off and you learn the techniques, and it's great, and you have fun, you get fit, you get to meet people, you get to be disciplined by your instructor, you get to learn and understand what discipline means, you get to be exposed to maybe also another culture. That was also interesting. So if you know martial arts at all, different countries and have different cultures within the martial arts. So, for example, Muay Thai has their own culture. Before the fight, they have a ritual and they have a prayer to their gods or to themselves. Japanese have a different way, let's say, a method of doing it. They might have it with more a Zen side, coming from Zen Buddhism. They might have it more silent and have a slight calming down meditation before starting their practice and after ending their practice, as a way of coming back, getting into and then coming back into reality. The Chinese have their own way as well. The Chinese are more, I'd say the Chinese are more informal, whereas the Japanese are definitely more formal. So they have definitely a very structured way of having their syllabus and teaching the syllabus. And that's how the belts came about. Because previously, when they taught or trained karate or martial arts, it wasn't in the East. There wasn't a belt system. It was just, okay, let's train. We're doing this today. We're training. That was even before it got known as karate. It was known as China hands or the hands of China, To De, China hands. So at that time, it was, these guys, we were just going to go and we were training. Twice a week we train, and possibly didn't even have uniforms way long before that. So once it got more formalized, and then they said, okay, but how do we differentiate to who do I fight to? These guys are advanced, I'm not. So then they started bringing in more structured ways of representing people who were maybe beginner, intermediate, and then they brought the kind of structured and the different katas. You only learn certain things for beginner, only learn certain things for intermediate, and so on. Brought in the colored belts signifying your level or your years of practice. And that's all it basically means, that you've been just training for a long time. Like, if you've got that black belt, he's been training for X amount of time. He would know a little bit more than you do, and be better at certain things. You could ask him certain things, and that's how the structure came in. And then back to Chinese culture was more, it is still, even now, not as structured. There are, obviously, I'm generalizing a little bit, because there are Chinese centers or organizations which are structured, but maybe they would structure it for various reasons, like we're going to represent this club. So then you start having a badge, and you start having different methodologies of, okay, we need to make it look good, obviously, because people are watching. So we need to structure the form in such a way that you do your bow as a form of respect, you do your whole ritual as well. And that's a way of structuring as well. And that people don't just kind of look at it and say, well, looks okay. Whereas those guys look good. But why do they look good? It's from the naked eye. It's like they look good because, okay, they're like in total uniform. They're starting on the mark. They're finishing nicely, which is all aesthetics in a way, because if you look at it, aesthetic, and I'm branching towards what is a martial art in terms of self-defense, in terms of life or death, let's say. The aesthetic won't come into it. It's not, even though, if somebody's attacking you and is threatening your life, you're not worried about aesthetic. Your martial arts technicality will come into it, your training, your power, your conditioning, and that comes in. Then that aesthetic is not part of it, but as a method of training and as a spiritual, that's the word I'm looking for, a spiritual path, that is important. The way you look at things, or the way you look at it in detail and study it in detail and apply those, call it cultural aesthetics, which is and which will lead you to a better understanding of why you're doing it and a future goal in a spiritual sense. Why I'm doing that, okay? Why I'm taking time to, before I come into class, to just calm myself, finish the class, and then take a few minutes before I resume my normal life. Those kind of things play a part in spiritual growth, because it gives you time, and it allows you, almost like a meditation, it allows you time to step aside, look at what you've done in the class, maybe in your mind, how you've progressed, or how what you've done wrong, or how you've approached it incorrectly with another person, or how you've lost control during your sparring session, how you got angry in that session, or how that person made you angry. Those things are like okay, you need to reflect on yourself, because that was a mistake, or that was an error, or that was not controlled on my side. So that's quite a important part, during your gradual learning in martial arts, because it is a gradual thing. You can't just learn it. It's you go and you feel sometimes like you not progressed, and those times are like, I can't get this. I'm doing it, and I just feel like, no, this is, maybe I should do something else to that extent. We've all had that in some area of our lives, but we just carry on. And that continuum. If you have a good teacher, or if you have a good understanding, that breakthrough is the most important, because then it just like breaks that certain barrier, and you have a realization, okay, I get it now, I get it. And then you might cruise for a bit, for a couple of years, and you might hit some wall that you can't get over, whether it's mental or physical, and so on and so on. So generally it's and it depends on a different style, or different styles as well. So generally it works white, purity, nothingness. There's no color. It's not a color, because you are new. You want to progress, but you are a total, what's the word? Yeah, you're new at it. You're totally new at it. Yeah. And then you go on to, depending on the amount of time with grades. I know Taekwondo, or let's say Jiu-Jitsu, has shorter amount of color belts before black, but they have a longer time between grades, and to achieve those grades are as hard as, let's say, we have white, yellow, then we go to orange, then green, then blue, then purple, then maroon, then brown, then black. So our first yellow, I don't think they have yellow, if I'm not mistaken, but they'll go to blue the next one. But the time between the two is probably on the same par. So it'll take longer time for them. But anyway, it's just like I said earlier, it's just like an acknowledgement for you, or for the person teaching, to say, okay, those guys will know this syllabus. The rest are higher grade, so they'll know. So it's just a guideline, essentially, for people to see. Once you get to black, essentially, that is, they call it, you have your license to start. That's a starting point. Yeah, it's a starting point. Whereas I think a little bit of misconception in the West, when you get yellow, green, they're like, okay, that's great, you're moving on. And black in the West is, wow, yeah, like, he's good. Whereas essentially he's just starting now. Now he's got the certificate to say you have achieved a certain amount of physicality, spatial awareness. You've achieved your your cutters, your forms, and you have a certain understanding now on the journey. And here's where it starts. Now starts the hard times. The harder times are the hard times. Because now you're going to get pushed. Now you're going to have to push yourself even more. Now those obstacles that I spoke of, now there's going to be tests, and there's going to be that voice in you that says, I can't do this. Maybe I must give it up. What am I doing here? All those are the voices that can help you a lot. Or sometimes it might take you doubly as long, because those voices just set you back. Yeah. So, and then from the black you go first dan, second dan, third dan, fourth dan. So how it works in terms of formality is, well, they call it cues. The Japanese will call it cues. And you go, let's say from 9 or 10, Q, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. And that 9 represents white, yellow, orange is 8, then green is 7, so on, so on, so on, so on. and you get to 1, and then you get 1 that's black, and then you get the Dan. And then you go up. First Dan, second Dan, third Dan. So you're going down 2 and then up 2. And that's again also a representation, I guess, just to show maybe that this is how they work anyway. You go down to 1, and from 1 you climb. That's maybe the steep climb. And every year it takes longer time to get the Dans and so on and so on. The 10th would be the highest Dan grade. And, probably by the time you get to, depending when you started, by the time you get to 5 or 6, 7, you're in your 60s or 70s, and 8, 9, maybe you'll be 80s. I mean, you do hear of people getting them at a younger age, but that's also style dependent and how their organization works. Maybe they work differently, but on 5th is essentially what you've achieved physically, your maximum achievement physically, and from there onwards it'll be more what you put back into the system or what you teach others, fellow students who are also wanting to go high up, and what you bring back to maybe, what you give back to people. So it's in a way, and if I can call it an honorary belt, but obviously one has to delve into another area and work at that and how to uplift people and the system. And so it's quite a large endeavor. Totally. It sets you up because by that time, hopefully you would have learned other things like your things that, are just would be ingrained in you, and bringing it into your lifestyle, which is what I try to do, bring that into my everyday living. So bringing all that discipline that you learned, or your maxims that you learn, your effort, etiquette, self-control, discipline, all that into whatever you do. And that's a thing for me that's great, because it's not, like I said in the beginning, it's not like how hard you can hit somebody. It's more how hard you can overcome a certain struggle, because that's going to come at various stages, definitely. And if you don't struggle, you probably won't learn much. It's through the adversity that you're going to look back or look now and say, okay, this is, don't know how to deal with it, or want to be positive at least, or I want to, there's certainly how you would look at things. I lost every tournament. I came back home and with a sad face, and every time, and my parents, how did you do? Oh, no, I lost. How did you do? No, I lost. And I couldn't really place why, because in my head, or physically, my technique was really sound. They were good because I used to practice them at home. I used to make sure that I knew what I was doing and what to do, the names of them, technically very sound, very fast, very just good. But when it came to tournaments, I would fail. So I had to look and dig deep, and nobody would tell me. I couldn't get an answer. But looking back, and this took a while, over years, looking back, I realized where I went wrong, what I did incorrectly. And as soon as that changed, everything changed. And essentially what was the issue? It was, I was in my head. I was too much in my head. I was trying to figure out at the time of the fight, I was trying to decipher the person and myself, the movements that was going to happen. And you can't do that at the time, because if you start to try to decipher and analyze during a tournament or fight, you are way too slow and you will lose, because the brain takes much more time to say, okay, the kick is coming and it's a left kick and I need to have my left hand high for the deflection or the block. You're way too slow for it to register and then for you to. So it was such a simple thing, but for me it wasn't that simple, because technically, as I said, how could I be fast? I know the movements, I know what to do, and technically I was good, but yet I couldn't apply it. So I had to learn to apply it. And when I learned that, it was a breakthrough. And then everything started changing. So Cam, I'm smiling. I mean, I started at 7, whatever, Tai Chi. I wasn't really, and maybe if I had immersed myself more, but maybe I would have still gotten bored. So age appropriate, Tai Chi it's not linear. Yeah, it's not you do this and you punch there. It's, what am I doing here? What are those circular moves? It's too not transparent. It's hidden in a way for the naked eye. So whereas karate, I can see, oh yeah, you're blocking, you're moving out the way. What age you start? I've had people that are teenagers that start. That might be a good age. And why do you want to do it? Maybe the person wants to do it for health reasons. Excellent. Maybe for the mind. Excellent. Maybe for nervousness. Excellent. For anxiety. Excellent. All those. Tick, tick, tick. At 60 or 70, I'm only starting now. Can I do it? Yes. Can I start at 60 when I've got a cranky knee? Yes. Will I, is it competitive? No. Can I go a little bit slower than the rest? Yes. If you've got a good teacher, yes. So all of those, like, everybody's kind of like when you start a class and knew something. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about that and that. I'm a bit concerned about this and this. They've got those type of things in their mind. And that is one thing that you shouldn't be worried in Tai Chi, because it's not that you can do your own thing, but you have a nice guideline. It's not that you have to do those 20 push-ups, otherwise you can't do it. You do it slower, you do it lower, that's great. You do it higher, it's fine, because I know you've got an issue with the back, or I know you've got an issue with your knee. So, and I know you are 67, he's 80. I'm not expecting them to do anything like that. Excellent. So at the moment I teach senior people, and these people are 60, 70, 80, and I've got a 90, 90 something. And he comes with a walker reeler, and he does it. So what's his excuse? He's coming with a reeler, like, you got 2 feet, 2 hands. We're blessed. We've got a brain. We can think. We can do things. Phew. He's coming with a walker. So that puts me already in a state of awe. I'm humbled. That's respect. I got respect for that. So yeah, 60, 70, 80, 90. It's never too late. In fact, the older you get, the more probably people need it. I'm saying generally everybody needs it. The more, because the decline of, as we know, spatial, maybe your tightness starts to set in, arthritis starts to set in. Now you're not flexible anymore. That's what you need in order to make those hinges and those joints more loosened. You need to do that more. So for me, Tai Chi, if you ask me, what's your favorite? What's your most, what's the word should I use? What's your favorite, or what's your martial art that you can do till you're 90, till you're 70? No doubt, I would choose that. It is like that. So the way I almost structure it is, when we start off, we warm up gently, we loosen up, we stretch, we do what we call Qigong, which we haven't really touched on. It's a set of breathing techniques solely to get energy going, circulate energy, and to get breath going. But they overlap. With Qigong and Tai Chi also overlap. Tai Chi, when you talk of Tai Chi, it's a sequence of moves put together, strung together, almost in a dance-like form, where you express and you do different types of moves. But within the Tai Chi moves, you are doing a type like a Qigong. You are doing it because you are breathing, you are still, you are aware of body and breath. So there is this overlap. So how do I start? Generally, I'll start off with those stretches. There's a set of Qigong which gets the person breathing, gets your brain oxygenated, your mind into where we are. I'll guide them through movements. So for example, you've had a tough day and you come in and you're really like maybe angry or at the meeting, or you just stressed at tomorrow's meeting maybe. And you come in and I can see I begin to learn to read my long-term students, who some have been with me for 25 years. And even now the shorter-term students who have been with me a couple of years, just from body language. And okay, this person, he's had some problem, issue, difficulty. Let's do a little bit of breathing to get things out. So that's the nature, is we do that. And after 5 minutes, I can see there's a change already. There's a space change already. There's the frowns, the hardness has changed. He's concentrating on his breath. We are on our way. Then I go on to the form. We learn movements or sequences, the Tai Chi. During it, they've now forgotten this issue they had with the boss, or this difficult time. They're now here. They've forgotten it. It's out of their mind, and that's part of the training. We go through the movements to the end part of it. I do some more Qigong, but it's more the calming Qigong, and maybe it's nighttime and we do more Yin Qigong, bringing them into a state of relaxation. Also, again, forgetting about, they've learned ABC. You're not doing ABC anymore. Just do this. We are breathing, we are connecting, we are aware, we are conscious. And we end off in a gentle way, like that. And so that's the way. So you don't specifically necessarily, if you join your class, you don't have to get into it. You'll get into it once you're there. That's the practice. That's the methodology of my teaching for the people, because that is what people want, and that's what they need, to take their mind off one, to relax, to just train their minds to be able to fall, all those types of things. What is interesting, I didn't really cover it, a little bit off your mark, but they doing studies and they now can quantify scientifically. Previously they can't. What is Tai Chi? It's this airy fairy movement. Does it work? We don't know. What is the Chi? Where's the Chi? I don't see it. They can quantify now by putting electrodes on your head, all over your head and body, and what happens when you start doing Tai Chi or Qigong, and heat sensors, where the energy is heating up. What is your brain doing? Is it still in alpha, beta mode? Is it gone to beta mode? They can actually do that now. So one of the latest studies is, I'm here and it's Monday morning and I know it's sunny. That's my conscious brain. Otherwise I wouldn't know what day, or if the sun, I wouldn't know. You have to be operating on this level to know, because your beta waves are kicking in. You're not at sleep. You're not sleeping. Those waves are like that now. Nothing. Minimal. Nothing. To summarize, long story short, when you do Tai Chi, when the master, does Tai Chi, immediately your beta waves are here, your alpha waves, certain waves that allow you creativity, because you're a composer, because you're a painter. You can't just go and paint. You have to okay, what do I do? What am I feeling? What am I writing? What note? What music? If there's noise, you're not doing it because that noise distracts the certain waves, or you're not in a place where those waves are coming up. You go to a quiet place, suddenly you relax. Suddenly, let's try this piece. I'm playing amazingly. Let's keep going. Why? Because the creativity waves are up. Now you start doing Tai Chi. You're breathing. There's another creativity wave, or there's another wave which is more what should be a sleep wave, the theta wave, that comes in. That's coming in now without your beta dropping, because when you go to sleep, proper sleep, you don't need beta. That comes down. Theta comes up because you're sleeping. You're unconscious. Now with Tai Chi, your theta is your beta, your alpha is there, plus your theta is here. Now it's like on the graph, it looks like this guy should be asleep. Why is he still totally aware? Why is he still in touch, in tune with his body? He is breathing. He's fully aware of where he is, what movement's taking place, who's next to. He's that aware. But the graph says this guy should be in sleep mode. This is the type of activity that generates the waves and energy in your body that it allows it to heal. So now you're in awake mode, you're in healing mode, all up, you're in theta mode, or at that same time that you're doing this piece of movement. That for me, it's like, okay, we can actually measure it. There's scientific evidence. So that's quite nice, piece of evidence. And they've come with more and more. But yeah, because when you say, let's say, take the word dream set. When you say someone's in a dream set, he's like not really here. But in this dream state, you are here. You are fully aware. That's the difference. And what you're saying is, yes, when you go to sleep, that's when you heal. One, that's when you repair as well. Because let's say you're doing gym, your muscles are sore. That's when repair takes place during the sleep, and maybe afterwards if you're taking your shakes and this and that. But part of it is that state where the body you have allowed the body, or the body isn't in that state where it can repair, because you're not busy now. You're not like, you're not still doing, because you can't repair in that state. You can only repair when it's a right time. And the right time is at a state of rest, peaceful rest even better, and peaceful oneness rest even better. And, so sometimes we sleep deep and we feel good, but sometimes we sleep deep and we don't feel so good because maybe the mind's still active and you are active. Maybe you wake up at night, and that active phase is an interesting part, because the brain hasn't learned, and brain has not learned how to come down, how to switch off. And most of people, of humans, have great active state, but they can't come down. Animals, when you watch prey, lion, cheetah, whatever, leopard, he stalks, that's all he sees and he wants, because it's survival. There's nothing else that bothers him. So his oneness is very intense. He gets the prey, he eats, very nice. He goes under the tree, chilled, sleeps. He's got there's no like, I wonder when's my next meal. No, you've had your meal, very zen, sleep, just breathe, watch. If there's another meal maybe, he's not even worried, because he is in content, right? He's satisfied. He's not looking for the next fix. We're looking for the next one. Okay, well, next. And then that cycle continues into our bedroom. Then it goes into our sleep. And then we do those dreams. We wake up and things suddenly, like, now I'm awake. Wow. Now I'm thinking of whatever happened yesterday or today, this morning. Now you can't get back. You can't switch off. And Tai Chi, in a way, in many ways, will rewire your brain so that when everything's up, it's up. When everything's down, you can almost, I want to say, consciously bring everything down. Yeah. Tai Chi has a definite avenue. So even though the technique may not be geared in a physical sense, see if I can explain this correctly, may not be as linear as one sees. So like, for example, coming back to Muay Thai, you can see, or Krav Maga, you can see, the guy's moving out the way and he'll elbow the guy. Definite, that is an aggressive, offensive, defensive movement. In the groin, that is like a deadly movement. Tai Chi, you're going to see something like that, with the knee coming up high. Don't know if the camera can pick that up there. And then play the guitar. So just what happened there? Well, my leg that came up was a knee to the groin, or to the ribs, and or the head, but it's hidden. So it's been flowered so that it's not seen. So it's indirect. So there are still moves. If you want to use them, you need to use them under pressure, and you need to use them in a way that will have an impact. Obviously, the slowness won't have an impact. But what are we training? We're training Tai Chi. We're not destroying anything. We are training Tai Chi. Another interesting one, because AI can give you any information and the information. But if you don't walk through the door, you don't know. In other words, you don't immerse in it, you won't know. At this point in time, it can't tell you, I don't think, that you are doing something incorrect in that posture. I think the AI would, what you ask it, what is Tai Chi? Should I do it? Or like, if you ask it, well, how will it help me in my mind? How would it help me in my body? How will it help me to attain a oneness, a spiritualness, a calmness? All those, it'll answer you probably correctly. It will. What do I feel now? It's going to say, I don't know what it's going to say. I don't know. How do you feel? I'm thinking of those robots that they just recently had, I think, with Tesla, and that they were pouring drinks. Wow, what's your name? You can have a conversation with it. Cool. But what you can't probably do yet, they can't probably do yet, is correct you on your movement. Like if I'm doing something and it's a little bit out, they can't say, it looks like you. Not yet, maybe later. Maybe they'll analyze again your structure and say your shoulder's a little bit high, or it's endless essentially, because it's if they start doing that, I don't know what to. Then we'll have a robot teacher at home, and but still a but. We'll never get to a place where the robot says, I see you are at one now, you're at peace, you're tranquil. I could be wrong. Maybe at later stage they stick some, insert some chips, and that monitors your whole system, maybe. Monitors like the watches now. But that can go further and monitor your brain activity, maybe. Maybe it can measure the current beta, theta, alpha waves. But will it be able to say to you, the state that you're in now this is the state of oneness and you are here? Don't know. Just a question, food for thought. But there are robots now that can do. There's a technique that we do in Tai Chi, and it's push hands, or you connect with somebody via the palm, and you do a slow rhythmic movement for sensitivity, for grounding, for balance, for an insight into me and into the person, just through a connection. I've seen that. I suppose if, later on it can be done, maybe, but can that bring out, I'll be able to tune into me, and then what? And then, but can the robot tune into me and say, I am worried about something. Why are you worried? Your mind is too active. Yeah, it's the first time that I've thought about this. So things are just coming up as I speak. So big answer, don't know, possible. But the human touch is the most important and more important, because how will I get the human touch through the robot? If I'm connecting with you, I can. Connecting with the robot, where is there a sense of feeling, emotional feeling, understanding, energetic? It's a digital energy. I can't tap into it. You know what I mean? Whereas you, I can. When I connect with you, I can. Then there's messages telling me. But with a robot, I'm not gonna be able to say, "Wow, okay, you need to apply something else or do something else." Yeah, I think whatever you do, I think you do it properly and do it with heart, which is, what we just spoke about, a feeling that you can't attain from the robot. Yeah, and believe, because humans, we've got the big potential, but sometimes the potential is channeled somewhere where it doesn't work or it's not used or it can't help. We want to tune into where it can help, uplift, help kids, teenagers, people that have issues, mental addictions, all those other people. A lot of people doing, that type of work, and for addicts, and all that sort of thing. But yeah, you keep working at it and do it best you can. Yeah. So if you ask me, waves of the sea. It's just the wind now rustling, wind through the leaves. Bells or gongs. Birds in the distance or wherever. Birds. Animal sounds. So nature, all nature, like that sort of thing. So you can choose the low grumble of an elephant. I like that. The purr. I like that. Leaves, wind, waves. I like water. Can be waves, yeah, or sort of water. Just like if you put your hand in water, you just do that, maybe. And then animals, elephant, some birds.
no, I only remember good things. I don't remember anything bad. It just takes up space, and I don't want to remember bad things. Sorry, that's bubblegum that I took off the chair just now. Oh, my name's Leon van Gent. I used to be the principal of the National School of Arts till end of 2016. And then I went on early retirement because of some health issues, but still fond memories of the 36 years I spent at the art school. I started as a post-level 1 teacher at De Crane in 1981. And then I spent a couple of years there before the Department of Education decided to amalgamate the 2 art schools. The reason then given by them was that it was too expensive to run 2 art schools. And at that point in time, I think they decided to, seeing that the numbers weren't that great in both schools, to combine them into 1 school. And that happened in 1993. At that point in time, we had a bit of a difficult time in that there was no principal appointed. So Mrs. de Klerk, who used to be a deputy at the Art, Music and Drama School, she then was acting principal for a couple of months. She was then promoted to a circuit position at the Johannesburg South Circuit. And the lucky thing for me was that I was next in line and took over as first acting principal, and then in 96, end of 96, I was appointed principal at the school. At that point in time, quite a difficult position, I think, in that it was still a bit of a struggle to get the 2 schools to become 1. Although we had 1 name, National School of Arts, there was still a lot of politics behind it, especially parents who wanted to still, fight for their school, ABDM and De Crane. But eventually everything worked out fine, and we today have this wonderful National School of the Arts. Yeah, what was made clear to all of us when the 2 schools amalgamated was that we must keep in mind that both schools were closed. Johannesburg Art, Music, Ballet and Drama School was no more. De Crane was no more. But I think in people's minds it was difficult to just accept the fact that there was none of that anymore, and now there's a new school, National School of the Arts. So it was more a longing back to what was than looking forward to what can be with a new school. But as I said just now, the difficult part of it was to get people to understand that those 2 schools closed down and there was now a new art school, the National School of the Arts. It wasn't a case of that we didn't know that it was happening. I mean, we started way before the time that he started doing it with an effort of getting people involved in doing it. We started off with our music department staff, and we gave it to them as a form of a project, do a school song. But I think before we knew, quite a number of years went past without us having something concrete. So we then sort of commissioned, and we said to the music department, listen, we have to now do this. And I think it was the music teachers who initiated the thing of getting learners involved. And I was quite keen on getting the learners to do something. I mean, I knew at that point in time we had the talent. The kids could do it. And my idea was then to get the music teachers to sort of oversee the process of writing the school song. In the end, I don't think that they were that involved in it. They also felt that if the learners can come up with something, and I think at that point in time, there was already a lot of things done by the learners without me or the teachers knowing that they were that keen on doing it. And I think when the first time I realized and heard what was done at that point in time, I was quite surprised, and very surprised and happy that the learners could come up with something like that. And I can remember the one day going to the school hall. You know, we had this rule of you're not allowed in the school hall after school hours, and there were these learners there doing this song, and I wanted to kick them out, and they said to me, "But sir, this is our school song." And it was, as you say, it was only the music at that point in time. And you know, that was the one time that I said to them, "Listen, stay and carry on," because I could hear that there was something good coming out of that. And eventually the learners did the school song. There wasn't much involvement from any of our teachers, and I must be careful saying that there wasn't any involvement. There were, but as I say, for me, if I think back now, the learners did the school song. And that's something that I think the school can be very proud of, that the learners took the initiative, they had the talent, and they came up with something brilliant. No, the first time they did it at an assembly, I can remember they came to me and said to me that they were at a point now where they could do this. And they had a couple of learners who, at that point in time when they did the lyrics to it as well, that could perform this or do the school song at the assembly. I first wanted to hear the school song, but for some reason that I can't remember now, they said no, they want to keep it some sort of a surprise to everyone. And so the first time I heard it was at an assembly where we said to the school, "Listen, this is our first attempt at having a school song, and these couple of kids are now going to perform it." And I can remember them jumping on the piano. I think they did the music, ran through it once, and then the 10 or odd learners who did learn the words started singing it. And I think immediately I was sitting there on the stage thinking, am I now supposed to say, okay, it's fine, or maybe no, it's not fine? But at that point in time, I realized that this was going to be the school song. I mean, it wasn't a performance as you see it now in the hall when the school do the school song, but the words, it just said so much about the school and about the realizing dreams at that point in time for me, that I just felt that, hell, this is it. And that's the one thing I can remember when I first heard the school song. I think if you look at the learners today, when they perform the school song, it's the one thing Yeah, well, let's describe it in this way, that I feel that's the heartbeat of the NSA, because that's the one time that you get all the learners. Doesn't matter which department they're in, doesn't matter which grade they're in. That's the one thing that the learners in this school do 100% together. And it's with feeling, it's with emotion that they do that. So definitely it's something that pulls the group of learners together and make them feel part of NSA. That's what I believe the school song is doing for the school. And you felt that. I got that same feeling then, first time it happened. You know, at some point in time, I can remember that I did make the remark that, you know, one must not change the school song in such a way that it doesn't feel like that first time we did or we heard the school song. You must stick to what the school song was intended to be, to sound like. And we did at some point in time, the learners, and you're absolutely correct. I mean, they do make changes to it as we go along. And I think most of the changes have been good changes in that you get the feeling that it's something that grows with the school and grows with time. But there were at some point in time where the kids did things to the school song that I didn't like that much. You know, I don't believe that a school song should have elements of yelling in it. You know, it should still be let's call it an orderly thing, something that fits the occasion when you are going to sing the school song. So we had to put brakes on some of the things that the kids wanted to do with the school song, but that was not things that I decided not to have in the school song. It was normally something that senior learners, teachers, all had that feeling that, listen, we shouldn't go there. But I don't have a problem with them changing the school song and making it something that they feel more comfortable with. So I was always for it. I can remember at one prize giving we had, Sibongile Kumalu, I mean, she's one of the greatest singers that we have in the country still now. She made a remark because she was a parent here at the school. She attended the prize giving, and we normally with the prize giving will end off by singing the school song. And I mean, she was so overwhelmed by the way that it was done. I don't think that, you know, it was so much about the words that were sung. I think it was about the way that the kids went about singing it. And she was blown over by the NSA school song. And that was wonderful to me to see the reaction. And not only her, you know, when we have visitors at the school and we have the school song going, people are amazed that a school can have a school song like that, and that the learners can go that and be that enthusiastic about a school song. So it is definitely something that this school and everyone involved with the school can be proud of, that we have something that's so much different to normal school songs, and that the kids just love doing it. I mean, I always, when we had assemblies and I was on the stage there and the kids did the school song, I mean, it was just amazing for me to look at them and see how they enjoy doing it. I always said, you know, with any performance, if I was in the audience and the kids on the stage, the important thing for me was that the kids enjoy what they do. And you can immediately pick up if those kids on stage are really enjoying it. Whether it was that good or not that good, if they enjoyed it, that was one thing that I wanted to see. And with the school song, I mean, it was just always, there was never once that I saw the kids doing the school song where you couldn't see them smiling and just be happy to do that school song. And, you know, that's different when you go to other schools and they do their school song, and it's like, I don't want to say being at a funeral or anything like that, but it's not that happy, this is our school song, and singing and smiling, and no, it's something totally different. So, I mean, you're right in saying that it's not a school song as such. It's a song for the NSA. I think it was always the intention, and the learners were brilliant in making that happen, not to do a school song as such, as all the other schools have. This is something special. I don't think, and I haven't heard any other school singing something like this from the heart and with so much meaning. I mean, I don't think that we have that anywhere else. That's NSA, this song. You know, you get these hits coming along every now and then. I don't know why it was, but I came to school every day at 6 o'clock. I was here at school and sitting in my office and doing emails or prepare for the day and whatever. And a couple of times I had this school song in my head, and I don't know why. If it was only because I was here at school, I don't know. But no, it becomes part of you. If you, and I'm sure, I mean, many learners who've left and who've been out of the school for many years, I'm sure they still know the school song, because it's something that grows on you, and it becomes part of you, I think. And that'll be, I suppose, till the day I'm not here anymore. It's something else, you know. It sounds like I'm getting, I don't know, nostalgic about this thing, but the NSA school song is just something else. I don't think it's something that will ever leave you. It'll be part of you. You know, we say that we at the NSA, and I still see myself as part of it, the NSA, that we realize dreams. And I think a lot of learners come to the NSA, I suppose all of them, with a dream of where they want to go to and how the NSA will help them to get there. And, you know, that's what the school song says, that this is the NSA and this is what we see happening with you being part of the NSA. So it is really a song about the realizing of the dream, the taking of the learners where they're supposed to be, where they want to be. And I think if you ask me what it means to me, the school song, it means to me that we're doing what we want to do with this institution. So everything that happens here is that focus that we have of taking the young artist and helping them on their way to become who they want to be. And that's what the school song is saying. Well, you know, it's a difficult thing for me, and I don't want to become sobby now. But I think about the school every day. And you can't think about the school and not think about what the school is about. You can't think about what the school is about and not think about the wording of the school song. Because that is what the school is about. But although you might not be thinking about the school song as the school song, I think your whole thoughts on the school is about what the school song is about. So it's one big package, and I think everyone experiences it like that. So that's why I'm saying I think learners who've left NSA 10 years ago might still have the school song in their heads, and because it's such a integral part of what the school is about. I think the short answer to that is because the learners want to be here. I mean, they audition, they want to come into the school, and and I hope it's still like that, is that they feel that they've achieved a lot when they pass an audition and they're admitted to the school. And I think that's why most of the things at this school is different to other schools, and why you don't have similar problems to what other schools have. I think the issue of bullying and things like that, although we might have it to a certain degree, it's not the same as at other schools. And you know, us talking about the school song, that's not the same as what you have in other schools. The teachers you have here is not the same as the teachers as a group. The way that people work here is not the same as other schools. And I think, you know, me being principal at the school, I was here principal for 20 years. And I had quite a few offers, even in the private sector. And I never took that step to just leave this and go somewhere else and earn more money, because that was never an issue to me. I mean, for me it was, this is the school where I started, and this was the school where I was going to finish my career as a teacher. And I realized that, you know, going on retirement is a far bigger step than what one thinks initially. And hearing the school song and me not being the principal, I felt sad. I felt bloody sad. and I thought to myself, you know, that look at that wonderful, vibrant, happy song can even make you feel sad. Been the wonderful thing to me, for instance, matric pupils, when they sang that school song for the last time, I never got the impression of them feeling sad or changing the tone of the school song to a sort of a goodbye song or anything like that. But I can remember when Mr. Dan Cook passed away, that memorial we had in the hall for him, I can remember that school song being sad then. And it's, I mean, we spoke about the learners changing the school song and making the feeling around it totally different. I mean, that day it happened. And I think it was just the school song as it started off with. I mean, you guys that's been part of the school, you know what other things were added to the school song. I think, and if those add-ons and the vibrancy that the learners themselves display when they sing the school song, if you take that away, then I suppose you can get a sad feeling. But if you know the school song as it is now, and I think you take all those changes away, then you will get a feeling of being sad because of it not being that happy, vibrant, them jumping around, dancing type of movements that the learners make. Then I suppose you can give it a total new meaning. You know, I'm a Boertjie from the Western Transvaal. I mean, I come from a very prim and proper way of doing things. And I think I had the privilege of ending up in a school like this. And over the 36 years, I've changed a lot. And I think the school song was part of that. I would never have, my first year as principal in 96, ever thought that I would allow something like that. But I mean, it was just, for me, seeing it happen, and seeing the learners doing the school song, it was just never something that you can stop the learners doing. I mean, all of that, the changes that they've made over time to the school song, the dancing with it is just, it's art school. That's what the art learners want to do. So there's no ways you can say, listen, stand with your hands here and just sing the words. Then you will kill off something that will change the school. You can't do it that way in the art school, no. No, the school song where it is now, and I presume that it's still the same place when I left, but that is the way the art school should sing the school song. I hope never to see that they attempt in changing that. I think now, after 15 years, the school song has become, for the school, something different maybe to what he thought he was giving the school. It is now a far bigger thing than that. And although he might feel that it's fine if the school do whatever with the school song, I don't think the people at the school think it's fine if you do whatever with the school song. I mean, jazzing it up and doing things like that is fine, but it must still be the core thing that he created, or the learners. I don't think that it was only him, but hell, one shouldn't. We must remember, I mean, there's a lot of people that were in school then who were part of that school song. So if next generations now go and change it, what about those people? If they come visit the school, say there's a reunion of a 20-year, 50-year or whatever, and you want previous learners, current learners to sing the school song, and they can't do the school song because it's so totally different now to what it was. Hey, that'll be a sad day. I don't know. I might be wrong. I'm just thinking off the top of my head now. But that might be sad for people that got used to a school song, and now it's not that school song anymore. I don't know. I might be wrong. Might be wrong. I think the kids themselves, they have a lot of respect for the school song. They might not be standing like this when they sing it, but I mean, for them, it's not only something special as we can enjoy doing it. They have a lot of respect for the song itself, and I think even if you ask them, they would also not want to just radically change it and make it something totally different. And I think even if you go back 10 years or 15 years and you ask the learners then, they would also not want to see that happening. But jazzing it up and putting a trumpet with it and whatever, that's fine. That's the creative spirit of the school. And as I say, you must never try and put a lid on that, because change is growing. And if you don't change, you won't grow. And I mean, even the school song.
that's doing things. She won't stop. Stop. She's so sweet. Yeah, she's intelligent as can be, like in proper. I haven't had her for long, man. We had her for like almost a month. Auntie went overseas, she had to go and leave to go and immigrate or something like that. And she gave it to an old lady that had another dog. But obviously I don't think the dogs got along or something like that. So she asked Tammy if she would take the dog. And we went to any place to take the dog. But I can't not because my heart goes out to the mat. And she doesn't have any dog anyway to like really keep her busy. But now I can see why she didn't want the dog, because every time this dog wants to play, she wants to fight. She thinks she owns the whole joint. And you take her on a walk, everybody is like, and the whole neighborhood wakes up. And that one there, which is the big one, is like, you're really irritating, getting on my nerves kind of thing. But she's so sweet that you can't get more with her. She's one of those dogs. If you want to teach her something, it takes you a couple of hours, and she like right there, she like looks at you a bit, and she's like, oh, I got you. I'm understanding what you want. But then they're also very willful. If they're gonna do something, like I put her off the bed, you're not lying on the bed, there's your spot to sleep. Puppy Fence has got her spot to sleep, you've got your spot. And she'll check you out. Hey. She'll check you out and literally wait for you to just turn your back, and she'll jump right on your thing, walk behind you somewhere. She'll walk behind you somewhere and actually jump back on the bed and try and hide behind a cushion or something to check that you can't see her, you know? That type of thing. She can do this forever. And she doesn't always come to me, but now she checks I'm busy, so she wants to be center of attention right now. It's not like mom's right there. She's always after her, but now she's not there. It just bum it breaks.
A little bit heavy, eh?
Hey, so I broke one before. Remember when I fell on it? But it would make a good part of the video. So, yeah. Her both stumble.
Danny, come.
What? See, there's a story behind her as well. There's a guy that had a dog rescuing kennel stock place around here. But him and his mates were pit bull rescuers, and they've been here for years. But in COVID, everything fell flat as well, and they were doing such a good job. We had her, but because they were just pit bulls, there was a clash between the breeds. So he had 4 of these, and he knew I had at the time I had 2 big boer bulls. The one was actually a cross between a boer bull and a Great Dane, but it had Great Dane size with boer bull. His name was Boris, and he was actually my dog. So she came in just before he kind of died, but I never knew that. And so when he brought her, he said, you've got 4 bulls, and I've seen how long you've taken care of them, and how much they love you, and you're definitely a dog person. So would you take one? And I said, okay, not really, but let me see. They brought me these 4 little pictures, and these little pictures that he brought me had a couple of the big, big head bulls and everything. And then I saw her, and I was like, what's that? She's sitting there, little puppy, smaller than all the rest of the bulls. And I'm like, totally in love. I'm like, yeah, hang on, that's the one. He said, you want that one? These other ones are going to be like, And I said, no, that one. He said, she's a runt of the litter. She actually battled it with mom and couldn't get on the teat and all that type of stuff. And, but yeah, she's a runt. So I said, I want her. And before I saw in a photo, when she walked in here, there was a connection already. We just had this connection. And Boris was actually my dog. And he used to sleep on a couch this couch that we have here, and we had it in the front there by the door. And strangely enough, a couple of weeks later, he actually passed away. He had a twisted stomach or something. Took him to the vet. He had the stomach untwisted and everything. We thought, okay, that's cool. And we went out in the morning to go work, and they phoned me and said, no, Boris died. But the night before, this dog came to me, which he never did. He slept on the couch. He always used to guard the house like hectic. He wouldn't go anywhere. If something was wrong, he'd be in my room, and he would he used to talk. He'd have a funny little growl and a barky type thing under his breast bark. But then it's like, I've seen something, come and check, And that night, he didn't go to his couch. He came to my bed, and he walked around. The outside my bed was like kind of against the window, and he put his head down on the bed like that. And he was huge, so even though the bed had legs on, the dog put his head down. And I'm going, what's wrong with you, Boris? You know, he's like all lovable and everything. But what I never realized is the next day he died, and he literally was coming to say, you know what, it's my time. Yo. And I'm so attached to it. I've got a heart this size, like he really like this size. And there's no animal that I've had in my life that I've never like pined over or mourned over. And I couldn't even come back to say, listen, bury him. I asked them, listen, just please, just when I get back, let him rather be gone, because I wouldn't be able to handle. You know, it was that bad. And before he made a little mutt called Crazy, it was a little mix. Now you had Boris at this size, and the other dog that really like won my heart was a little mutt this size. Was a little thing this big. And I called him Crazy. But it's because he was literally, and just had this life in him that was just completely and utterly, I don't know, he was a social dog, you know. He'd love me to bits and I was his everything, but he had this personality. And of course, that's Kit Kat. She goes wherever I go to. Strange, like my animals literally follow me everywhere. If I'm in the vicinity, they come down. Now, Cat's very strange. They're not like jump on your lap, but this one will sometimes come. She'll give me like a little meow, and then she'll come sit on my shoulder. Yeah, and then she kisses, and I kiss her. Well, she puts her head in, and I go, she's like totally sweet. And I call her Kit Kat literally after the chocolate bar, you know. So as a kitten, she was busy. She used to hang a pin from the roof on a piece of string. And I tie it to the fan, then I put the fan on. And this cat chases that pin that's attached there. And she literally grips on it, and then she goes around the corner with the pin. And I got into trouble because the cat's getting it hurt, but she didn't. She was so sweet. She just loved to do it. And then, of course, we had that little, you know, those little things that what do you call them, those little laser things? Yeah, those little laser things. And you'd point that thing up the wall, and she'd literally run more than halfway up the wall to try and catch it. Yeah, but she's been around since Boris and Bia were here. We got them from the SPCA, and nobody wanted them. They were so big, and people had kind of abused them. The people had left them for 2 years in a cage around about yay height, not even like a meter height, and their backs were almost bigger than that. Two dogs in a cage, went on holiday, never came back. Left them for 2 years, and the SPCA found them, cased out. I don't know who was feeding them or how, but they said somehow they made it, but they were thin and they were messed up. And then they were kind of aggressive when they got them. So they had this big enclosure at the, you know, in Sochi, there's that behind the mountain, there's that SPCA. We parked there, we went in there, and they were saying, listen, nobody wants these dogs. And we walked straight in, them being aggressive. No, you don't go in, just walk straight in. Boris came to me, put his head, literally, he took his, if I had to say the dog's face, he put his head here, like this. I've got pictures and photos of it that I can actually show you at some point. He jumped on me, he put his head right here. And it was from there on, it was me and him, where he was like my dog. And he was this gentle giant, but I realized when I got home, I'd given him like, you know, those little chew bone things that you make, it's not really bone, but it sort of looks like bone. But I gave him a ball like that. And I rolled it out for him, and he was excited. He went to play with it. And when I came up from behind him, because he had obviously been abused or detached or whatever, you know, those type of things, on that's my ball kind of thing, he actually went for me. And he literally attacked me, and he was huge. I mean, the dog was, he would stand, if he had to put his paws on my shoulder, this part of his paw would go over here, and his head would like be here. He's like crazy big. And this dog goes for me. So in my fight, I gave us a clap. I'm like, hey, no, don't do that, naughty. He went for me, and he went down, and he looked at me like that. And I shouted. I said, no, you know, don't bite. And then he checked me like it, and then he went down and realized, no, he had done something wrong. But it was actually my fault. I didn't realize how skittish he was at you know, having something that now is his. So yeah, we actually go through a bit of stuff with him, but I've always been close to my animals. And then, but get back to the story. She rocks up, he passes away, and I'm devastated. And she starts taking over where he left off, but all the little things that he did at the gate, and so I never realized that while she was here for a couple of months, she was literally picking up on personality traits that he had. and she would do exactly the same things as him. You know, if a dog shows you attention and shows you love, they have a way of doing it. And she started doing it almost exactly like he was. And it's as if she learned from him, you know. There was a little bit of a passing down of his own nature and his own spirit, I guess, that made it very enduring, because she's the sweetest little mutt that you'd ever meet. She's an absolute guard dog. And she guarded me with her life. But she's like, you see her there. She's just really sweet. And I've always been an animal lover, you know. Had a big heart for children growing up, because I battled as a kid, you know, especially with the studying side of things. And then what you get back from it, people don't really see who you are. And my heart always went out to children, so I took a very big interest. Even though I couldn't help myself in many areas, I took a very, very big interest in loving kids and finding ways to help those that are either downtrodden or have issues like, you know, battling with learning, or even further than that, just like having a heart for those that battle, that might have some issues away from school that are more personal home issues and that. So I started a little rugby side up, and it was just by default. But I think in some way God had his hand on that, because they had these teams in Boksburg, and in Boksburg you're not allowed to have any you are, but you weren't allowed to say it, because there's still that underlying racism between everybody. And there was a little lighty that came to my house, wanted to play rugby, and I broke it in everybody in my body playing rugby in life, you know. And I just did it for the fun, and you didn't get paid for it. You get paid to go break your body so that you can suffer at my age just like 10,000 injuries, you know, broken wrists, broken ankle, reconstruction of everything. But yeah, it was kind of difficult saying to your children, you know, go play rugby. And I said, unless you guys want to play rugby, and this was just my one son. He brings a little friend of his own from school, Tristan, I'll never forget his name. Puts on a little scrum cap, cutest little oak you can be. He's got this little big smile on his face, and I want to play rugby. Can Judah go with me? I'm like, yeah, cool, okay. Mom, I don't actually want him to go play rugby. Tristan ends up leaving. Judah ends up going, I like the sport. Now I've got two boys. Well, one boy at the time was Lindor, that I literally adopted. And he comes and plays rugby. And both of them are loving the sport. And yeah, they take to rugby, and here we go. Like under 10 to right through to matric, all these oaks do are excelling in the sport. And it wasn't, and I said to them, if you're not excelling, you know, I'd rather drop it and don't hurt your bodies. Actually said it. rather drop it and don't hurt your bodies. Well, this is a cup that when myself and my beautiful got married was on the table when we came into the reception. That was on the table that people had put there for us. There's another after that. So I'm like, I'm kind of tied to it. And when people drink out of it, it's like I get really upset. Like, really upset. But yeah. Nice. My parents were religious, and we would go to church, but it wouldn't always be what was shown at home kind of thing, you know? Although their hearts were there. Their hearts definitely were there. So yeah, I guess I did. But it was more, you know, those days if you were religious, first of all, religion to me now today is different, because you get many religions, one faith. I guess I've looked at it for a long time, and I believe that Christianity is a faith, because religion can be so vast, but a faith in God is so much different. And hence you'll see that mostly when you talk to people that are profess to be Christians or confess themselves to be Christians, they would say it's a faith, not a religion. But in that sense, it was a religion, because in those years, you know, being a good person was really what it was about. Knowing the word of God. Now, where God's word says nobody on earth is good. Even Jesus said, don't even call me good. Only my Father in heaven is good. But yes, in those years, you would say religion would be, you know, I'm a good person. I'm going to church. I'm singing the hymns, and I'm praying to God. But if the word of God doesn't bring you to change and become more holy in the way you live, I think, and not in a wrong sense of the word. Yeah, I think religiously it was. My dad was a drummer, and he was a guitarist. He was a good singer. He wouldn't let me go into it, because he said to me, the world's going to destroy me if I just go into singing, because I had a talent to do that too. So he never supported me in the things that I wanted. But I would have rather preferred if he said, you know what, I trust the fact that I've raised you correctly, and whether you went out there and done whatever you're going to do, that eventually you'd come back to what you know is right. But that never happened. So I never really got to live the dream, I guess, that I wanted to live, because I would have liked to have got into musician And strangely enough, I wanted to be a hairdresser. Yeah, my mom was a hairdresser, and I was like, I used to love it, But my dad was kind of, mentioned be in the kitchen, and I would be in the kitchen next to my mom saying, I'd love to be a chef or a hairdresser or something like that. And I guess myself and my mom's personalities were just so much the same, and I guess myself and my buddies wasn't. We very much look at like, when you walk like your dad, because when you're growing up, that's your idol, what I'm saying? You walk like him, you say certain things like him, you look like him. But on my mom's side, I think I had her heart. Although my dad had a very loving heart as well. But I think they were troubled in their marriage. It was a very volatile marriage in that sense. And so when you're growing up religious, but then you're having these other issues at home, sometimes that hurts. But don't get me wrong, they were both like wonderful people. They were in their own right, and people sometimes make mistakes and they make errors. Because growing up, what you experience literally molds and shapes you into what you're going to be. Now I grew up, I was epileptic. I was born, my mother said, they call it around your neck thing, I don't know what they call it, but that was it. So I lost a lot of oxygen to the brain, which hurt the lobes of your brain, mainly the frontal one and some other one, I can't remember what it was called. But in any case, I ended up with grand mal epilepsy, and I used to literally live in hospitals and have and be in oxygen tents to cool the temperature down, because every time the temperature goes up, the fits get worse, and it was that type of thing. And I wasn't the healthiest child. I was born because of the issues that whatever they had or my mother might have had or whatever. I was born with some of my bones in my body that weren't right. In my legs over here, there's bones that fall short here, and I didn't realize why I couldn't walk. So yeah, at the age of 4, I was literally dragging myself around on my leg. My dad and them thought it was cute, but later on they realized that I actually had an issue, that in the bones in the leg that join here are shortened off and they sit here. And the doctors are going, hey, how's this guy even going to ever walk? You shouldn't be walking because you've got only one, your legs are going to go every which way. Again, they're one of the reasons why I believe in the power of God now. They went to a braai one night, and it was a bunch of Christian people together, and a guy came in there that had a clump foot. You know what a clump foot looked like? Well, his leg was shortened off, and he had a clump foot, and the little foot was like a baby foot like this size. And they literally got together for a braai to have like this prayer thing for him, And I was still a kid. I can't remember, probably around about 4, but I remember it as clear as a bell. And I'm sitting there, and the fire's burning, and everybody's going. And eventually they say, okay, it's time to pray. And I was like, okay, cool. Here we are. I can't remember all who was there, but I know that Eugene was there. Eugene, strangely enough, to change the subject, he started that Christian bikers group, the one that's now biggest in the whole of our country, the bikers group. He's basically the president of that. But he was in this little band in a Pentecostal holiness church. I just remember it said Pentecostal holiness. I can't tell you where it was, but it was there. And I'm sitting at this braai, with this guy's little clubfoot, and these guys start praying. And I'm sitting there as a youngster, just as a kid playing around. Like, I'm not really concentrating, but this caught my eye, and you can't forget something that's so significant. So they start praying for this guy, and I hear them, like, at that time I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I know now because I've experienced it, how they're praying and using the word of God as Jesus said in the Gospels, when they pray, how they ought to pray, and they were doing it like that. But that wasn't the thing. The thing was, this guy's foot, from a club foot, literally grew into a full foot right in front of me. Yeah. And I realized that at that age, that there's a power in the spirit, and that the Spirit of God has to do these things that the Bible actually said. We have so many instances in life where we have to, in faith. You get in faith in the car, believing you're not going to get into an accident. Few people just see it with the right focus on the fact that faith is not necessarily something that you have to see. It's something you need to believe. So when you want to receive anything from God in faith, believe that it is. There's a scripture in the Bible, Hebrews 11:1, that says, now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. If you look at that word in the Greek, now faith is the substance of things hoped for. The word hope in the Greek meant joyful, confident expectancy. So if you had to read that scripture again and you say, now faith is the substance of things joyfully, confidently expected from God, from that you can't see, you don't have to be able to see it to believe it. Don't get me wrong. No feeling sorry for yourself or doing it for attention or anything. But to get a message out, especially to young men in this world, that there's certain things that will totally break us, and we'll never turn to those people that can really help, or turn to God. That definitely can help, especially the Word. You can start reading the Word, and when the Word of God says it's alive, you start reading the Word and things change. No matter how you do it. And the minute you put it down, things start going backwards again. So there must be life in the Word of God, like the Word of God says. Every time you put it down, here's my wife. Things will go a little bit worse. You start feeling the stresses, and if you suffer from whatever you suffer, whether it be depression or whatever it is, those things just get worse again. The minute you start just feeding on the Word, as food is for the body, so is the Word of God for a soul. Things change. I can't even deny it, because it does. Because I've got so much of a history of coming from a background, and I think many of us do, and then having to really fight hard to find some kind of sanity in how to move forward, you know. And I think that when you're blessed to grow up and you haven't had to face those challenges, a lot of people don't. I don't think they don't. I think they won't sometimes understand it, because they just believe they kind of superior in a way, and their eyes aren't really open to seeing those that are really lost and really hurt. But it's strange, because God said in His Word that those that are rich, their riches would be their downfall, to not make it to heaven, because they wouldn't need a God if they've got enough money. And the poor, their poverty will be what drags them down, because they're going to go, we don't have anything, and God, it's your fault. When really in life it's a bunch of our choices. We make choices in life to go forward. I was really trying to find my way around finishing the ministry, but you have a whole lot of doors shut, and the sad thing is that your intellectuals in life, those that are considered to be clever, even when you go to your Bible colleges and so, those that are good at studying and so, they tend to be the ones that people focus on. But there's a little word in the Bible that's called anointing. And anointing is where God says, this person qualifies in my eyes. And if you've gone around and you have an anointing of God, then the gifts of the Spirit of God are evident in your life. And those that walk around with knowledge, the Word of God says knowledge puffs up. Knowledge makes you think you're the be-all and end-all of everything. And hence God said, along with knowledge, gain the understanding. But the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord, in going, I reverently fear God enough not to take the knowledge He's given to me, use it for my self-gain, or to show myself clever in a way that puffs myself up and makes me look important. Whereas God wanted us to just be normal disciples, like Jesus said, go out, tell them about Jesus, heal the sick, raise the dead, do what I asked you to do in that sense. And that anointing that God places on people doesn't just come to anybody. And I was walking around for a while with that type of anointing, but I was completely missed in the churches, because what they're looking at is they're looking at clever people. This guy's a theologian. He has studied the Word. They can teach a good teaching, but try and take a good teaching to the streets, and when somebody's in need of healing and pray for them, and there's no anointing on you, that knowledge is worthless to you. So yeah, it's hard for me to, after so many years of searching, you know, who should you serve? What should you do? I think the evidence is convincing enough through everybody else's religions and through the historical books, especially looking to people that are away from the Bible, have said, no, but Jesus did exist. We saw Him crucified. We saw Him do all the miracles and that wasn't in the Bible. It's through other people that were there. And it's all these other religions that say so. So I really believe, you know, in that sense that Jesus said he is who He said He is. I don't know. I just think there's a greater power behind everything. And I think this is going to go somewhere. I think you're going to go somewhere. Definitely, the concept that you've come up with is great. And but I think God's going to take it even further at some point. Yeah. So after a numerous amount of years of battling and not really getting ahead of that, eventually we get into this product where we had this product for the mines on the load-all dumpers to the axles, and make a long story short, brake plates and things that went on the hubs of that. And yeah, we found a nice little niche business, and for the next 15 years, after about 5 years of really great work, so you could say about 10 years of that, we actually had a good life. We lived pretty well. And then ended up, COVID came. We were down here in Pennington when it hit, so we ended up stuck here. And yeah, everything went south. The mines couldn't release the the work to the engineers. And we just ended up in a whole lot of debt, owing people money, suppliers. We had bought in a lot of stock just before because we really had our best year then, strangely enough. And then this happened without us knowing what was going to happen. And we lost everything. Lost our home, lost our cars. They came and picked up the cars and repossessed them. And tried to fight it for a couple of years. Yeah, my bike. Bought a motorbike. You know, you always wanted something in life. First time you could ever do something. I didn't even go look for the most expensive thing. I knew what I wanted. I knew that I wanted a bike, and I was looking for this bike, and I knew that it's something out of the 90s, and I found it, and I rebuilt it from scratch. So yeah, it wasn't that I spent a lot of money. We did do well. I was able to pay for my children. I was able to pay for their tours when they came, when they had Craven Week rugby, or just school rugby, because they did well in both. You know, they were just, so we had enough to look after ourselves. But then when this happened, I bought in stock, and it was a couple of million, I guess. And yeah, ended up having to sell our places up in Joburg. Although they were flats, that was our base, because in Joburg it was central to all the mines, so you were in a nice central place to be able to go to where your business actually is. And then yeah, we ended up in this place, just pulled out the carpets and all that, and then we ended up stuck here and lost everything else, and the rest is basically history. We're sitting with no jobs right now. You don't think it'll happen, because that kind of was my pension. And of course policies, and so, you know, thank you West Bank for not being kind enough. Thank you to the guys that had my policies for over 35 years, that you're the best customer until you ask them for a couple of months grace just to try and fix it up so you can hold on to your policies and your banks. Really cool. After you've been, had many rounds of letters and so as to how much they want to offer you and how much they will loan you, and I didn't live on loans and that. I don't believe in debt. And now for the first time I'm actually in debt. But yeah, I got saved on the rugby field. There was a guy called Mike Proshma. Proshy, if you're out there, dude. Yeah, remember that. We were playing a game and a big fight broke out in the field like it used to in the olden days. You're having a bit of a scrap. Everything slowed down in front of me. Like, everything slowed down. I thought somebody hit me in the head. I thought I had concussion or something like that. And it wasn't actually, because what it was God opened like the spiritual realm to me. Like I saw these figures, which I now know were demonic. And they were all around us, and they were shifting like this, like a smoke, like a shifting. But I could see that it was something spiritually alive, kind of thing, and I couldn't understand it because I didn't understand that type of stuff. And I looked over to behind me. My Proshy was on my right, on the fly-off, not knowing that he was actually a pastor and a child of God and that. And there was this like glow, this like light around him. And I looked at it like I thought, what the heck is that? And I think I took a few shots in the middle of it as well. And I checked it out like that. And the game went on. It came and it went, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'll get hit in the head. But just for interest sakes, after the game, I went to him. I said, did you see something on the field? Because I didn't tell him what was going on. I was like, did you see something that happened on the field? Because I saw the strange stuff. He looked at me like that. He said, tell me about it. And I didn't want to. And then he said to me, listen, I'm actually a pastor, but, if you need to talk about anything. I said, oh, yeah, okay, well, I don't know what this is, but this is, you're going to laugh at me. He said, I won't laugh. I said, okay. Told him what happened. And he looked at me, and he did laugh, but it was more a smile. And he said to me, God, he says, do you know the Lord? I said, don't come with that stuff with me. I've had my days with that. Hasn't proved to me to be much. And he said to me, but just give it a go. He says, go to church, or, He said, if you've seen something like that, that's God. And later on, I realized that the glory of God, where it was on Moses' face when he came down the mount, there was this light that came out of inside him. And we made of salt and light. And God opens it up, and the light that was shining through my Proshy was the glory of God. And the same glory of God was in heaven. And at the time when Jesus took me through to the saints, and he showed me, and that light that we are with no flesh. Now I just saw the full body how it was. But God was showing me the light that was in my Proshma. And I didn't get it at the time. And I went and I sat for a long time. I sat at home over a month, 2 months. And all of a sudden I decided, okay, I'm going to go to church. I went to church, not saying to anybody which church I'm going to, what I'm going to do. But I went to church, and I walked in the door, and here's this guy. Hello, Gordon. I'm like, who are you? No, I'm nobody. I said, do I know you? She says, no. He says, but last night, God gave me a dream, and I saw your face, and I saw you. And he said, when I get to church, I should come to you, and I should give you this Bible. It was a Thompson's Chain Reference Study Bible. And I looked at it and I didn't understand what it was, and that, but it's a nice piece of equipment if you're looking at Bibles, because it's like this hectic study Bible, and it takes you from beginning of any topic you're looking for. It takes you from Genesis right through to Revelations and explains everything, and you can get so much from it. I didn't know that at the time, but I was like, no, come on, man. One of my mates come and put you, or who did this? This is impossible. In any case, I didn't want to take it, and they said, oh, please, you got to take it. God said, I must give it to you. I'm like, oh, dude. Took the thing, Bible, brand new. I wasn't even rich off. I learned later that he just did it because God asked him to, and he didn't have the money to really replace it. But God asked him to do it, and he was faithful. I put this Bible down on the table for 3 months, kind of around about there. Not exactly to the day, but like that. And I sat looking at it, and I didn't go back to church. And then one day, I was sitting there and going, I was like drawn to this Bible. Every time I walked in the room, I was like drawn to this Bible. And I'm like, what the heck? Why? And I opened it up. And from the day I opened that Bible up, I sat for 3.5 years, 16 hours a day. I sat in this word, this Bible. That I saw the scripture that if you love me, I'll manifest myself to you. And I said to Jesus, I said, if I get to this place and I love you and I get to know you, then I'm asking for you to manifest to me. And from that time right until the end of the 3.5 years, eventually Jesus manifested to me, and he took me through to heaven, to where the saints are. Now beyond heaven, beyond that place, there's obviously the rest of heaven, but he didn't open that up to me. He's opened it up to some people, I believe, but he showed me. And then he said to me, well, he first appeared in a cloud. I was like waking up in the morning, and I found the scripture that said whether I was in the body or without the body, and Apostle Paul spoke of that. He couldn't say, but it did happen, and it happened to me. And I was like, I don't understand, because I was like kind of waking up in the morning. The time when you're sleeping, or half asleep and half night, and you're like, I'm busy getting up. And all of a sudden, I'm taken. Like, Jesus appears on like a cloud, and he's got his hands, come with me. And I go, it's like if you jump off a building and you get that feeling in your tummy. It felt like that, but going upwards. He takes me through to heaven. And he showed me some other things too, but this wasn't the most important thing. There were 3 little kids, and we ended up with these 3 children, and they had been abused by their father and somewhere in Durban and that, and they ended up with us. After that, I didn't realize that was it, but he showed me these 3 children. And they ended up, before I even knew that they were coming, that's what he showed me, and I realized these 3 kids are something that I saw there in that day. But that wasn't that happened. But the more important thing is what we discussed, is that he opened up a vision to me, and he said, "Look," and I looked, and this was 12, maybe I always say around about 12, but it could have been 13 or more years. But before it happened, he said, "Look," and I saw Donald Trump sitting on the throne of America with a crown on his head. And he looked at me, and I was still asking what the question. I said, "That's the guy that owns the hotels." And he wasn't looking his age; he was looking a little older, obviously, because when this would come to fruition, or when it would come to pass, he would be older. And I gave it to my Pastor Allen at Rehoboth Church. That, and I also saw the coming together of the EFF before it came to pass. Yeah, God showed me these red babies, these things, and that I thought it was Kusatu at the time. But they weren't wearing the red berets and that. And then he just showed me the formation of this, and they weren't something that he was liking at all. That there is a danger to South Africa. And I still don't know what that means, but I saw them. But the main thing was Donald Trump. And then he looked at me and he said, "Tell my people I'm coming." Jesus spoke to me. I just saw Donald Trump sitting on the throne, and then he said, "Tell my people I'm coming." Now I know that there's 2 people in the Word of God that are important to God. Now one are the Jews, Israel, because he said we need to pray for them. That it was his chosen nation. And then of course through the New Testament, the gospel is then preached to the Gentiles as well, which is the church today. So the bride of Christ is what he was talking about. And I put it on a back burner, and then all of a sudden, years later, here's Donald Trump pitching up on the throne of America as the president. And of course I was surprised. And then I started thinking, what is God wanting me to do? And what he really wanted me to do is to speak to the church, the bride, his bride. Because in these days, he said that many will be deceived. And even in churches, people are starting to lose their love for God. And it's really because in our churches, there's so much wrong at the moment. There's and it's not all churches, but there's a lot wrong. There's a falling away that the Bible spoke of. And God needs us to come back to completely and utterly putting our faith and trust in him. And in Jesus, his son, because we will be judged by Jesus. And this is important for us. And I was thinking, should I go and speak to the rest of the world? And no, at this point in time, the gospel has been preached. But the church is also sick. And so, yeah, the church out there, God wants you to know that in the time of Trump, something significant is going to happen, whether it's the coming of Christ. I'm sure it probably and maybe is, but there's a definite coming of Christ. And if he said to me, tell my people I'm coming, if we just look at the word and we look at the prophetic word and we see what's happening in the world today, especially based around Israel, based on all the weather, all the changing of the weather, he said all these things will happen. And it's increasing. And it's never happened all at one time. These events are happening all together. And we know that the time of Christ is in that area when it starts happening together. We're now having all these things happen all at one time. Earthquakes, weather changes, everything becoming more evil, people becoming less and less godly and more evil, and that evil's just spreading. And this new world order thing that's coming up and all that, all these elites all working together, governments of the world going haywire and starting to make democracy into socialistic communism and bringing in all these things that God said would be, including all the sexual immorality. Woke generation, God is not happy with it. He doesn't want that. So it's very difficult for us to look at it and go, God loves us all, but there's certain things that he said would be not accepted, I think what's important to say when it comes to these type of things is that the greatest lie ever told is to put the truth out there and make everybody else believe it's a lie, because that's what's really happening in the world. There's everything is a conspiracy theory. Everybody are conspiracists, apart from those that are causing the trouble and making everybody believe that they're just all crazy, man. You're all just a bunch of idiots and you don't believe how can you believe this rubbish? When they're telling you through so much different media and so many different platforms what they're doing and convincing us to believe that it's just a bunch of nonsense, that it's just all conspiracy. So the greatest lie ever told, I would think, is when you're telling the truth. And those that are thinking, man, this can't be real, it must be a lie, believing the lie that's actually a truth, and then turning those that know the truth into liars and those that are lying into the ones telling the truth. And if you look at the media today, that's exactly what they're doing. They're just selling us a whole bunch of lies. The people that are trying to break the truth down are being cut off in media, being cut off on YouTube, being cut off out of everything. And in COVID, you saw that too. There were doctors out there that were saying these things are better for it, don't take the vaccination, that type of stuff. And they totally and utterly had these oaks removed. In some of them, I think even killed. Speaking under correction, but I believe there's some people that have disappeared because of it. Biblically, because I always bring everything back to the Word of God. I think biblically you got proof of what God said would happen. And there is going to be a one world system. There is going to be a one world order. There is going to be a banking system and a monetary system that is going to be forced upon everybody. And there's going to be a one world religion. If you look at the Pope today, is busy putting the one world religion together. They've already started banning Bibles and things in all kinds of countries, and they want all religions to come together. And there are many paths to God. Well, there's only one way to God, the Bible says, and that's through His Son, Jesus Christ. And praise God for that, because if the truth be told to everybody, so that they don't really end up going to hell, there's no other way to God. And like I said earlier, if Christ wasn't proven to be real through history, take the Bible out of it, just through history, in every religion, that he is the Son of God, and that he died, and that has been documented away from the Bible too. I think Jesus is the one person that has been completely and utterly proven and cannot be disproved, not through science and not through any other way, not through religion or any other way. If people can't see that he's the true Son of God, then there's something wrong with him, because there cannot be anybody else. He was the one that came and died for us and shed his blood for us. And we will be judged by him one day, whether we want to believe in whatever we want to believe. And hopefully the rest of the world will actually believe it. But these people that are selling these conspiracies know that he's actually Christ, because why would they use the only name He said the name that would be blasphemed and used as a swear word in the world would be the one true Son of God. Why does everybody use Jesus Christ as a swear word? When they say they use it, and I don't like doing that, but when they use Jesus or Yesus or Yessi or whatever they use, why are they not saying Baal? Why is that not used as a swear word? Why is that not used as a slang word? We use the name Jesus. But that was a proof that from God, that Jesus, the Son of God, the one that would come to save us, would be the only one used. You don't hear anybody else doing that. Why is it that everybody says holy this, holy that? That's a blasphemy, by the way, that the Bible says will never be forgiven. If you blaspheme the Holy Spirit and you grieve the Holy Spirit, that's the one sin in the Word of God even that says no man will be forgiven for. When they understand that that's what they're doing. Sometimes people are just doing it because, years and years ago, it used to be holy cow, holy this, holy that. But now, if you look at social media and movies and that, they're more and more blaspheming the Holy Spirit, but they're doing it on purpose because they're okay with being haters of God, not lovers of God. So you won't ever see a Christian using the Holy Spirit as a blaspheme word. But they want to just go, thanks, Sweetheart. They want to go even further than that because they know that using the name of Jesus proves the fact that that He is Christ and that He is the Son of God. But using the Holy Spirit is literally blaspheming God Himself. The very Spirit that God left with us, that He said, I leave with you the Holy Spirit. Jesus said it. It's better that I go to the Father, for I leave with you the Holy Spirit, and you will do all things that I did. If Jesus stayed here in the flesh, and He had to walk the earth, He would take a whole lot longer to do what He needed to do. So He left the Spirit of God, and He had to return to the Father to leave us the Spirit of God, so that every one of us could be filled with the Spirit of God and do the things He did. I'd rather have 1 million disciples that have the Spirit of God in them than have Jesus alone, trying to do the work with His 12 disciples till now. But I think it would have taken a whole lot longer to get the job done. So the Spirit of God is important. And hence we don't blaspheme the Holy Spirit of God because He is the one that has been left behind on this earth for us to have the gifts of that God left us, like raising the dead, healing the sick. And He's called the restrainer. And the restrainer will be taken away. When Christ comes and evil reigns on this earth in that tribulation period of time, that restrainer gets removed. And that restrainer is actually the Holy Spirit. Then you're going to have a world without a Spirit of God. You're only going to have the spirit of Satan. You're going to have the spirit of the God of this world. The same Satan that went to Jesus and tested Him exactly the way He tests us. We took Him up to a high place and He said, throw yourself from this rocks, and if you bow down and worship me, I will give you the kingdoms of the world. Well, Jesus wasn't interested in the kingdoms of the world. He was interested in the people and the salvation of those people. Without the Spirit of God, and blaspheming that Spirit of God is an unforgivable sin. But these people that have already sold themselves out, there are people that are, the Word of God said, are made for destruction. Those are those people. Those that cannot be redeemed back to God. Those who cannot receive Jesus as Lord and Savior. They have purposefully become enemies of God, and they will blaspheme God, and they will serve Satan because they have bought into the fact that they know they're going to hell. Our main priority needs to pull people out of it, because when that mark of the beast comes and we take that mark, and we know that mark said today, in the Word it says that we give life to the beast. And it's not far-fetched for us to think, hey, AI has almost got a soul right now. It doesn't have a soul, but it's kind of thinking. It's becoming like it can think for itself. I asked AI the other day a biblical question. It answered me better than what I could even in my studies have answered. And it even puts there how you should love Jesus and how you could put a sermon in there today and you could read it out straight off there without studying it, and it'll give you, if you put enough information in when you write or if you speak into AI, it'll give you every last scripture in the Bible. There's so much, it's so knowledgeable that it could literally act as a god if it decided it wanted to now run. Surely, look at the thing that Elon Musk is developing with the brain. Yeah, Neuralink. Imagine somebody decides they're the Antichrist now and they're gonna connect themselves up to Neuralink, and he's just said last week, a week or two ago, that you can download things into your own brain. You can store it, and better than your brain could ever store it. Imagine the Antichrist being connected to all that knowledge, and you can have it at the drop of a hat. The one thing Satan couldn't do is he can't be God, and he's always wanted to have control over the whole world. So he's never had the eyes. The Word of God says the eyes of God are all over the world. He knows what's happening all at one time. So check the system that the world has been putting up today. All the camera systems, all the satellite systems, Wi-Fi, how they can infiltrate every area of our life, every microphone, every speaker. It wouldn't be far-fetched to think that Satan himself would one that wants to be like God, would want to have control over mankind, be able to see and know everything you're doing in order to be God, in order to persecute or to kill you at his word. He's not able to do that right now. He can imitate things that God does, and he has knowledge of God, but he's not all-knowing. God's the only one that knows your end from your beginning. He doesn't. But he's setting up a system where he can know everything we're doing, and he can kill you at the drop of a hat. So it's not far-fetched to think that the Antichrist and AI would somehow have a connection. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure, but I don't think it's far-fetched to think that way. I think if you're using wisdom, you'd think that somehow these systems are going to be integrated, and that if you wanted to know what you're doing and you're buying or selling, or you're talking about Jesus in some way, he'll know it immediately. There's a Christian, cut off his head. Stop them from buying or selling. What is the one thing that Satan wanted when he was in heaven? He didn't just want the worship of God, because all worship came through him to God. He wanted to steal or take the worship and the place of God. He wanted to replace him. He wanted to replace God with himself and be God. And what does he sell to mankind? He wants us to be gods unto ourselves. You make the choice. You've got free will, but you're your own God, and you become gods. You don't be run by God. God is there to serve you. You're not there to serve God. And that's kind of what Satan wanted. And he wants to lead everybody astray. This new world order system is built around all that. It's built around him coming and taking the place of God, and for once being in control and being able to decide who lives and who dies. Because God only knows the time of our death, and so. But he wants to take that. He wants to say who lives or who dies. God has already planned in his word, where he said, and I love God this way, because he already said that there's going to come a time where we will die for our faith. But that took so much away from Satan, because now even his plan is like, oh, you are literally saying that there's going to be a time that I'm going to have the right to kill Christians. But then it's not me making your decisions, it's still you making my decisions for me. So he can never escape that. He's going to go to hell, and he's going to be thrown into hell, and he's never going to get past that. So the little bit of time he's going to have that he wants to enjoy is that 3.5 years in the tribulation, where God said he's going to have a time to do what he wants to do, to run amok, and then it's going to come to an end. But unfortunately and sadly, a lot of people are going to die, and a lot of people are going to end up going to hell because of their lack of belief in Jesus. But we want the world to understand that God's a loving God, and that he wants them to accept Jesus as Lord and Savior. I don't understand why we can't, because there's so many other things we believe in, but yet we can't believe in the one true God that shed blood and that died, and that everybody, including people that don't believe in God or don't believe in Jesus, have literally seen and saw what happened to him was true. Well, the tapes that I'm donating for this come from a time I spent 2 years studying at a Bible college called His People. I don't think Gavin would mind. The guy's name was Gavin Swanepoel. He came from Port Elizabeth. He opened up something really special down here, and then he was taken from us to go back. And I don't think it was the best thing for anybody that was there, because he was doing such a good job. But yeah, I graduated 2 years in Bible college with him. He was he's such a good man. He still is a good man today. And these tapes were every class that him and his wife gave, and with the lecturers that he trained. You know, in the Word of God it says we should raise up disciples. And this man was phenomenal at doing that. He was phenomenal at doing what God wanted him to do. So, yeah, the sound of these tapes, I guess, are, yeah, the sound of these tapes, I guess, are, you know, this was one of I think that anybody would, that these tapes had to be heard by anybody, because they've been sitting here for years. They've blessed many people. You know, he had a way of bringing across the Word of God in such a way that it inspired you to want to just walk as a disciple and use every gift that God gave you, you know. Yeah, I loved him to bits. I still do. But it literally started a downward spiral when he left. A lot of us backslid. And not name, because we're young as Christians, that, you know, a man could leave and they're not God. But he was just at a time, it was a bit too soon maybe for him to leave, you know. If anybody had to listen to these, before you use one, listen to a tape, start in a series and go, and tell me how it affects you. Because I'm telling you now, if you had to go through this, it'll change your heart, your mind, your way of living. You'll be so inspired. You'll be so you'll have so much inspiration to want to do the things of God after listening to a bunch of tapes like this. But you're blessing, you know, this over to you doing this work that you want to do. It's just a pleasure. But I'd say try and listen to the tapes, you know. And if the sound of anything comes through of it, let it be a sound that motivates and inspires people to want to be better, and to want to serve the Lord, and to want to understand that the world is, at the moment, is sick, and the churches have to come back to the Lord. Because the one thing that Jesus did say to me is we should tell his people that he's coming. So he is coming. And hopefully this is a way that will spread it, where I forgot to and didn't do what God told me to do at the time, that this could go viral and it could spread to the world and to every church out there, that we're sick, and we need to get ourselves right with God. And those teachers that are teaching a word of ministry that's not based on God's word, but tickling the ears of its users, and not making disciples, and not sending them out, and not and using God's word to become rich and to have gain, must repent. You know, repent of all those sins that you know that God wouldn't be happy with, because Jesus is coming, and I believe it's in the time of Trump. I believe that the times and the seasons and all the signs that God said would be here are literally here today. But yeah, hopefully a bunch of tapes like this could and what you're going to do with this, I don't know if you call it your business or your calling, any which one you want to call it. Hopefully you can take many of these types of stories and help people to understand what the times are that we're living in, and how it's going to play out. And maybe we can do some good. And if there's anything that I genuinely ask for, apart from work which I don't have and stuff like that, it's support a ministry or an NGO, if whatever you want to call it, that's going to help others to not only be able to live in these days and times, but especially those that are less fortunate than us. I just want to make a difference, and if that could help, help us out with that. So,
every church you visit, the pastor's preaching on this thing.
Yeah.
How many of you know what I'm talking about? You open up the Bible via Russian roulette. Oh, it's there too. How many of you know? You put on highway radio, and there's some guy, the DJ, between songs, he says that. That's the Holy Spirit convicting you. You all know what I'm saying. Now what happens is, instead of him just obeying me and coming and doing what the Holy Spirit's told him to do you know what he does? He now starts tithing 20%. And he now starts going to church twice a day. He now starts sacrificing and doing more and more. That's why David said it's better to obey than to sacrifice, because nothing you can do there can impress the Holy Spirit except obedience. Got it? Okay. Thanks very much. So the Holy Spirit is he who comes alongside of you. All right, let's go to the next one. He abides forever. He's going to stay with you forever. Have you got that? We'll just stop there for a moment so that I can let you all catch up. Let's just go to the next one. Number 5, he's our guide and our teacher. He's our guide and our teacher. In the next lecture, we're going to look at divine guidance. How can you be led by the Holy Spirit? Now, it's such a vast subject. I have a seminar called Designed with Destiny, and this whole seminar is about how to discover your purpose in life. And I'll spend 12 lectures going through the thing very slowly and practically. So I'm going to give you golden nuggets and principles. But here's the thing, you know what? Unless you take what you've learned and do it, you've wasted your time here. Got it? So hearing doesn't help you, doing does. All right? So how is he our guide and our teacher? Well, you see, here's the way it works. How many of you have ever sat down to have a quiet time? And you've been reading the Bible and you got it, read this, don't understand that, read this, no. Go back to the Old Testament, this one begot, that one forgot, don't understand. Get to the book of the Revelation, get out of that book quickly. How many of you have got there? And you start reading something and all of a sudden, something grabs you.
Okay. My mom gave me the name Peace. Yeah, the Peace was the name which was given by my mom. But it's in our local language, so it's Ntendele, which means peace. And then when I went to school, I was given the name Ian. Still, it was my mom who gave me the same name, Ian. So at school, I registered as Ian. But at home, my sister and my friends used to call me Ishan. So that's what a lot of people call me. A lot of people call me Ishan. Yeah. But in the art world, I identify as Peace. My mom was a religious person. Yeah, that's what I remember about her. And then the name Peace came from one of the churches because it was where I was baptized. Yeah, I was baptized as a Christian. So the name Peace I was given from that parish, the church. So growing up, a lot of people used to ask me, hey, why is your name Peace? Your name doesn't sound like local. Like I used to get a lot of backlashes from the guys, the boys when I was growing up. Like they would say, your name doesn't sound like you're from around, like you're local. Yeah, because it's in our language, of course, but then it was like translated. The original was in the English version. Yeah. So my name was a little bit of a controversy for the guys, but then most of them, they got along with the name Ishan. Yeah. So they just call me Ishan. Yeah. So most of the people, they know me with Ishan. Yeah. I don't know for them it's cool or it's easy. Yeah. Okay. I did not grow up in one place. I grew up moving around, all around. So mostly my birth mom, my original mom, she was an artistic person and she was an intellectual because she was a lecturer at the university. So I remember, because I was young when she passed on. Yeah. So I remember we used to have a lot of artworks in the house. So that was like my first inspiration to artworks, because there was these artworks of guys cutting trees and then lions chasing them. Yeah, so I was young and then I used to ask like, how did this come about? And they should tell me like, nah, these were made by people. When I was watching cartoons and then I'll ask like, what about these cartoons? And they should tell me, nah, these cartoons are not real. It's people drawing them and then doing them. So from the start, from around when as long as I can remember me asking questions, I was already fascinated with art. And then when my mom passed on, I had to grow up with my aunties and uncles. So my uncles and aunties, especially my uncles at that time, they were more like Rastas, I would say. So they were more into music. Yeah, so they used to listen out to Bob Marley and then all those reggae icons like Bob Marley, Peter Tosh. Yeah, you can name them all. So I grew up with the reggae world. Like they used to listen to music from morning to evening. Yeah. My aunt even says when I was young, like I would cry a lot, and then when they give me a radio or something which is making music, I would stop crying. So that was like the background of me having to start to love music, also the music side. Because also at an early stage, I was taken to church and then I started playing piano. That was also another thing. So like music and art was introduced to me at a very young age. But the people around me, they did not want to support that spirit of art, of me trying to become a musician or me trying to become an artist. Nah, for them it was just something like, something which is out there, we just enjoy it and then we leave it there. Yeah. It wasn't like, yeah, you can do it and then you can be like one of them. No, it wasn't something like that. I remember being asked the question what I want to be when I grow up. Then I answered, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't really know what I wanted to be because I was just introduced to a lot of things at a very young age. Video games, skateboarding, football, basketball. Everything was like introduced to me at a very young age. So I really didn't know what to choose then. I really didn't know what I wanted to be. Like, what do I want to be? An artist or what? I just wanted to be, I just wanted to enjoy everything which was given to me and then try to experience what I can do with it. So that's how I started becoming like more of a creative, because everything which I was given, I wanted to see how I can change it, like even if I'm given a lady, I'll break it. Then I wanted to see what's inside, Yeah. So that thing, like, it was always coming back to me. Like, I just want to be someone who creates. I don't know, maybe, yeah. I just want to be someone who creates. I wouldn't say I wanted to be a painter or I wanted to be a drummer or a musician. I just wanted to be someone who creates, because as long as I'm creating, man, I'm living. Yeah. I feel like I'm more alive when I'm creating or doing something. Yeah, I'm not that type of person who can just sit down. Nah. So I'm growing up, I'm loving art, I'm loving music, and then I'm growing up. And people still continue asking me what I want to be when I grow up. And still I don't know. I'm just growing up, experimenting things. So now it reaches a point whereby I finish school and everything. So now what's next? I still don't know. What am I going to do? I just feel like I can paint. I just feel like I can make music, can produce. But the problem is where I come from, I've never really seen like someone in real life who is living out of art, like making real money out of art, like being able to travel, go away, do art, and then live their best life out of art. Nah, like artists are like these other small type of group whereby they do their art and then they don't really go that far, So for me, I didn't want to be like one of them. Like, I didn't want to end up where I started in the first place, because where I grew up, they don't really promote art that much. So I heard a lot of people talking about Johannesburg, Cape Town. That's where tourists come. That's where a lot of white people are. And then, man, this always has been like in my mind, because also like my grandfather, he came here to work in the mines. So I remember when I was young visiting him by the village, he used to tell me like, hey, when you grow up, you must go to Johannesburg. You must travel when you grow up. Also my mom, she used to tell me before she passed on, like, if you grow up, you have to travel. Don't stay here in Malawi. I don't know for whatever reason, but she always told me that, like, you have to travel. And then that was always part of me. Even when I was going to school, I always felt like after school, I just want to travel and experience Africa. So after I finished school, I was like, nah, okay, now I'm done with school. I don't want to go for a 9-to-5 job. I want to live my life doing what I love. Okay, so what's the plan now? Okay, what can I do? I'm able to paint, I'm able to do music. Okay, let me first try to perfect these skills. And then if I perfect these skills, let me choose a destination where I can go. Yeah, so then I started like being more serious with my talents, like trying to monetize those talents. And then I moved from home, I started staying alone. Yeah, a lot of people didn't understand my decisions. They thought maybe I'm going crazy. Yeah, why would you leave home and then you start living alone? And then they didn't understand but for me, I thought maybe I was seeing things ahead. So I started perfecting those talents. For a while, I had a studio on my own. Then I was trying to sell some artworks back there home in Malawi. Yeah, obviously it wasn't working as I wanted. So then I decided for the first time I had to travel out of my country. So the first destination which I picked, I wanted to go somewhere which was not too far. Far but not too far, where I can be able still to come back home. So I chose to go to Mozambique, because Mozambique is a neighboring country with Malawi. The only problem is in Mozambique they don't speak English, they only speak Portuguese. Then I was like, anyway, cool, I'm gonna go. I didn't know anyone there. I didn't have any family. Just packed my bag and then I went to Mozambique. Yeah, there I stayed for like almost 4 to 5 years. Yeah. After I perfected the language, I was able to speak Portuguese. Yeah, it was nice. So from there, because I was in a place whereby I had to earn a living, I had to pay rent, I had to buy everything. So now I was forced to do the things which I love, but now I had to do them in a level whereby I had to sell to make money out of it. Yeah. So out of those years, I learned how to hustle. I learned how to survive through art. When I had stayed there for, I think that was 5 years, yeah. Then I went back home to Malawi. I stayed for that was during the COVID period. And then, yeah, that was during the COVID period. I stayed for some years. And then after I came back to Malawi, now I started like thinking of how now I can come to South Africa, because coming to Johannesburg was always something which I had been dreaming of, I had been thinking of, as I said, ne? Yeah, so now I just had to find a plan, because I knew I cannot come all the way from Malawi to SA without proper documents, because it's really dangerous. You don't travel without proper documents. There's a lot of people who do it, and then it's really, really risky, because the roads which you have to use to get here, they're always dangerous. You can travel for the whole month. You have to walk on foot, crossing the borders, passing from mountains. So I was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. So I had to like start again doing art back home. So I opened my studio back at my place, started doing sculptures and paintings, started selling, and then I ventured into starting selling clothes. After that, I was able at least to get some money, and then I was able to purchase, not to purchase exactly, but to obtain my passport. Yeah, like travel documents. Yeah. And then now the last part was, now how do I tell my ladies that I want to travel again, because they always had a problem with me traveling, because they'd be like, it's dangerous, man. Where are you going to stay? Who are you going to stay with? You don't have any family there. You don't have friends there. So I'll be like, nah, I'm still going to take my chance. I'll go there, and then, yeah, there I'm going to find my people. Yeah. I didn't really know where I'm going to stay, who I'm going to stay with. Yeah, it was just like, diving into a deep ocean where you're not really sure what you're going to find. Yeah, so on my part, it was somehow fun. And then it was also somehow, I felt a bit of fear, like I was a bit afraid. Like, yeah, I used to also think of those things like, but hey, what are you doing? Where are you going to sleep? Where are you going to stay? Yeah, but then I just had to gather this courage, because I knew if I did not travel and come to Johannesburg, I would never live in peace with myself. I would never forgive myself. I would grow old in the same place where I grew up without having the experience of what's happening out here. You check. So I would be like, I'm closed in a box. With all my talents, I would never go anywhere. So that's where I decided, like, no, I really have to go. Yeah. So then, yeah, I just made that decision with my passport, packed my bags, went to the bus station, booked a ticket, straight up, came to Johannesburg. I remember my first travel coming to Johannesburg, because it was my first time coming all the way here. So it was a 2 days drive. Yeah, it was really tiresome, man. Like, I was tired. Like, when are we gonna get there? Yeah, I remember now starting seeing the skyline. I'm like, no, now that's Johannesburg. Then we arrived. That was around 11 in the evening. And then we were dropped at the bus station. I didn't have anywhere to go. I didn't know anyone. And I remember it was cold, and I have never felt so cold in my life. Yeah, I slept there at the bus station for the first day. And the next day it was morning. Yeah, so now, I'm in Johannesburg, man. It was a big city, bro. Like, I've never seen a city so big in my life. Like, it's like maybe 20 times my city. Yeah, I would say so. It's too big. Like, my mind couldn't believe what I'm seeing. Like, so where do I start from now? Yeah, so the first thing obvious was to find a place where I can stay for a few days so that I can get my mind straight. Yeah, so, I started, like, I had my PC and my phone. I get a place where I can get some Wi-Fi, and then look for a place where I can rent, because I had some money. Yeah, obvious. So, yeah, first thing, I get a place where I can stay for a few days. And then after that, I started looking for friends on Facebook, friends who I went to school with, some of them who are around Johannesburg, trying to see who can be of help. Yeah. trying to link up with old people like who I can meet up with. But sadly, there was no one. So, yeah, I just go back to my ground zero basics, like my plan, painting. So I started making my paintings. I had my small laptop and my small speakers. Yeah, I make my music, my beats in my room, and then I upload them on Facebook. Sometimes, like, I send to other people else to know so that if they like them, they can buy, and then they send me some money so that I continue surviving, Yeah. So that's how my artistic journey started. Yeah, I started like that. I just had to find a place where I could first of all sleep, because it had been 2 days in a bus, man. Like, I couldn't even move straight. My legs were painful. So, yeah. After I had slept and then woke up, now my mind was a bit settled now. That's when I started again, like, making my paintings here and then trying to find a place also where I can sell my art. Yeah. I grew up being introduced to art at a very young age. So, from a very young age, the first thing I wanted to do, I didn't want to become something, but I wanted to do something. The first thing which I wanted to do, I wanted to make my own cartoons. Because every day I was watching cartoons in the morning. And then they always fascinated me. So like, the first thing I wanted to do was, I want to make this. I want to make my own cartoons. Because I always thought these are drawn by people. And they are people, it's people acting. So like, I was like, nah, man, I want to do something like that. So from cartoons, watching Cartoon Network, Boomerang, Disney, right from there, I got my first inspiration to do art. So I would say cartoons were the first things which I started drawing, because I would draw Tom and Jerry, I would draw Popeye, I would draw Ed. All those cartoons, because I would say cartoons were my first inspiration. And then in music, church was my first inspiration, because at church, that's where I learned music. Like, I got introduced to music. Like, at church music is spiritual. Like, it gets you to another level. Yeah, so before I even started liking all the other secular musics, church music was the first thing that motivated me. Yeah, so I would say in art, I was first motivated by cartoons. Yeah, I would say Cartoon Network, Disney, Boomerang, those were my first inspirations. And then, as I was growing up, I used to, there were Rastas who used to sell art back in my city in Branta. Yeah, so I used to go there just to chill and watch what they are doing. Yeah, they were painting. So for them, they were more into traditional African art. Yeah, like drawing women coming from the borehole, drawing fishermen, sunsets, drawing elephants going. Yeah, those simple type of art. So like, that was also something which inspired me when I was growing up. Like, so people can draw like this. Okay, so I have to move from drawing cartoons and then draw this. It was another awakening. So I started doing those for a while. Yeah, I used to sell back then. But then when I moved from Malawi and then came here in Johannesburg, my mind got opened also in a very different way, because now here I saw graffiti and street art. I was like, nah, how did they do this? How was someone doing this? So from that also, I got my inspiration, like, nah, man, I am also this, because through street art, people portray messages. It's not only portraits which they are portraying, but they also portray messages. So through that street art, I also was like, this is also something which I gotta do. So my art actually is like a combination of cartoons, traditional African art, and street art graffiti. I fuse them all together, I put them all together, and then I try to come up with something. Okay. First is this piece. So this piece, I did it when I did not have paint. I just had a pencil, newspapers, and super glue. So I saw a guy online doing art with just using fabrics and newspapers. And then I was like, nah, I don't have paint, but I can do something. So I started cutting newspapers and then putting them together and then using super glue and putting it together. This was actually the piece which made me to come and start working here in Johannesburg. When they saw this, they were like, you're an artist. For them, I qualified. You see, just showing them that piece. But at that moment, I didn't have any paint. I was just stuck in my room. I didn't have any studio space, I was like, but still, let me do something which I can show out. Because after I did this piece, I started moving around. I went to Eri's house, trying to get a space. Yeah, I went to AEE, Living Artists Emporium. Yeah, trying to get a space. And all these guys, they rejected me because they thought like, come on. But when I came here, they were like, you did this. And then they showed me other guys like, you see, this is a collage. And then, actually, you are an artist. Can you paint? I was like, I can paint. Given the paints. They're like, we got space. Yeah, so this piece, I would give it in my personal, currently, it has a lot of meaning. In my style of art, I was introduced to a lot of things. So I am not limited. I use everything which is in front of me to make art. If you give me spray paint, I'm going to use spray paint to make art. If you give me brushes and paint, I'm going to use brushes and paint to make art. If you give me paper or a pencil, I'm going to use that. Any medium which you give me, I'm going to use that to make art. So that's me. I just translate myself how I'm feeling at that moment. Because I put my soul in my art, because most of them, they carry a message behind, Yeah. Okay, so this is my recent, I would say, technique which I'm trying to develop. I know there are people who have done it before, because there's never really something new under the sun. But I have not learned it from someone teaching me. I am teaching myself. So I call it the matrix. It's like someone is trapped behind the matrix, but you can see the person. So when you look at that piece, you see a chessboard, but you see a person behind. And then behind, there's a story behind, because that person is looking at the city. There's a city skyline in one eye, and then on the other side, there's an explosion, which means the city is exploding. So you can see this person is trapped in the matrix, and he's a young boy. He's seeing the future. You check. He's trapped in the matrix, but he is able still to see the future. So if you don't pay attention, you might not even see him. That's the whole idea. Because for you to see that piece, you have to stop and see. That's when you see the details. The chessboard is a game, and then growing up, I had friends who were very fascinated with this game. They would play it a lot. I was never really a fanatic, but I know them, they used to play it a lot. So for me, it's a game, man. It's not real, but for them, they'll take it like it's real. They'll play it the whole day. Yeah, they won't go to chase any dream. They'll play that game the whole day. So it's like, you're trapped, man. You're trapped. You have to get out of that game. So this is like me in a younger state, being trapped in that game with my friends. But then I'm seeing the future, that the seed is going to grow up if we don't do anything. So that's the whole story. So the chessboard is it disturbs your eyes. If you don't focus, you're going to see the chessboard and then move on. But then if you look, you're going to see, it's a chessboard, but there's someone inside. And then when you see that someone inside, you're going to see what that someone inside is reflecting. That's when you understand the story. So the chessboard is like a distraction. You see, it's a distraction. It's distracting you to pass on, not to look. Because if I put it in a plain art, you're going to see it's plain. But now with the chessboard, you're going to be like, what was this guy trying to do? And then you're going to see, and then you're going to see again. Yeah. So that's that piece. So this is, listen to the type of technique which I'm trying to develop, you check. Yeah, because I'm always trying to evolve in this art. This is a series in the type of cubism. Cubism is a style of art which got most popularized by Picasso. A lot of people know cubism through Picasso. They say Picasso is the one who studied it, but now cubism is it's a way of doing art which was introduced in Africa, because people in Egypt used to use cubes to show shapes. So Europeans or people from Rome, they stole that information from Egypt, and then they took it to Rome, and then it was studied, and then artists started developing, and then it became it's an European way of doing art, but now it's from Africa. Because even if you check the masks from Africa, they have cubes. They just use shapes, and through the shapes, they formed figures of faces. Yeah, so this is a series. We're trying to bring back the old and the new and fuse them together so that we can portray art in the future. So this is what is actually happening, because this was the first piece. So you can see the first piece is not too much complex, but as the pieces go, they become more complex. This was the second, and this was the third. So in every piece, there is a story behind. All the pieces have stories behind. But the technique which is being used is cubes and shapes. We are only using cubes and shapes to form figures. Yeah, this is actually a series which I'm working with my friend Kevin. Yeah, we are doing a collaboration work together. So it's a series which we are planning to exhibit somewhere around November. Like I used to see these bags a lot from back home, even growing up. I would see people cutting them with tobacco, teas of reeds. Yeah, because Malawi exposed too much tobacco and tea. Yeah, so these bags are too much there. It's a common thing, like common way of keeping things, So when I came here in SA, I was like, I didn't have canvas most of the time. So I found this piece of bags and I was like, what if I try to make art on it? When I was thinking of that idea, I actually bumped into someone who was already doing it. And then that was Kevin. And then I was like, bro, I've been thinking of this and then you're actually doing it. And then that's how me and Kevin collaborated. And funny enough, we're all from the same country, all from the same neighborhood. But we never knew each other back there. We met here. So yeah. Then we collaborated and then we started making them. So they have that authenticity because even like the material which we are using, it has a background, it has a history. Africans, you never know this material was carried by someone. So, it carries an African DNA. I would say if you want to do art, there's one thing which you cannot avoid, and that's investing. Because art is a business. So in every business, you have to invest so that you can reap out the fruits of that business. So in art, there's no way you can not invest. Because even if it's trash, you would have to go to, I would say, wherever they are processing trash, and then you buy what you need. Even at the lowest price, but you still have to buy something. So the other thing for me, because there have been times when I've not been selling art. I'm an artist still, but I'm not selling art. So I have to have a plan B or something else which I can do to get money so that I can support my art. Yeah. So I used to work in the salon. I know how to treat people hair. I know how to cut people hair. I know how to do dreadlocks styles. Yeah. So I was like, nah, I can work in the salon and then the money I get from the salon, I buy art materials. So still more, there's that thing which you cannot skip because art is a business. You can do art for fun. You can do art just for yourself to keep them. But if you want to make art a living, you have to know that you have to invest. Yeah. So there's always that cost which you have to pay. You never have to count it because it's going to pay back at the end of the day. Yeah. So still, if you want to be an artist, you still have to organize yourself. Even the read which you have, you can even just have newspapers and super glue and a board. I don't know, that would cost maybe somewhere around less than 100 rand. But if you use those things in a clever way to create art, out of that art piece you can sell for 5 grand, 6 grand. So you check out of 100 rand, you make something like 5,000. So you just have to use your head and your creativity to bring out something new to the world. Yeah. It's not always whereby you have to wait to buy expensive paint, expensive oil paint, expensive canvas, expensive brushes. No. You don't need all those. You can use whatever you have, but never be afraid to invest. You check. Yeah, because the investment is always going to be there. Yeah. Back home, even before I traveled to come to South Africa, I knew about xenophobia. We watched videos of people being burnt. They're saying in South Africa they don't want people from outside to come. They want all the people who came to go back to their countries. Yeah, we used to watch those videos. And it was terrifying even on my part because, I was scared. Like, even before I was about to come here, my family, they would tell me, hey, if you go there, they're going to burn you, they'll kill you, they'll show me those videos. Yeah, I was scared. But I don't say it's a good thing. Yeah, it really isn't a good thing because I believe like Africa is one, just like Europe. When you're in Europe, you're in Europe. You can go to any country as long as it's in Europe. So why can't Africa be like that? Like, I believe we are all one. We shouldn't be, because if black people are chasing each other here in Africa, where else would we go? You know, it's always been like that. Like, even my granddad came here to work, and then after he worked, he went back to Malawi and then settled down and had his life. People come to seek a life and then go. And then at the end of the day, these things still happen. I would say I'm grateful and I'm a little bit lucky because I spend most of my days in the studio. I don't really spend most of my days outside moving around Johannesburg in town. Unless on really, really special occasions whereby I have to get something and then get back to the studio. But most of my time I spend it in the studio. I spend a lot of hours in the studio. I'm in the studio and then I go home to sleep. Next morning I'm in the studio. Like that, I'm here in Johannesburg, but I see things happening on my phone. I see things happening online. I see people are being chased. I'm lucky this side where I am is an artistic place whereby these things are not happening so much. But yeah, 2 weeks ago it was happening. People were being chased all around town. People were being catched. They are being sent back home. Others to Malawi, others to Zimbabwe, wherever we came from. Yeah, it's a reality which is happening. And sadly, I don't have any power to change anything about that. I just thank God that I'm a little bit, I feel like I'm blessed because in my line of work, I really don't have to deal a lot with that because I'm not always in the street. So most xenophobia people are fighting for the streets, they are fighting for space, they are fighting for businesses. So I'm not in that line of job whereby I get so much interferences because there's not too much artists after all. Yeah, and art is not something which everyone else can do. Yeah, so at least we artists, we get some kind of protected respect somehow, ne? Yeah, different from other people who are hustling on the street. For example, if I was selling bananas on the street, I'll be 100% vulnerable to everything which is happening. Because every day I have to be on the street still. That's where I'm going to get my bread. Yeah. So me as an artist, I'm a little bit saved because I'm always in the studio. And that's what has been killing my time, actually. If I wasn't doing art by now, I've seen a lot of people, I've had a lot of friends who I was chilling with. They've been caught by Home Affairs. They've been sent back home. Yeah. Unless you have an asylum or a work permit, that's when you can stay free. Yeah, so I really thank God I'm a little bit blessed. Yeah. Most guys who are South Africans, they come to take photos. And most of the people who come here are tourists. They're just visiting to see the graffiti on the streets. They want to visit a studio, maybe get something and go. That's my bonning. But now if you go in the CBD, now that's where there's all the havoc. Yeah, so I'm lucky that I'm based this side of Maboneng. Because even 2 weeks ago when people were being chased in the CBD, people were coming to this side to Maboneng just to chill. Because this side, it's a green area. It's not the red zone, like where a lot of xenophobia is happening. Yeah. And then there's this thing of load shedding. Load shedding so is an issue. Yeah, sometimes I have to do a commission for a client. Maybe I have a deadline. I have to finish. Load shedding his. And I have to stop. I don't have an option. That's 2 hours of non-productivity. Yeah, it's a reality also which we have to do. So still, I feel blessed and lucky because I do not use electricity to make art. The only thing which I need from electricity is the light. So as long as I can put out a torch, I'm still able to work. Unless if I'm tired. So yeah, load shedding is a pain, more especially if I'm listening to music while I'm painting. But if I'm not doing something which requires electricity and then electricity hits, there's always something which I can do without electricity. Because even back home where I come from in Malawi, there's load shedding. Only that year we only experienced load shedding for 2 hours. Where I come from is 6 hours every day. So once the electricity goes, it's 6 hours of non-productivity. So you get a lot of guys just smoking, drinking, doing nothing because there's no electricity. So that's what taught me I shouldn't depend on the electricity because if I'm always depending on the electricity, there'll be days when I have to do something and then I'll not be able to do it because I knew load shedding from where I come from. 6 hours of load shedding every day. So when it hits, I had to still find a way of doing what I can be able to do until the electricity comes back and then I'm able to use the electricity. Yeah, so when I came this side, sometimes I'll work, knowing that when the electricity hits load shedding for 2 hours, I'll rest for that 2 hours. When it's back, I'll come back to working. Yeah, so that's how I work with error shading. I just find like on my way, I just find a way of working with it because I don't have the solutions yet for now. I can't say I will install solar or I'll have a windmill. Those are just ideas which we can come about on the table. But to be practical, what are you going to do now? Yeah, so me, on my part, I just find what I can do without using electricity for the time when there's no load shedding. Until when the electricity is back, and then I can do the things which need the electricity. Yeah, because usually painting, I just need the light and maybe a reference somewhere and some music for the vibe. Yeah, exactly. Lockdown, COVID in Malawi was not as hard as it was here in SA because I was just watching it on the social media here, how it was like here you wouldn't move in the streets, you wouldn't go to the shops, you wouldn't work. In Malawi, it was just like they said everybody had to use a mask, a face mask, which was weird for us because that was strange. Why do we have to put on a mask? I had never seen someone really suffering from COVID in real life who would just hear on the radio that there's COVID. Shops were not closed. We would still hustle. We would still sell our stuff. Yeah, that time I was hustling in town. We would still go in town and hustle. The only thing which they said was like, all shops must be closed by 6. So yeah, so by 6, all shops and bars were supposed to be closed. And we had to move with a face mask. I remember I was even once arrested for not putting on a face mask because I was negligent. That time it was something strange for us, like, why do I have to put on a mask? And then these police guys, they came and then they caught me and then they put me inside for like a day until I had to pay. Yeah, after paying now I learned like, oh, so now every time I must put on a mask, otherwise I'll have to pay. Yeah, that was the ordinary thing which we experienced. Like we had to put on masks, which was weird for us. But otherwise, yeah, the economy went down because we couldn't get a lot of supplies from SA. That side, we depend a lot of things for coming from here, SA, more especially Johannesburg and Cape Town. Like, for example, if I'm back home in Malawi, I need some paints, canvases. Yeah, most of the times I have to order from this side. And then I'll wait for a week or 2, and then I can get them that side. Yeah, so during COVID, all those supplies were cut out because the borders were closed. So at that time, we had to find ways of surviving. Yeah, there was not a lot of products coming in. So yeah, it was tough, I would say, but not the way it was here. The only thing which we suffered most of was the economic side because the economy went down. Yeah, but otherwise we were not locked inside. Yeah, we were free, we would move around, yeah, do what we wanted to do, but still, yeah, there was no money coming in because a lot of things were closed from the other countries. So us, we faced that impact from the other countries because we couldn't get supplies. Yeah, AI is really a thing these days. Like, yeah, we cannot run away from AI. The only thing which a lot of people are making a mistake with AI is thinking that AI is greater than human beings. That's the only thing which people are making a mistake with. Us as human beings, AI is just like a computer. It's programmed. It gives you back what it has already been fed. It cannot create. You as a human being, you are the one who can create. So, for example, if I tell AI to develop a picture with cubes and the shape of a man with Johannesburg on top of it, it's going to give me what I'm telling it. You check. It's some information which it has already been fed, so it's going to fuse it together and then give it to me. So it's up to me to take that information and use it like it's the real information. Or I can take that information and change it and build something different. Because AI is like, you got the real book and then you have an encyclopedia. So you can either read the real book and then get the real knowledge, or you read the encyclopedia, which is going to tell you about the book. You understand? So it's up to you. So for me, I'm that person who will read the real book and then go again to the encyclopedia. And then on my own, I come up with the full knowledge. So I use AI. I cannot run away from AI. I can combine some pictures on AI. But then at the end of the day, I also come up with my own creativity. There's no way we can say AI is bad. AI is not bad. It's just a simple way of doing things. But it's not the final way of doing things. It's not like the maximum. No. Us as human beings, we are more smart. Our brains are more smart. Yeah. So you can fuse the AI, try to ask ideas from the AI, just to grab some inspiration. Whatever it's gonna give you, don't just take that and then give it to the public. Nah. You also have to criticize that thing, because even AI can be wrong. We have even seen pictures online which have been generated by AI, and then you can see the hand is in a wrong proposition, the leg is coming out maybe from the stomach. You can see that this thing is a computer, man. It has glitches. So as a human being, you're greater than it. You have to come back to it and then still edit from what it has given you. Yeah, so for me, AI is not the final product. Nah. Us and me as a human being with my brain, yeah, I'm more than the AI itself. Yeah, so I have to go beyond it. You check. Yeah, so that's my view of AI. I don't hate AI. AI is dope. We can use it, but it's like Google. You check. Google is gonna give you information, but then don't just sit down and say, hey, I read this on Google and then this is how things must be. No. Google is going to give you according to the people who researched about that thing. So you on your own, you have to continue also try to find more information about that thing. And then you come up with something authentic. Yeah, that's my idea. The sound which I would like to give to the world, on my part, I would like to somehow come up with a new type of sound which we can all enjoy. I'm trying to fuse the African sounds and then more of the modern synthetic sounds, and then come up with something which is simple and digestible to the ears, something which does not make noise to your ears, but you're able to enjoy it at the same time. Yeah, so sometimes I find it hard to describe myself like musically, like what type of music do I do, because I can do all type of musics. Yeah, I just love the sounds, and then I like to organize the noise and then put it into something which you can enjoy. The clashes and then the bongs and the hi-hats and the kicks, the 808s, put them together and then make something which, when you listen to it, they're all not clashing. They're all in a space whereby they're coming together and then they're making sense. Yeah, so that's what I like with music. Like for me, it's like the same way I organize paints, black, red, blue, yellow, and then I make something to form a picture. It's the same way with music, like I pick this sound, this noise, and then I put them together to form something which is, yeah, something which we can all enjoy and call it music. There's a sound which comes with the speaker, and when you're shaking it, it goes. Yeah, I love that sound, because the moment you hear, you know you're painting. It's like you put a brush in a paint, and then when it's painting, now it goes. Yeah, so that sound of the spray can, I love that sound. Yeah, if there's a natural sound which comes from something natural, which I would love to put it out there, the sound of the spray can. Even if I'm sleeping and then I hear someone, it's like the sound of the skateboard. It does the same thing. Even when I was sleeping and then I hear a skateboard, I know like, that's an ollie. That's this pop shanty. Yeah. So the skateboard and this spray can, those are the two natural sounds which I like. They're coming from things which are not music instruments, but they're sounds which they speak something to my soul. Yeah, exactly.
on Popo, it was never frizzy. It was nice and like luscious locks and everything and blonde. And then I got and then I thought I liked curls. No, I don't like curls because it gets not like these lovely curls that you get on the TV, but like this frizzy thing like I touched a wall plug or something. It was horrible. But now I put gel on it and it like lessens the frizz, but not a lot, so it's fine. But it can work. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so my beautiful name is Shantae Sumeri Petersha. Okay, I am 20. Turned 20 this year. That's the one. I was born here at GJ Crooks. My family... my mother's definitely not autistic. Like she attempted to draw a brain and the teacher thought it was a duck. So no, she's not autistic. My father can draw electrical diagrams, but he doesn't draw them prettily, so no, not autistic. My brother is abysmal at drawing. I think if he drew a brain, they would think it's a rock. It's not. No. So no. My mother likes listening to music and she likes attempting to sing, but no, she's not a great singer. My father likes listening to Afrikaans music, even though he doesn't admit it, but I've never heard him sing, so I don't know. My brother is just no. So no, I think I'm the only autistic one. I like to read. I like to sing. I just don't sing in front of a lot of people. I like to draw. I like drawing. That's fun. So, yeah. My mother reads books. So that's at least a top thing there. And I read books. My father doesn't. And my brother doesn't at all. So no. That's that one. That's a funny one. So, what happened was, I wanted to help people, but I wanted to be a doctor. So what happened was I had my little medical case. It was pink. That's the important part. And I had those little, those scopes to like measure the heart. So whenever my parents brought friends over, I would like check everyone's heartbeat and check if everyone's healthy. And that was great fun. But then I also wanted to be a vet. So what happened was there in Limpopo there's lots of animals, lots of wildlife. So I would come and rescue birdies and like help them if they fell off the tree. I would let them grow and everything. But then what happened was the vet thing, I didn't like the idea of having to put an animal down or sometimes not being able to save the animal. So I was just like, no, that's not happening. Then I thought, now I'll do the doctor thing. And it was going great. I had the vision. I could see it, kind of, but it was good. Then COVID came, and this was a horrific story. My father is a very compassionate man. So he always helps these guys who are having a rough time. So then they would live with us until they could get their feet. So now this guy, he came to live with us. His name's Quibus. And it was on lockdown, so we were stuck, everyone together. And he had this massive boil on his leg, massive, funky-looking boil. And I was like, no, that's fine, I can sort it. There was this pimple popper on TLC. I was like, I can be a mini little Mrs. Pimple Popper. So then what happened was I YouTubed, okay, how can you get the pimple out? COVID time. So then they were like, okay, take a glass bottle, like those Coke glass bottles, okay, check, I got that. And then they'd say, okay, heat up the bottle, like take a pot, put hot water in it, put the bottle inside, heat it up, like real hot. Then once it's hot and the water's boiling, should be good enough, you take a wet cloth and then you place the bottle, like the open end, onto the boil, and you take the wet cloth with ice, and then for some way the heat and then the cold at the end forms a suction. So then what happens is it like pops it out and it sucks it out. Then I'm like, okay, great, it popped. But Dr. Pimple Popper, that I don't know her name, but I know she's Dr. Pimple Popper. She says that you have to take the sac out. So I was like, okay. Got the tweezers ready, and I got the little knife, and my father had like this little tiny little knife set, like with the little blades. I was like, okay, take the bottle out. I'm ready. And then what happened was I was kneeling down there and I was like all confident in my brain vision, my doctor, like Dr. Pimple Popper fantasy. And I reached down to do it. And then the first thing that hit me was that I started feeling nauseous. Like really, it's like an instant nausea. And then like I started like getting dizzy, and then on the sides of my vision there was like this blurry thing, and then it started getting like dark, but not like dark like, oh, where did the sun go? No, like load shedding dark. It was like bad, and then it went from the sides, and then it just went and I was out for the count. Dead. Not dead, but I felt dead. I woke up. I was freezing damn cold and I wanted to cry. I think I did cry. It's good to cry. Then I was like, maybe it's just he's like vile. He stinks a lot with that thing. Maybe it was that. Then what happened was I took my dog out for a run. Very damn annoying. Not my dog. Other people. They don't understand that my dog, maybe your dog is sweet and friendly. Mine isn't. So when my dog sees someone or something, all that he can think of is kill. So now these people, they leave the gate open or whatever. Their dog runs out. My dog comes to kill something. And he already killed another dog. That traumatized me. So I was there up the hill, and this like house was right there on the hill. And then they left the gate open. And it's always these small little dogs that think they're so big. That small dog came for my dog. I was like, no, this isn't happening. So then I like pulled the dog in, but he still went under my leg. I don't know how that happened, but I fell and he scraped me through the tar. It was sore, like really sore. But then I got him up. He didn't kill the dog. I got hurt. Anyway, I was bloody. And then when I saw the blood, I also passed out. And then my father, he likes to work in his garage, so he like has grinders and stuff, and the grinder is dangerous, so he cut himself, and it was like bone deep. And I'm still, even though I'm not going to be a doctor, I still like provide for my family with their all little small cuts. So I got their Dettol ready, tissues and gauze and everything. I'm ready, and now he's like there, and it's like, look, like you can see the bone. So now he's like wiggling the bone. And then when I saw the wiggle bone, I was just like, I'm done. And I passed out again. So then I discovered I'll never be a doctor. I can't handle it. So that dream was dead. Then what happened was I went to a market and I tried to sell raffle sheets for the school, for the little home school that I was into. Never done it before, but I was like, it can't be that hard. I see other kids do it, so I'll do it. And I just have a natural ability. I just get there and I got like hundreds of sheets. I sold hundreds and hundreds, and it flowed, and it was so fun, and I was like so excited. Then I discovered I'm good with sales. I don't even have to try. It just like comes to me like breathing. So I'm like, okay, sales. Then what happened was my aunt, Danny Renee LaRue, she's this fancy real estate agent there in Port Edward, but she was the only one in the whole family that does it. So I was like, okay, maybe I should be a real estate agent because they deal with big money. And my aunt was very excited for it. I was excited for it. And my father said, oh, it's just like a few simple courses and then bam, you've got it. And I was aiming for that. Then after matric, it was just afterwards, and I went to this real estate agency that at the time they did offer me a job, but when I got there, the owner wasn't there. So I still went to sit with someone else that worked there, and I was like, okay, well, my plan is to be a real estate agent. Like, can I come and work here? And then he's like, no, it's not that simple. I have to study for like 3 to 4 years just to be able to sell something. And then I can still not sell it independently. I have to sell it under someone else. And also you have to have a job besides this, because this is only commission. And if you live in a place like as small as Bennington, you might never sell a house because there's, it's just no. So then I was like, I need something immediately and I need money now. So that wasn't going to work. So then a customer of mine said I should take gap year because he took a gap year and he motivated his kids to take gap year. So just take gap year and think. So then I thought, okay, I tutored kids for a little. I did maths and stuff, which was a massive surprise because I was horrible in math when I was a kid. And now when I look at math, I'm like, this makes sense somehow. I don't know, but I did it. And some kids are little angels. And then you get this kid that is an absolute menace and you like want to throttle him. But the bad thing is that it's not my kid. So I can't discipline the child. Can't like put him over my knee or something because that's like wrong. And also the parents say, oh, he's just tired. Doesn't mean it. But it's not his face that you threw a ball at, so it's not the same. So then I was like, here's the problem. 95% are little devils. Then you get the 5% that are sweethearts, but then they don't actually need you. Or no, then you get that's 3%. Then the other big percentage, actually 2% is nice. The other 3% is kids who are really, really not talented. Or they skipped a few years and now they're on this spot and they have no sense. And sadly with me, maybe I'm a bit mean or judgmental. I cannot handle dumb people. Please have like a metachrome of, intelligence, then I'll deal with you. I don't want to give you like the whole step. I just want to improve you. I don't want to like build you. So I was like, no, teaching is out, completely out. Then I thought, okay, I'm good with managing. I was a prefect. I was a media manager. I was a media leader. I'm good with managing people and I'm good with people skills. So I was like, okay, maybe I can be like a HR manager or a PR, consultant, something like that. Then the problem came in that there's no demand for it. There's a supply because a lot of people do that, but there's no demand. And then even if there's the demand, the sad reality is it's a feminine job and feminine jobs don't make money. And I'm aiming for money because I don't want to be reliant on anyone. So I was like, okay, that's also a fail. Then my father's an electrician. So he was like, okay, I can do electrician things. Hi.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. You can come in. You can be part of it.
No way. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm talking about like my career, like my path, like how I got to this point.
Okay.
So I already mentioned real estate's not exactly for me.
Not for me either. That's why I stopped halfway through.
Exactly. It's exactly that. I stopped
halfway through because then you got to think. If you don't sell, especially in this day and age, then you don't get commission. If you don't get commission, you can't pay your house.
Exactly. See, he gets it.
That's why I stopped halfway through and I said to him, either you take me on admin full-time where I can get a salary or I'll go. So,
but even admin is not nice because they don't appreciate you. So no, admin was like from the start out. No. So then what happened was he was an electrician and I used to help him in the garage and stuff. So I am technical. I know I can do technical things. So I was like, okay, I don't like mechanics. Even though I can do mechanics, I can fix a car. I can build a car. I've built cars before when I was younger. I can do all those things. I hate having things on my hands. Like those greasy things. Even like dust. That's like, oh no, nothing. And I can't smell like the diesel or the oil smell. I hate that. So I was like, no, something clean. So I was like, okay, electricity is clean. So let's do electricity. But then I thought, I don't want to be like some common electrician. Not to say like electricians should be ashamed. They're great and they make a lot of money and they need it. But I was like, I'm not dumb. I'm not doing a trade because I can't be academic. Doing a trade because I want money. So then I was like, okay, go the next step. Be the highest possible level that you can be in electricity. And what's that? An engineer. So this is where I am now. Sadly, I've dropped math after grade 10 because my luck, I started grade 10 in COVID and I do not have a natural ability for math. I need to work my life away to just manage like an equation and perfect it because I'm a perfectionist. So I dropped that and I decided I would rather have a great report, matric, than have a horrible matric with math. I was like, if whatever job field I'm going into, it needs math, I'll do a bridging course. And this is where I am now. Engineers need advanced math. So I'm doing the advanced mathematics bridging course. But I'm doing better than what I did when I was in school. I think it's the mindset. Math takes confidence. So, yay, I'm doing that. Like I said, I don't mind being in the spotlight, but like when you dance, and I don't dance with her a lot, so I don't know any moves that she's gonna do, but then I don't do it for me personally. I'm doing it as like a facade. I'm not doing it for me, I'm doing it for her, so it's for her, so I don't mind. So then I'll be front and center. But then with those type of things, I have to be all out there so that it's a funny mind game, but it works. It's like real special. Would you like a book?
Shy.
This one looks good.
Because I'm actually preaching to the whole world. Be confident in yourself, believe in yourself, and then
she's not very confident.
So, thank you for being here.
Okay. I'll just give her like a gentle shove. She just needs like all supportive people. Just like need to shove the loved ones, then they'll shove it in the right direction. So it's fine. This book looks so good. It's interesting. With the book, you can tell by the first page whether it's going to be good or not. It's not that much about the grammar, but the grammar also has a big thing to do with it. But it's more of is it flowing or are you stalling? Because if it stalls, then it's a big thing. And also a very interesting thing that I learned is that you see the name. Because if the name is smaller than the title, it means that it's a new writer. Because if the name is larger than the title, it means that they don't care what the book entails, but it's because the author is a good author, so they're voting that people will see the author's name and they'll buy it, not just for the content, but for who wrote it. So that's super cool. This girlie is new, so that's why the guest list massive. And she's alright. I didn't hear complaints, so that's a good thing. Very good thing. I wanted to write a book about this boy. He's an orphan, but at the time of the Great Depression. So that was very fun. So I researched everything about Britain and everything about orphanages in that time and everything about Cumbria, there in that Northern Ireland type of thing, because I love Ireland. So I researched everything and I researched names and I researched grammar skills and I researched everything. And then I like to be perfect in things. So if I'm not perfect in things, I would rather drop it completely. So it's very easy to read a book and it's fun, but it's not easy to write a book and make it flowy. So then I couldn't make it flowy, so then I dropped it. So now what I do is when I listen to a song or something, and this sounds insane, but I would envision something happening within the scene with the beat of the song or the words of the song. So then I envision a scene that happens with my imaginary little character. So that's why I'm very weird. But for me also, I have I don't know if you should call it separation anxiety or something, but I don't like it when something has an ending or something dies. So I would have my story and then it would progress and then I'm happy, but then it would reach an inevitable ending and I'm no, it can't end because I need to know. I can't just... I have a massive fear of dying because that freaks me out. So you have this whole life of purpose and then one day, I don't know, you got hit or something and it's just darkness forever. I don't like that. I don't like endings. So that's also what got me with the book. I didn't like the ending. So I keep thinking of different scenarios to keep the book going. but no one lives forever, so that wouldn't work. So that's sad. Harry Potter. That's a funny story. I was not a massive fan of Harry Potter all the time. I heard of it, like this boy under the stairs, and I'm like, why would I read about a boy under the stairs? What's so special about him? Then what happened was, when I went to this homeschool thing, they had like this little shelf of libraries, like little books, and that was after I left the library at school. I was still into books, so I picked up this Harry Potter, the first one, and I was like, I'll give it a try, it's fine. With the first book, I struggled to get into it. It took me like a month or two just to get it over with, but after that first book, I was addicted. I needed to read every single book, every single movie, every single script, like everything. And then it came to the end where they were there at King's Cross Station, and the kids were there, and the son even said he's worried he'll get into Slytherin, and Harry said, it's okay, I'll love you anyway. And then they got into the train and they end, and I'm like, you can't just end it. I need to know, did he get into Slytherin? What happened in the meantime? What is Harry? Can he still speak to snakes or something? So I was frantic. I needed to know. So then what I did was, there was these online fan fictions. So there was these fans, just like me, who loves the story, just like me, and they would write their own interpretation of what could be. So then it was Wattpad was a famous one. But then Wattpad got boring and old. Then there was this other one. It's Archive, something Archive. I don't know but it's this big archive one, and there's millions of fan fictions of like a million different alternatives what this one story could have placed on different characters or different viewpoints or different pieces of the story where they felt that it was misinterpreted or it could have been interpreted in a different way, or maybe they feel that but that also taught me about life and about choices. So if you make this one choice, you could lead a whole different life, or you can change the whole universe just by the one alternating one choice. So that was fun. I'm still into it, but now I'm studying, so I have no time to read it, but I love it. And she's also such an inspiration, J.K. Rowling. You know, she failed. No one wanted a book, and she tried 12 times. And then finally Bloomsbury thought it was a nice book, and they posted it, and then it hit the shelves, and it was amazing. And then the books came in quick succession after that, and also the movies came like in between the books, so that was great. What happened was, everyone felt the same way as me, that the book ended too quickly. So then she made Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. The Cursed Child is Albus, the boy who thought he was going to go into Slytherin. But I must say that book was abysmal. It was no. So now a lot of people are arguing and saying that they shouldn't even put it part of the series because it's not at all good enough. So now I understand why she ended it. Sometimes it's good to end something on a good note than rather taint the thing. If you have nothing more to say, that's fine. People can come up with their own imagination. So I ended that. Didn't work out. No one uses the Cursed Child because that's like an embarrassment to the Harry Potter name. What they use is the from number 1 to number 7, and like maybe like a from there. So then what would happen is they would say now if Tom Riddle or Voldemort didn't go that night, or say now he did go but he didn't kill the baby, or say now he killed the baby but instead of a piece of his soul, say now his whole soul went into Harry Potter, or say now like Albus Dumbledore didn't leave Harry Potter on the doorstep, or it's like all these alternatives or all these different ways, or say now Harry Potter was a girl, or say now like when he went to hunt the Horcruxes and stuff, that it didn't just disappear, but it went into Voldemort again and turned him into Tom Riddle. And then he got his sanity and then he changed it because he was meant to rule the world. He just like lost his way. So there's all these different scenarios of what could be and what would be and what. So that's fun. But I like to do that about stories that I'm passionate in. So I would pick a story and then, like, for example, 50 Shades. I know a lot of people are very shy and very ashamed to say I'm a 50 Shades fan. I was at the beginning too. Like, when it came out, I was like I was in like grade 4, grade 3, somewhere there. And my parents watched it, but they said I should go to sleep. I did go to sleep and I'm like, what are you watching? I was like really curious, but I left it. And then I got to grade like 7 or something. And then I was alone. I wasn't completely alone. I'm never alone, but they were sleeping, so they were gone. And I was like, flat screen TV, it's dark. And then what happened was I was cruising through the channels and then 50 Shades popped up. And I'm like, oh, okay, let's watch. So then whenever it got to those like parts, I would like skip and run away because I was one of those kids. Like whenever there's just kissing, I'll be like, oh, and then I would hide. So this was like a big task, but I'm like, I'm gonna do it. So then I would skip, then come back to that same channel and I would watch it. And then whenever that happens, I would skip. And then what happened was I searched for it and I recorded it. So then I trained my brain to watch the whole movie. It's like the whole series without running away or pausing or turning. I was like, I'm gonna watch it. And then I watched that one, and then the second one, and the third one. And then I realized it's not all about that. It's deeper. It's about someone who was broken and someone who came in to redeem his soul, you know? So I was like, this is so cute. This is special. I want to know everything about it. So then I got the books. But then I found out that there's a book on the male's perspective. So I got that book. And then I got the screenplay book. And I went through the different YouTube videos of how they made the movie. And I went through interviews. And I watched the movies like 100 times. And then I got bored. And then I got into new fascination. Would you like to browse? And have fun. You just browse everywhere. Have fun.
You know anywhere there's dark romance you tell?
Oh, you're a 50 Shades fan?
Pretty.
You're my fan. Okay. Go to that shelf like there at the end. There should be not this one. At the end of it, there should be like a no. You're not going outside, darling. You're just going like the other side of the shelf.
This side?
Yeah. Then you must just you must just look nicely. There should be a 50 Shades or darker, or I don't think I have Freed. I think I just have grey and dark and 50 Shades of dark. But if you haven't read that, I have, you know, Jamie Dornan, Christian Grey, like the actor of Christian Grey. I have like his autobiography of how he got the role, how he felt during the role. Do you know he was married? He was married and he's Irish. You can like hear it when he's in the interview. That's fascinating. So I have that book, but I don't know if I sold those other books. That's actually the fascinating thing. I'm the weird one. So with me, it's like I make a point of not judging anyone because that's also, I think, why I'm successful. I have a very open, like, atmosphere. So whether you are trans or gay or you like weird things or sexual things or whatever, you're free with me. I don't mind. You tell me and I'll try to help you in the best of my ability. I think the one person, she wanted a book on different positions, you know, that Sama Sutra book type of thing. And I didn't have that exact book, but I helped her find something along those lines. And like all the different books that I could possibly find with that. But, you know, there's not really I'm the one with the strange, like, I go all strange because with me it's like the more I know, the better I am because I know more than someone else. So I don't mind being weird. It's not like someone can judge me. It's like, what are you reading? I'm reading this. What are they going to say? They're like, oh, you're weird. I'm like, I know, and you're boring. So it's fine.
Have you read the girl with the dragon tattoo? No. Oh my god. Then you haven't read a book yet.
Lawson is good.
Which one is the first one?
The girl with the No, the girl who kicked the hornets. No, that's number 3. I think that one, the girl with the dragon tattoo, is number 1. And the girl with the hornet's nest is number 2. And then the girl with playing with fire, I think, is number 3. And then the girl with in the spider web is the last one, and that's on Netflix. Really good. So that's one.
I've heard it before.
Yeah.
Movies.
It was the same actor. If you've ever watched The Crown, like, are you like a British fanatic?
It's very good.
She's the main actor of Queen Elizabeth. She plays the girl in the spider web. The girl in the spider web. Really good. It's not exactly romantic, but it is like thriller kind of. And it's not like a detective investigating, but it's more like a thriller lab type of, like a secret agent type of thing. Yeah. Those types. That's fun.
I enjoy disturbing serial killer books.
You know what would be amazing?
I read those more often than I do smuts.
Smuts is like so good. Have you tried Wattpad? Like with that stuff?
I am a Wattpad writer.
I know. So I love that. Have you have that archive of our own type of thing?
Right, yeah.
Those are good, but with them they don't call it smut. They call it slash, like slash. But that's also like really good. And also with Wattpad they say mature, but then with the archive they say explicit content. So that's like really nice. But I hate it when they say mature, but then they handle it like a damn the Twilight thing where they're like, I went into the ocean with him and then the end. I'm like, I don't care about that. Anyone can walk in the ocean. I want like detailed description of like what happened. What was the emotions? How did she feel? Was there pain? Was there what like? Give me like a step-by-step process.
So I can imagine the specific image in my head.
Exactly. Have you, a lot of people, Virginia Andrews is like the queen of disturbing, but like more in a sexual sense. She's so good. Very good. Disturbing, but good. And then there's obviously, A.L. James, real good. I would not nominate Stephanie Meyer or even J.K. Rowling with anything smutty. That's just an embarrassment. But Mills and Boon is well known for their smutty content. But then you have to look nicely for the title of the book, because they have different categories. They get the hot and spicy, or they get like the normal sexy or the romantic. Go for hot and spicy. They should have like those smutty things. So that's fun. I think I sold Grey because I'm good at what I do and I like motivate people. It's like, come on, you want to read it. Because Grey, if you've ever read it, Grey is on Christian's perspective. So it's on the male like side of things, because I really wanted to know like what is going through his head, because I know what went through hers and I want to know what went through his. So that was fun. Darker just made me cry a lot. But I didn't have Darker this last week. I had 50 Shades Darker, but I sold that. And I didn't have Freed. Freed was also great, but with Freed, she didn't want to do like the hectic things anymore, so it's not as like fantastic. But go for Virginia Andrews. She does the disturbing.
Oh,
it's fun.
The Twisted series.
No? Is that a Wattpad?
And that was good. The details were good, but I just felt that the story went too quickly. The story was good.
That is good. I've heard of a lot of compliments with some people that like the dark romance. They read a lot about the mafia and stuff like that. And they also said that 365 Days was turned into a book, or it was based on a novel. But my issue is like, I hate it, because with me, I like the smuttiness and I love that, but I put a lot of value into a relationship. If you choose this person to be your person, stick to the person. I don't like it when they do this, conniving, conceiving, like this one cheats on this one, and this one is breaking up with this one, and this one abandons this one. I'm like, please don't.
About the after series as well.
That was so annoying. Like, don't do that. Because with me, everyone complimented and said, you should really watch it. And I did. But I think on the first movie, she left him. Why? Or he left her or something. And that was after they bought her apartment and it was so sweet. And she was like, you should be so grateful. He's investing in the relationship. And then this is how you thank him. So nice. No, I don't like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, and also, I'm like a massive Harry Potter fan fiction fan, but my favorite actor is Tom Riddle. That's now the Voldemort guy. Love him. I think he's so dark and mysterious and misunderstood. He's just amazing. And then I read lots of stories of love stories of him and this other female. Now, many times they get captured to him because he's attractive and he's smart and he's that dark and mysterious. And a lot of girls do that. Oh, he's dark and mysterious. I want to be with him. Then when they marry, the girl expects him to settle down and be like the common husband. In what world are you living in? And then when he doesn't do that, then they feel all offended. I'm like, if you want to marry a dark wizard, be willing to do dark magic with him. Don't judge him or leave him or have an issue because he's now dark and mysterious. That's what you wanted. So I don't like that. So I like the smutty, but it has to be faithful. So you'll be my smutty partner forever. And it's like this sweet thing. So that's fun.
No, I completely understand that. And I agree with it.
Oh, yeah. That angel thing is like really sweet. It's like a soulmate thing. The one that you have is very sweet.
Oh, this Confessions of an Angel.
Yeah. The girl, I think it's the girl. She's on a highway of death. And this angel comes to her. I think it's that story. And basically, he comes and visits her at like odd nights and stuff, and he kind of guides her to accepting her fate type of thing. I think it's that one. So that's very sweet. I don't know if there's any smuttiness, but it's sweet, so that helps. That's cool. But also, what you must try to do is, like, at the back of the book, sometimes there's this little triangle. If it has a nice little S there, then it means that it's also your book, because they would only put the S there if it's like explicit content. Otherwise, nothing at all.
Okay.
It's fun. Just look nicely. You should, because what happens is they think that Kitty shouldn't read that. And every person to their own. Hi, I love that pink. You like doing it, and it's like the whole set. There's the white shoes and the white shirt, and then the pink little nails, everything. Is there a book that I can help you with?
No, just my daughter.
Oh, I see. What kind of books do you like?
I don't read.
Oh, that's okay. You know, my father, my brother doesn't read, but I read enough for everyone, so that's fine. Completely fine. Trust myself into like the bright spotlight, like you must see me. Somehow, some way, with my funny brain, it helps with my confidence. And also, because of my shop, because it's in a professional setting, I'm not broadcasting my own personal self. I'm broadcasting my shop. I'm broadcasting something that I believe in. So then there's no reason to be shy, because no one can say anything, because I don't know, I'm weird. And also with like dancing, like my one friend, she organizes Zumba and stuff. So when she tries to advertise it, but the way she does it, she goes to markets or big centers that have a lot of people, and she would organize like this hour to dance there to, bring people. I would dance with her. I don't know the moves at all, and there's like a 50% possibility that I'm going to see my face with the tile, but I was like, well, I'm doing it for her. I'm not doing it for me. So no one can laugh at me, because if they do laugh, I'll be like, well, you know what? You did really good, because I didn't see you move. So good for you. At least I'm like trying. I'm being a good person. You're being a bad person, and you're being mean about it. So that's my thought process. So with this, it's like if they want to say something about however I look like, I'll be like, well, first of all, why are you staring? Are you a pervert? And if you like look, if you can like detail any type of thing that's wrong with me, how many times did you watch it? Did you pause it and zoom in? Like, what's going on? So then I redirect it and say, you know what? There's something wrong with you. But I can sit down and listen and I'll process your problems. It's fine. Because I also have complex issues. Like, for example, my teeth. I got it from my mother. I don't know how my father's teeth looks like. He has false teeth. It's a secret. But he used to do drugs. He doesn't do it anymore. He's a good boy now. But he did drugs. And like, he did it in a bad way. He didn't do like the small baby boy drugs. He did like serious drugs. So it like rotted his teeth out completely. And then what happened was I was in grade 7. We went to the pool there, but it wasn't at the mine, but it was still the mining property. And I love pizza, or at least I used to. He hates it, but the reason why is because my mother ordered pizza. He took a bite. I can't even remember what pizza it was. And when he took it out, his tooth was stuck. So then I don't know which one was missing. I think it was the front ones. Because then he had to like go to the dentist. Because it's the front tooth. You can't look like some type of pirate without one tooth. So then he went to Leidenburg. Leidenburg and Middelburg was the two like on opposite ends of where we lived. That's like the two main places to go to, two main cities. I lived in Popo, Stilput, so it was the middle of nowhere. It's just a mine. There was like Leidenburg this side, Middelburg that side. I think he went to Leidenburg. Everyone goes there. I don't know why. Middelburg looks fancier, but I think Leidenburg is more welcoming. I don't know. He went there. The dentist, who's evil, like all dentists, said no, he has to pull everything. So then what happened was, because everything was rotten. So then they went, and the worst thing is that they pulled it all on the same afternoon. So they pulled like all everything. And it was bleeding everywhere. And it was agonizing and everything. And I don't even think they had the teeth ready yet. I don't know. I can't remember. He didn't.
Oh, because all seems had long.
Yeah, so he just had gums for a little, yeah. And then what happened was he was in pain and he was bleeding a lot. And then what happened was my mother, sweet soul, she heard by a friend at school, because she's a teacher, that if you take Richelieu and you rub it on the gums, not give it to the person, but rub it on the gums, should relieve pain. But she didn't understand that. She just heard Richelieu give. So it's like, okay.
Richelieu.
Yeah, but the problem is, once an addict, always an addict. So that did not work. So then what happened was, he was like newly clean. Not like new clean. He was at least like clean for maybe 2-3 years of the drugs. He was good. I don't think he'll ever do it again because like his teeth are like destroyed. Doesn't even have them anymore. So no, never again. But then when she gave him the Richelieu, that started that, but it was small. Like all addictions, it starts out small and inconsequential, and it's not in anyone's way. It's fine. But then what happened was, it was a habit. So then it became, but it was still okay. But once life came into the perspective, then it changed, because now, like I said, it was in the middle of nowhere, so there's no schools. So if you have to go to a school, you have to go to a boarding school. My father, we used to go to boarding schools when he was little, but I think he was traumatized because, I don't know, he was lonely. I don't know if he's very good at making friends. He didn't like it. So he thought he wouldn't do that. He made a promise he wouldn't do that to his kids. So now my brother, he's not academic. So my mother thought if he goes to a special school, it would be better. So there was a special school, like, I don't even know the name. It was even further away than Kingdom Come. It was far away, somewhere there, far away. But then he like definitely had to go to a boarding school. And my father was completely against it. But my mother is stubborn, just like my father. So she was like, no, he's going. So then he went. But my father wasn't impressed. So then, like my father thinks, like maybe all men think, I don't know a lot of men. I know my father, but what my father thought that now he'll be rebellious until she understands that this is a bad idea. So then, from like small little sips, you got into like big bottles daily. So then that's how that happened. But then they changed the story, and then my brother came here, and his friend's wife was staying here with her kids, and my brother went to Scarborough High. And then what would happen was he would go on weekends to come and visit on like some weekends, stuff like that. It didn't last long, but he still drank, because then once the ball was rolling, it didn't exactly stop. But after a long while, he did come to his senses, and then he went to Cedars, the rehab, and now he's a good boy. So, like, I don't know, since 20...
And that's how you...
No! What?
I don't know how we started the conversation.
No, what? I don't know how he got his teeth. No, what happened was, I have a comfy about my teeth.
And you spoke about Dad's teeth and this.
But then, yeah, and then I got to his teeth. But my story with my teeth is that I'm very confident with the rest of myself. It's just my teeth.
Don't worry about
it. Oh, yes, that's how I got it. I said, I don't know how his teeth looks like before.
Yes. Okay.
But my mother's teeth, apparently, was also small, but not exactly spaced out. She had too many teeth. You know those type of teeth that like kind of like have a wall with each other, so they like clash and everything. That's her type of teeth. Me, they small and they're not enough. So even with my small mouth, it doesn't work out. And they're sensitive. My bones are sensitive. So then my enamel is sensitive. So like my brother and everyone else, they can have sweets and like all kinds of sugary things and coffee and like energy drinks, everything. I can't have it, because I can't even have strawberries and berries, because if I try that, I did that. Okay, I had like a special 14 Rand for berries and strawberries. Obviously, I'm going to take it. I took it every day. I had like the whole canister of berries or strawberries every single day, the whole time. It was fabulous. Then it wasn't fabulous for my teeth.
Well, I didn't notice your teeth.
It's exactly that.
I didn't notice your teeth.
No one notices, because no one ever...
It's only your comment.
But I notice it, because like when I go in the morning and brush my teeth, it's like staring right at me.
Don't do it in a row then. Look away.
I need to see it. I need to see that it's like looking better or something. It never looks better. It only looks worse. And then sometimes when I think it's looking good, and then I'm like, no, it was just spit. It's still looking the same. So then what happened was, is that what I'm doing now is like I research, because I research everything. Google says that there's a pattern. You have to have it on a 45-degree angle, and you have to brush it for 2 to 3 minutes continuously, and from back to front to sides, on like back and stuff, for like the whole time. And the bristles must be very soft, and you have to have lots of toothpaste to make the foam and stuff. But don't scrub, because if you scrub, then you scrub the enamel off. I didn't know that. And then I did that. And then I also said, take sugar-free gum and chew 20 a day. Because if you chew 20 a day, you have enough saliva. And if you have enough saliva, it will detoxify your mouth, and then it will help with the enamel. So then all the bacteria gets like eaten away with your saliva, and then your teeth will be okay.
Okay, but now spin on the works. That much gum's going to give you very bad stomach.
You see, it's like I never win. But my worst fear, is like, say now, I don't do it, and I lose my teeth. It's like my father. But even like my bare feet, it's like a fashion statement. It's like, I'm not going to wear shoes because like I believe in it. So then I will, like with the exams I did online, There was a whole hall of like 1,000 kids. I was the only soul who didn't wear shoes, and I was so proud of myself. I'm like, you go for it. Okay, my darling. Shantae.
Shantae, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Hey.
Hi. I might forget your name. I'm horrible with names, but I'm good with remembering faces and people, and I'm always friendly. So that helps. And I always smile, even though I don't like my teeth. Well, you're on the lot. So that's so cool. Okay, my darling.
Told her what out of you was a lot. Smart. No, but I found another day.
This is like, it's okay, but I don't like the mellow jello. If I wanted mellow jello, I would just,
I was skeptical about it, but I thought it looked like a...
Yeah, but this is
romance.
Do you like the look of it? Do you like the bat of it? Oh, there's murder.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. The murder is the one. This is like a, now also right, you like this. This is like super sweet.
Lemon gore and soft romance.
Yeah.
I was like skeptical about this one because I don't like traveling back and forth.
Oh, you don't like that?
No, it's difficult for me to keep.
Well, now that I'm like awful sick, can I just like quickly, without like chatting my whole life story, I'm just gonna look for like a perfect bookie for you, because I am good at like finding something perfect or someone perfect.
Do not. Or.
I'm trying to think. What happened was 50 Shades. I did 50 Shades. 50 Shades and, Christian's Perspective before I got the shop. But when I did do the shop, I did the, like I told her, like we had like this whole girly conversation about like the smutty side of Harry Potter and all the different variants and stuff. I read that a lot. I didn't know if they could sense it, but my bro, I'm not envisioning you. I'm envisioning the characters. Sit down, come. But y'all, I think some of the times I didn't read it while they were there, but yeah, I'm sure within the day or within maybe the hour that they were here, I most likely read it. But I don't know. They didn't see it. That's a nice thing. That's also, I have to give credit for Kindle. And Kindle, it's not so in your face. You have to go open up the thing. Then you can see this is the title of the book. With the book, like, you have to have confidence to read 50 Shades because everyone's going to see it. They're going to see it's grey or 50 Shades. Everyone knows 50 Shades. So you're like, yeah, I'm reading it. With Kindle, you just see words. And it's not like someone's going to go snooping up in your, like, personal, pages and reading what you're reading. So that's a bit more discreet. But books, not so discreet. I'm going to show the whole world this is what I'm reading. But if you're confident, then it's fine. Don't feel judged about reading smutty content. It's fine. It's your own personal brain. You can envision whatever you want to. And like, I root for that like really a lot. Even with teenage girls, I'm like, don't bother yourself with guys. You're still young. Focus on your studies. Read about it. Envision it. It's fine. But don't focus on boys. Don't do it yourself because you're not ready yet. Be committed to someone. Be ready to do it because it's actually a real life commitment. Then do it. But yeah, I do feel that books create the atmosphere that you join into. It's weird. And with books, what normally happens is the books come first and then comes the movie. But the movie only comes if the books reaches a certain success level. So then they can roundabout like estimate, well, this is how many books sold. So if I watch a movie, this is how many viewers there will be. So but then again, Joker isn't in a book, but Harry Potter is. So most likely with those type of things, I would make a book first, see how it's feeling. Then they would switch over to, that. But I also think that's why Harry Potter, that Cursed Child one, was made into a play, not a movie, because a play you don't invest that much money, because I think deep down they knew it's going to be like not very appreciated and a failure. So I think if they want to have a Black Snow White and she's trans, go for it, but do it on a play. See how many people like it. If they like it, good for you, good for trance, whatever. But if they don't like it, stop right there. Just don't force it, because it's not going to work. It's fine. People will get there, or people will never get there. And also, like I said, this LGBTQ thing, I think it's just a phase. I think people, it's just with words of repression, don't repress people, because there will come a time where they will rise, and then they will want to be heard, like over exaggeratedly heard. Don't repress them. Just, accept them. Like if you want to, kiss someone or experiment with same gender, that's your own business. It's not my right to condemn you, but it's also not your right to force me to do it with you. But just love everyone. If they get AIDS, it's not your problem. It's their problem. Let them get AIDS. I think the other problem is just people involve themselves in, in other situations where their opinion is not warranted or wanted or needed. That's damn annoying. So this is what happens with load shedding, right? I have this, here it is, Ikoka. Great guy. He's very reliable. I also have the F&B machine. It looks like a smartphone, just with like no phone call, and it has like all kinds of digits and lines, but it is abysmal. It doesn't work for anyone, whether there's power or no power, whether there's signal with them at the beach or at the sea or wherever. It doesn't work. I swear I can count on my hands the amount of times it did work. So it's back in its box. I don't even use it. F&B even told me that I have to insure the thing. If I have to insure a device, how much does it cost? Does it cost more than my whole house? I can't do that. So no, I just put it back in my box. This one's reliable. I can throw the thing. It will still work. Good thing. But this needs like some type of internet, whether it be data or whether it be Wi-Fi, because it connects to the phone, and my app is connected to this thing. And then I pay through it that way. So now the problem is, when it's load shedding, there's no Wi-Fi, but I have data. Great. I got a SIM card like a few months back, so I have data. But the problem is, if the power is off for too long, then the cell towers goes down. Then I have no signal, so then I don't even have data, and I have no Wi-Fi. So then I can't pay with card, and most people pay with a card. When the lights go down, it's like midnight. You can't see anything. So that's annoying. So then people get discouraged from coming. So then it's immediately my business day is down and I can't do anything. So that's sad. It's annoying, but it's fine. I think other businesses, like there's a cleaning service, a few like shops down, and there's also like a restaurant, like 2 shops down. I think they suffer more than me because they are in dire need of the electricity. They need it to cook. They need it for profit. With me, it's just an inconvenience, but I don't need electricity to do my books. You have a phone, you can see the book. It's not like you have to cook a book. It's fine, just the way it is. Cold, hot, whatever, it's fine. And you just bring your phone, have cash or go to the ATM. So it's just a hindrance, but it's fine. But for them, I think they really suffer because now it's like putting a block to their production. And with no production, there's no income. And also those type of people, they have employees. I have no employees. It's just me. And then my mother helps sometimes because she's weak. But I don't have to pay anyone, so I don't have a production team, but they have a production team. So every time they stare at that person's face, they're like, I have to pay you at the end of the month. Screaming inside. I don't do that. So no, load shedding is not too bad. I don't know if other people do it, but what I do is I take a book and I'm like, oh wow, I'm this far. Oh wow, I'm that far. Oh wow, I'm almost done. And if I have this whole rack of books and someone comes to my house and I'm like, look what I achieved. I read all these books. But on your phone, all that you're showing is a picture. There's nothing to be proud of. It's like, I read this picture. A 2-year-old can read a picture. You can't see the extent of it, because even if it has, I checked, even if it has like 1,000 pages or 1,600 pages, each line is the same length as all the other books. So a book with 2 pages, it will have the same length of that bar. So there's nothing to feel accomplished about. There's nothing to be proud about, because like I was never that blind, but now I can't read that title from there. It's just one big blur. It's because I've been reading on my phone for so long that my eyes took a turn for the worse. It's very bad. And now the Kindle, can't tell me it's different from a phone. It still has that Blu-ray light. And if you invest so much time on the Kindle instead of on the open air, then your eyes are gonna suffer. So if you have like a insurance or medical aid or whatever in Specsavers, if you use Specsavers, sorry for you, I don't, but if you do, then I guess that's fine. Or if you think that you look good in glasses, I love glasses. Can't wait for mine. I'm supposed to get them this week, maybe. Love glasses. Then go for a Kindle. But if you like your eyes, or if your face will definitely look bad with glasses, stick to books, because books aren't natural, so it won't damage your eyes. Yes, it's small, so you might have to strain them, but it's almost like putting a battery saver on your phone. It will enhance your eyes for much longer. It won't deteriorate, but it will deteriorate like everything else. But if you do the Kindle thing and the phone thing, it will happen a lot quicker. Your eyesight will go from good to horrible very quickly. So that's how I feel about Kindle. I understand your dilemma, but I'm also putting pros and cons with it. It's not that great. With me is, well, I wish it was raining, because I love the sound of rain and pages turning. I like fire, the cracking of fire, but sadly I don't have a fire here. Not with books. My whole place will burn down. Can't have that. Can't even have rain, because then rain is like my worst fear if I have books outside. No. But the best sound is like a page is turning, but like slowly. Not like, because now with this, it's more like wind flapping, but if you like turn a page slowly, it like sounds better. And also it's like again with the progress thing, so it's like, how long does it take for you to turn the page, you know? Does it take you a few seconds? Does it take you an hour? With my brother, it takes him a minute, not because like he read the thing in a minute, it's because he lost patience in a minute and he moves on to the next one. But you know, other people, like they carry on and try for an hour, but roundabout it's like every few seconds, every few minutes, there's like a turn off the page, so that's fine. I mean, most of the sounds that come from my shop is people coming in and laughing, or like the excitement, like ooh and oh and no. So that's most of the sounds that come in. You can't really hear footsteps here because it's not like the people are elephants. It's not like it reverberates through the whole damn hall. But and also because it's, you know, carpet, you can't hear it, but you can hear the people's voices, and you can hear the laughter and the excitement and the, you know, the wonder. And also when they wonder what the name is, that happens so many times. So yeah, that's only, and the sea. If you pay attention to the sea, then you can hear the sea. So that's very nice. But further, you can't hear much. It's very quiet. But all bookshops are quiet. I don't even know why the librarians say keep quiet. It's already quiet. Calm down. It's fine. I don't tell anyone here to keep quiet. They can be as loud as they want to be, but not too loud, because there's a studio there, but just loud enough. It's fine. I don't mind. I like talking. I like listening to people. So that's the only sounds that I have. And me, I make the most noise constantly, always talking. So that's fine. But my voice isn't too bad, even though I'm have a comfy with the teeth. You don't see the teeth, you just see the lips moving the whole time. So that's fine.
full name is Lisa Strasberg, well, Lisa Trevelyan Strasberg if they're going to be technical. I was born in Durban and raised in Pietermaritzburg, which was very interesting. I escaped as soon as I could. Growing up, didn't really have the religious family so much. My grandparents were very religious and they raised my mom very religious, but she branched out of religion pretty quickly and raised us, I say us because there's 4 of us, to think for ourselves, explore different religions and kind of find what fits you, what works for you, what resonates with you, and what doesn't. So she was very much a spiritual person, and I think I took a lot of that, whereas my siblings didn't. I took a lot of that and put it into practice just in my life. Yeah, absolutely. My father played the bagpipes and was in the tattoos is what they call them, is when they have all of the bands together from a certain area and they all go and perform. He was, I can't remember what they called it, it's been a long time since I've been in that world, but he was like the major of the whole event. He was one of those people that could pick up an instrument and fiddle around and play with the chords, and he would master that instrument. So he was definitely more musical than anything else. I mean, I was reading music before I was reading words. I was sitting at a piano playing piano. My earliest memory of that, it was about 3 or 4. So, and he used to doodle, and I never really put it together until I was older that his doodling was actually really good. Really, really good. He would do caricatures and they were amazing. And unfortunately, I have nothing of it left. He passed away shortly after my 10th birthday, and there's so much I wish I could ask now, and so much that I wish I could have seen still that he would have come up with. And so the artistic side has definitely come from not only him, from my mom as well, but she wasn't as focused on it as he was. She was running a household, so but it's definitely come from both of them, and more so my dad. I think I would have loved to have followed in his footsteps. I mean, when he was doing the pipes, I was doing Highland dancing. I was completely dedicated to it, absolutely loved it. I still have my kilt, not that it fits, but it's there. I think music would have been a bigger passion in my life had he been around for longer. I tried to pick it up myself. I tried to teach myself guitar, and I had a friend that was helping me as well. But I have the ear for it, but it just didn't take. It just didn't take the same way. I'll start with the history, if that's okay. So, my first memory of ever being good at art was sitting in grade 3, and we were doing Afrikaans. And our teacher had read us an Afrikaans story and wanted us to create a picture of the story. And it was a kid with his dog, and they were outside in the yard playing with a ball. And so that's what I drew. And I remember distinctly my grade 3 teacher coming to me and going on and on and on about how great it was. And I looked at the other kids' work and I was like, maybe I do have something here. And that's when I really realized that I actually had a bit of talent. I did art in school as a subject in high school in Pietermaritzburg, and that was the sum total of me doing any kind of professional lessons, if you want to call them that, if it even is. We spent more time giving my art teacher a hard time than doing any of the actual work. But there were some girls in the class that were really phenomenal at what they did. And I would look at their work and I'd look at my work and I'd try and measure up and I'd try and measure up and I'd try and measure up. And For a long time I would sketch and I would meet people and they would inspire me to pick up a pencil again. I found that I would stop drawing for a little while. A year or two would go by and then I'd pick up a pencil again. And I'd shock myself because what was there before was still there. And it had gotten better even though I hadn't picked up a pencil in a really long time. And then I'd start getting inspired to do it again. And it would fade off, and it was this constant cycle of having gaps in between of doing the work because I was just doing it for me. I wasn't doing it for any bigger reason or bigger results. It was just for me. After school, I dabbled a bit. I was a shift worker, so I had a lot of time to sit and draw because of the shift work and stuff. And the last drawing I did, as opposed to just now recently, was 8 years ago. A picture of my second born, just a close-up face shot of him. And that's the last drawing I did until recently. It kind of hit me that I needed to start drawing again. And I now want to take it a lot further than I was ever inspired to do before. So I think the 8-year gap was mainly due to having become a mom and losing mine. I spent a lot of time in survival mode just trying to figure life out and raise my kids. And when I say I'm on my own, I am completely on my own. And I spent more time focusing on being a mom and making sure I had an income and making sure my kids were okay, and falling down hard a few times to the point where I didn't know which way was up or down anymore. And recently I was talking to somebody and explaining their entire family purchases a lot of art. They've got artwork all over their home. And I just casually mentioned that no, I draw. I haven't drawn in a long time, but I draw. And this person specifically said, well, why don't you pick up a pencil? Let me give you an idea of something I'd like you to draw for me, and let's go with it. And I started drawing it. And since then, I've kind of created a routine for myself. So my working days officially are Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I have to myself. So normal, crazy morning routine with kids. Get them up, get them ready, get them fed, get them out the door, drop them off at school. And I will come and sit here for the duration of them being at school and draw. And it has possibly been one of the best decisions I have made for myself. I have sat inside mostly of the coffee shop because I don't want to be out in the public eye. And the other day I was kind of forced to sit outside. They had a whole bunch of ladies inside, and I decided just to come and sit here and do my art. And the amount of people that stopped and spoke to me and encouraged and said, wow, they can't believe that I'm busy drawing that. I mean, I'm a common face around here. Everyone's used to me. I'm a local. And you kind of don't know you don't know people. We all take people at face value, and I don't think anybody expected it. I mean, I didn't expect to be sitting drawing either. And here I am. And the amount of people that turned around and said the most amazing things has also been really inspiring. I'm like, maybe I should be doing this. Maybe I should be pursuing this. All this time that I've spent doubting that I really could get to any kind of really good level, to the point where this could be a thing. This could be an income. This could be the saving grace for my kids and myself. It's a talent that I've been sitting on and not using for 8 years. So it's time. So my style of artwork is, my medium is definitely pencil. I I like hyperrealism, and I'm a perfectionist. And I kind of drive myself crazy because I can take a long time to pull off a drawing because I get very frustrated because I want perfection. There's other artists out there that have got the most amazing styles, and it's so, to an untrained eye, it looks so slapdash. And I would love to be able to do things like that, but I can't. My style is, I need it to be as realistic and on point as possible. And it's lovely, but it's frustrating at the same time because I get in my head a lot. And so it can take me a while. I can take up to 2 weeks to finish a portrait. If I'm dedicating those specific 3 days of and it's sitting here all day, I can get it done in about 2 weeks. But then I have gone over every single detail meticulously and driven myself completely up the wall to come right with it. So I wish I could do it faster, but it's just, this is my pace, this is how I do it, and I've had to accept that. To be very honest with you, I've kind of stayed off of the online thing. I've looked at art every now and again, and I haven't really gone into it too much because at times, when self-doubt starts hitting in, I look at people's work and I'm like, I'm never going to get to that level. So instead of finding it inspiring, I kind of started finding it demotivating, and I'd stop drawing because I think to myself, well, there's other people out there that can manage this and get to that level. I'm never going to get there. They're already there, so why am I even trying? So I haven't really followed very many people. I see some really fantastic things at times, and those I can't say who they were by. I don't know. I wasn't paying enough attention to it. But every now and again, there's one piece that strikes me, and then I pick up a pencil, and again I'm like, right, I'm gonna do this. I'm going to do this. So there's no one specific person. There's lots of inspirations out there, and unfortunately, as is human nature, you kind of get to the point where what should be inspiring you isn't inspiring you, and you get yourself down on it, and that's unfortunately a space I slipped into. That's the thing, is I've never actually sold my art. I've always done it for myself, or I've always done it as a gift for somebody else. I've never actually put a price to my work. Only recently, after speaking with that guy, his whole family purchases art, did he say to me, you really could be making a lot of money with this. I mean, I'm in a small town at the moment, a small coastal town at the moment. We're not known for having a lot of money, and I would like to start charging, and I would like to start doing it, but I'm going to start small. I've come to realize that synchronicity is an amazing thing. I mean, only now recently, when I've made the decision to really pursue this and hopefully make a career out of it, is everything falling into place. Suddenly, when you've made the right decision in life, things fall into place. I mean, I'm sitting here with you having an interview which is going to go online, and I still think to myself, is my art me? Am I good enough for that? And it's kind of mind-blowing because I made this decision recently, and look at what's happening. I've got people flooding to me saying, listen, please, will you do a drawing for me? I'll pay you to do it. And it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, suddenly you start thinking to yourself, maybe I am good enough. Maybe I am. So this is the start of my journey. It's not the start of my art. It's the start of my journey. Funny enough, most of the stuff that I've got at the moment has either come from online, Take-A-Lots. I mean, it's just standard sand. I mean, yes, online you can get a whole bunch of stuff that's aimed towards being artists, but you can, sandpaper, you can get that at a hardware store. This is just a makeup brush. I picked this up at one of the cheap shops in town. there doesn't have to be a lot of cost to us. I think that was also another reason I stopped during the years, is because I was in survival mode. I'm raising 3 kids by myself, and the extra costs of getting pencils and the things that you need, I just didn't have it. But things have changed, and you can find decent stuff at half the costs, and it's not that much. I mean, you can put aside 300 Rand and get yourself a decent start, and once you're generating an income, you can grow what you have until you have all the stuff you need. You just need the basics at the moment. I mean, I was watching this little skit last night of a guy doing a sketch with a burnt match. And it was incredible. So there's always somewhere to start. No, to be honest, no, not really. It wasn't really inspired by what I'd seen on TV or by other people as such. It was my own self-discovery. It was my own realization that I actually had a talent, and it was something that I could work with. So, sure, there's a lot of inspiring stuff out there, but strangely enough, it was never something that resonated with me. I think one of my biggest inspirations was my mom got remarried, and the guy that she got remarried to moved into our home, and he put up these pencil drawings that he had purchased years and years before they'd even met, and they were exquisite. It was a cheetah, an elephant, a giraffe, and they looked like black and white photographs done with the most amazing camera you could possibly think of. And looking at those every single day, I think, was more of an inspiration than anything I saw on TV and anybody that I really spoke with. Looking at those and thinking, that's a level I would love to get to. Strangely enough, it wasn't people. It was something so simple that was not in any design other than the fact that he had moved into our house and put pictures up. Lockdown was insane. I had been working in Durban, and because of the whole lockdown thing, it was basically, I had been working there for 6 months, and it was last in, first out. And I think it was a banking corporation. They knew that things were about to go quite bad, and I lost my job. I moved lock, stock and barrel back to Pennington with all 3 kids, and the intention was that my older brother would pay my rent for a month or 2 whilst I got back on my feet and found a job and got us all going, and then lockdown hits. Now I'm sitting there, I've had no savings. I've just spent everything I had on a move. I'm stuck with 3 kids in the house, running around, going crazy. Literally, there were days that we were on a prepaid meter and I was running out of electricity. We would spend days with no hot water, no nothing, because I just didn't have the means to put electricity in, never mind feed us. So lockdown was insane. Again, there was no thought of drawing and any kind of thing creative, because I just wasn't in the mind space for it. I really wasn't. It was survival 101, and it was scary and bad, and my kids were terrified, and people would talk, and it terrifies them more, as much as we like to think that they don't catch on to everything that's happening around them. They do. So there was definitely no creative juices flowing then. There was lots of stress, no creativity at all. So again, that was during my 8-year gap of not doing anything. Yeah, lockdown was terrible. It was terrible. And people start talking about it happening again, and I can't even begin to imagine going through all of that again. We've kind of forgotten again as a nation what it was like to go through all of that, and whether that's a strategy or not, who really knows. But yeah, load shedding, I think, I don't think there's anybody that's going to have anything positive to say about it. It was relentless and frustrating, and it impacted so many things. I mean, how many households changed to solar and to gas and to whatever they could afford to try and live as normal a life as possible around the whole load shedding thing. I mean, it impacts everything. It impacts school, it impacts kids, it impacts ability to do homework at night. It's very frustrating. Businesses, geez, the businesses. I mean, just yesterday, this whole area was out for most of the day. And once the electricity's out, eventually the Wi-Fi goes out. And eventually the water stops coming because the pumps aren't running. And if it stays out for long, it starts impacting not just this town, but obviously the next town will get the dregs of what's left in the parks, and then it stops, and so it goes. So, and that is really frustrating. How do you run a business like that? I mean, we complain about running a household like that, but how do you run a business? How do you run a business like that with no water, no power? I mean, dry cleaners, what do? What, they can't iron, they can't wash, they can't do anything. I mean, restaurants can still semi-function depending on what equipment they have, but it's frustrating. It's super frustrating. I mean, and a lot of them have put in generators, and a lot of them have put in inverters and put down so much money whilst they're trying to generate an income. Where does it end? And how much are they, and how much do they expect people to be able to really spend out in order just to try and continue to make a living? AI is generating images that literally take seconds for it to come up with. It's easy, it's convenient, people are going to take it, they're going to use it, there's a lot of people out there trying to advertise products and promote products. I mean, and there's so many people doing it that they've got to come up with something different and something catchy. And you see all over the place how people are suggesting, you use an AI platform, you can get your sounds, you can get your images, you don't even have to put your face up there, and it will generate a whole thing for you. So what is going to happen to people that use art as a means to advertise things? I mean, they're waiting for people to come to them and say, hey, this is my idea, would you be able to put this together for me? Whereas they can in seconds have it on AI. I mean, it's taking away from people. And artists of all kinds, whether it be musical or graphic design or whatever it is, they're all going to suffer. They're all going to suffer, and it's really scary. AI has the potential to completely take over, and half of people can't wait because it's going to make everything so easy and convenient. It's learning to get comfortable with convenience, like super convenience, and you don't have to go outside anymore. You can order everything off offline, and they've gotten comfortable with that. And slowly but surely, AI is going to give them other creature comforts, and they're going to get comfortable with that until it gets to the point where people are going to turn around and realize AI is completely taken over. People are losing their jobs, and it's not just artists that are losing their jobs, it's people that work in the shops. They're going to lose their jobs. There's going to be no need for them. They're going to be replaced. And house cleaners are going to be replaced. I mean, you look at that stupid little thing that goes around and cleans the floor, and eventually they're going to come up with other things if they're not already. I mean, look at the robots that they're coming up with and the things that they do, and they're replacing partners in your life. And people are okay with this? I don't understand. There's always a bigger thing out there that we don't know about. And quite scarily, I don't even know if I want to know everything about it. And as soon as you start diving down these rabbit holes and understanding what's really going on, it's sickening. It's really sickening. I know I take my time doing my drawings, and I'm scared that I'm not going to be able to meet a demand. But again, it's all the self-doubt. It starts creeping back in. Can I do this? Am I going to be able to pull this off? What happens if I can't do it, bro? What happens if I can't keep up? But where I see myself headed, I really do want to be doing this as a full-time professional. I would love to branch out into illustration books, not only what I have been playing with, the idea of old African proverbs. And I know that African proverbs it's rinsed and repeated so many times. I want to dig really deep. I want to find the old stories that have stopped being told, and they have for quite a while, and people have almost forgotten them. I want to go and dig out those stories and talk to the old Nkulus and find their stories and laugh and create children's books with illustrations and publish them. That's something else I also would love to do. I will branch out from there, but that's where I'd like to start. Okay, so this is all on you, because obviously you have shared your videos with me, and I have not had time to go through all of them, but the ones that I have seen have been really awesome and really inspiring. Your logo at the end of them has been the 3 wise monkeys: see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. And so while speaking with you, whilst I'm not done, again, I told you I take my time, working on a new sort of logo for the end of each of your productions. So again, it will get done, and it will be done today, but not during the interview. Multitasking, not one of my fortes. There's not very much about it that I don't like. Like you say, it's that taking the Stanley blade and scraping this off. It's the sound of the pencils moving around inside the box. It's closing the tin. It's silly and it's ridiculous, but it's so satisfying. Go where you need to go. I mean, it's the most simple things. It's the pencil on the sketch pad making the sounds of the strokes, the pencil strokes. Those are the kinds of things that I would gladly share.
You know, there's a total difference in the acting world when a guy says a line sitting down, then he has to walk up, do business, make a cup of tea and say the same line. It's different, you know, opposed to static and moving. I try to teach this to kids, the students that come here as well. Be natural, move like water. They say something like they're line reading. It's like a newsreader. What is that? So now, recently I've come up with this exercise. Just when the caterpillar thought the world was ending, he changed into a butterfly. How's that? And then we create something when the guy is down and out, and then he becomes a butterfly. Freedom, wings. You see? And that's something that's not been taught anywhere in the world, but I just do this stuff. It just comes to me, man. I just go somewhere, somebody says something. It's all about sound, listening. Keep your ears. You know, somebody talks funny, somebody says something, somebody laughs funny. You use that in your movie. It's character study. Yeah, no, Bruce Gounder. I was born here in Scarborough, Renishaw Hospital. Many people say why I got the name Bruce. Mom was a big fan of Bruce Lee. So actually, that's how I got the name Bruce. Bruce Gounder. my other older cousin was called Brian. So she said, let me name my son Bruce. Because she, at a very early age, she had the sights of me becoming a film actor, going into TV, going into film. And that's why I got the name Bruce. To be honest with you, none of my family, but my grandfather's side of the family were entertainers. They came from India, and they were in Tamil Nadu, south of India. There were a lot of actors that came to South Africa that did not like the place or for some reason and went back. I believe that they're doing quite well in the Tamil industry. Personally, with my mom's side of the family, with the dad's side, no, there's no actors. We were artists painting. I was a painter. My late brother was a painter. But with the acting, I was a very shy boy in school. Very, very shy that I was actually kicked out of school plays. They said, we can't use this boy, lose him. So only later I developed becoming an actor when I went to high school. And then I got my parts, and that can we call it standard 7, standard 8. That's where I got into acting, and the shyness went away. And that's what I understood about shyness. And I can be able to explain why people are shy, why they keep to themselves and that kind of stuff. And the music you listen to and that things play a very important part in where I am today. Religious side of the family, my granddad was, in those days, the people that read a book, you can say it was a fortune teller. We're very spiritual. I'm myself a very spiritual person. I'm a Lord Shiva devotee. I have psychic abilities, which is very good. They help me a lot with my acting. The moment a person comes into here, it would not take me less than 3 seconds to know that person. What's his weakness? You call it discernment, in other words. We're quite spiritual, but we are broad-minded. Being in the film industry, I think you got to respect and tolerate everybody's beliefs. When you're spiritual, you keep it to yourself. You do not need to bash anybody. Respect everybody's religion and tolerance. I think that's the way that I work with the Academy and the film industry at large. We should be able to tolerate whether you believe, whether you don't believe. That's how the industry works, man. It's love. It's spreading love. It's all about love. It's all about being universal. I mean, acting is universal. Music is universal. Whatever I do is universal. The main thing is emotions. If I cry and you don't understand Hindi, or you don't understand Spanish or Portuguese, you're going to cry because it's emotions. That's what I think about that. Coming back to spiritualists. Spiritualists also plays a good part in my acting. I use it to teach people mindfulness, be water, move like water. The fundamental thing of method acting is to be able to concentrate. And if you cannot concentrate, you're not going to give you a good performance. So you got to be in the moment. Do not have a scattered brain. That's why we use a little bit of yoga. Yoga comes from Krishna consciousness, comes from Zen Buddhism, comes from Guru Nanak, the teaching of the Sikh, that you tolerate all religions. That's where I base my teachings on. And then, we do Rhythm Without Borders, infusing different cultures from Latino, Cuban, calypso music, reggae. I'm a big fan of reggae music. Peter Tosh is one of my greatest artists. I love him. I want to visit his place someday in Jamaica. Bob Marley also played a part, Lucky Dube, a South African artist. Music as a whole, instruments, man, what cannot we do without music? With film, without sound scoring, we can't get a movie. Every single thing that I'm doing has a dramatic effect. When I'm going to pour a cup of tea, there's got to be a music. When I'm sad, there's got to be a certain kind of music. When I wake up to see, hello, who's there? Is anybody here? There's got to be some kind of music. You see, you get where I'm coming from? I know I'm deviating, but where it all comes in hand with the teaching, the spiritualness, and the music and sound. Home, that's music, that's spirituality, but it's also sound. Ringing a bell. You ask me, with spiritual coming to sound, why do we ring a bell when we go to a temple or we go to a spiritual place? Just as you would knock on my door to say me that you're coming in, I got to ring a bell to tell the God that I'm coming to the temple to pray. You see how the sound works with the bell. As a kid, I really loved teaching. I was a very shy child, and I didn't have much friends. I actually
my friends were like Mickey, Donald, these animated guys from Disney. I would sit around the TV and watch them, and that's why I learned so much about animation, voice movement, and I initially wanted to be an animator. And at that stage, things were a bit tough. Financially, my parents could not afford to send me to that. Yeah, so I was always inclined to be in the arts field. I wanted to do something in the arts, teaching my parents, the families, they have the business interests and that kind of stuff. I did work in the business, family business for a while, but it came to a stage that I said, no, this is what I want to do, arts. It's not an easy thing, but the passion is got to be, and I think it's the belief system is got to be there. Yeah. That's a very good thing you asked, because as an 11-year-old boy, there was a very big cinema here in Amzinto. It was called Calais Cinema, 1,500 seater. And we all praised to the guy because he would say, I would say, hey, his name was Mayan. Mayan, could we watch this movie, Enter the Dragon, man? That was the first movie I've seen in Bruce Lee eliminate the screen. And I said, Virus, we actually got to watch movies by sweeping the floors, And then we got to watch all these movies, Hindi movies, James Bond, and that's what I said. That's where I want to be. I want to be on the big screen. And people said, no, kid, man, that's just a dream. Living in here, the South Coast, we didn't get much actors and that coming out of here. So it was merely a dream. But when I got the opportunity here, a lot of teachers even brought me down. They said, you won't make it as an actor. It's a far-fetched thing. But today when they see me, they come back to me and they apologize and say, hey, well done, we didn't expect you. That's why I encourage teachers to say, uplift kids. That's what we should all be doing. We run the Bruce Counter Film Academy. That's part of the teaching. All right. And then Faber Bridge Studios is my company that produces the movies. I've done Fish's Tale that's coming out maybe in February in cinemas. I've done the Bushknife movie that was screened in March in Ster-Kinnick cinemas. I've done several other movies and stuff. So this place, I'm actually using it for training kids, training people, the Film Academy, but I do move places. I do move to Cape Town. I go to Johannesburg. I teach in Durban. So yeah, but basically the base is here in Scarborough, Park Rainey, Marine Drive. That's where I operate the Bruce Counter Film Academy from. I was one of the first Indian actors to go to Broadway in New York. I have a very impressive CV. At one stage, I had about 10 adverts concurrently running at the same time. I did a lot of work with SABC, Mnet, DSTV, a lot of TV serials. That's where I got my bread and butter from. And then as things going on, things, you start getting parts like when you're becoming stereotyped. They're going to use your shopkeeper, Mr. Singh or Mr. Osman. And then you think to yourself, you are worth more than that, and let's try getting into production, start teaching people, imparting things. But yes, I have bigger plans. Thank you for asking. My dream actually is to maybe relocate. I want to go to Hollywood, California, maybe by next year or maybe in the next 2 years or something. I just want to do a couple more movies and then, really test myself. I was based in India for some time, but for some reason, believe it or not, the climate, I never liked it. It was quite hot and that kind of thing. Johannesburg weather is good for me. London will be good. I think the US will suit me quite fine. But Durban, no, it's quite too hot for me. I've got very big feedback. Whoever comes, I've got a 99% pass rate from the Bruce Counter Film Academy. I don't just get normal students coming. I get the seasoned actors coming. They come, as an actor, you're an instrument. You have to hone your instrument. Just like a guitar, a musician, he's got to play his music. A soccer player, he's got to hone his craft. He's got to keep practicing. And these guys come to me, they call me Master Bruce to say, this is a difficulties I'm having. I'm not moving so well. I'm delivering dialogue where I'm hitting the mark and I'm not being able to memorize my lines. So I've got a guy called MD. He's gone to New York. He's gone to LA. He's been cast in Biko. He's done a lot of TV work. Another 5 of my students featured at the 48-hour film festival.
somehow in Uzalo. So this is what I like. I like feedback, just not teaching people, taking their money, and then not worrying about what happens to them after that. It's always good. I'm not an agent. I teach people how to act. I don't represent everybody, but at the same time, I should not be selfish. I should be thinking, hey, Vikram, you're quite talented. Come on, man, are you getting any work? Why am I teaching you how to audition and how to play to the camera if I'm not worried if my theory is really going to work? So I get good feedback from the casting agents. A couple of my people have been casting a Netflix original. I think they start shooting at the end of October. And when the casting director and the executive producers phone me and they tell me, I always ask for feedback. How did my students do? They said, Bruce, they were very professional, behave in a very ethical manner. Professionalism is very important, punctuality and this kind of stuff. And so, yeah, this kind of helps me. It helps with feedback. You want to know, and it enhances the academy as well. So that is why I got the opportunity. This is my second year I've regularly visited the Ugu Film Festival as just a normal guest networking. But last year I taught a master class. I was so impressed that some of the stars from Black Panther were here. Sir John Carney, he was one of the actors, and some other guys. And this year I'm going to teach a master class to some of the Hollywood action heroes, like Peter Pan from Foggy Mountain, and quite a few local people are going to be there. So it's quite exciting. Everybody wants to learn the uniqueness of the Bruce Gounder approach to method acting. What is it that makes why is my acting so unique? Because I infuse animal behavior, dance movement, sound, and nature, and to bring it to life. Yeah. Okay. When you'd come in here, what I do is, okay, we have a little bit of a chat and everything, and then we do warm-up exercises. Warm-up is very good, then we do the breathing techniques. I always say an actor should not be able to make a fool of himself. And I do funny things, because if you're too conscious of what you're doing, or I always say put yourself in a circle, a bubble, we call it a magic bubble, so don't worry what happens outside. Hey Ishmael, how are you doing, buddy? Hey, I see you acting there. No, you just focus on the bubble, man, and you're inside this magic bubble, and what happens? From there, I could see if a person is in the moment. I give you exercises like drunk spaghetti, happy spaghetti. I want you to do funny things, funny exercises, breathing exercises, and then from there I could see who's holding back, who's restraining, and immediately I know what's your weakness. With diction as well, we do sound. E-R-O, diaphragm. My name is Bruce. I speak clear. My name is Bruce. I speak powerful. So working from the diaphragm, sound, clarity. You would know more than anybody in movies. When you put this thing, it's got to be clear. Whether I'm whispering, they're here. They're watching us. Would you see? It's sound. Whether I'm drunk, but I still got to speak clear. That's the problem we have. People think if I'm drunk, no. How can you pick this up, man? You got to know the audience want to listen to what I'm saying. So it's important that you speak clarity. Your voice at the same time, you cannot be monotone. You got to vary yourself. That's why we say your subtext, whatever you speak, you go from high to low with voice, and then your character is not monotonous. Well, hello, Charlie. Thought I was dead. Think again. I'm alive, you shit. You see, it's variation of voice. It's not being the same person. So blinking too much, that's a no. But you see what happens. A lot of people are not acting with the eyes, and the eyes is a window to the world. You got to work with the eyes, because you got to move the eyes. Eyes are very important. At the same time, actors, they kind of do this and they kind of do this. They don't know what to do with their posture. But you see, I always encourage actors to do some kind of business. If I'm talking to you, maybe I have my hand in my pocket, or then I hold this, it's a kind of a weapon, and I got something to play with while I'm talking with you, then I'm not slouching this way. My hand, I'm doing some kind of business. But if I'm just going to sit there like an interview, then I won't know what to do. So that is why a director should be able to give an actor some kind of business, pour a cup of tea, have a sip of the tea, put it down, and then have a conversation. So there's movement, you're not static. So that will elevate the problem of slouching. And that's the worst thing if you're robotic. And a camera, more than anybody else, it's a person, it's an audience. You cannot lie to a camera because the camera is very sensitive. It picks up when you just fake. That is why method acting is so great and magical, because the camera can tell you whether you're truthful or you're fake. Yeah, it's a kind of a thing. And the question you were asking me, the first time I actually met a real movie star, I had a little part. I just had 2 lines. I had to go and say, "Sir, there's your order." A guy called Richard Greco. You must have heard of him. He looks like a Johnny Depp kind of guy. The Portuguese look, Latino look. And man, I said, this guy, I've been watching him on TV. Now I get the chance to see him. And that was the first major star I ever met. As I told you, I was not the best of actor, and I had to say, is it? A guy just had to have me because I was so bad in acting that they felt bad actually. Because, they said, all right, we'll give him a part and let him just say, is it? And that day I practiced the whole weekend saying, is it, is it, is it? But when I went on stage and the character said, and it was time to deliver my line, I said, it is. And you see what happens, see the difference? And I thought that was the end of my acting career, man. And the people would laugh at you and that kind of stuff. But that was the earliest memory. And coming to when I went to Johannesburg, and then you had to learn multicam experience when you were acting with a lot of cameras. And some of the great people like Lee Bester, these actors from Igoli, and I had a program. It was called 102 Paradise Complex. I played the part of Mr. Singh. That was my biggest TV break. I appeared in 24 episodes, and I think that was and I said, man, am I really doing this? The thrill of being there on set, working with these veteran actors, and the first thing I learned, well, you learn your lines and everything, but it's like you play off each other, play off the character, play off the energy. It's not about merely I say a line, you say a line. You play according to the subtext, and I learned a lot from that. That was the biggest thing, I could say. But then I did a lot of adverts. I featured in a lot of adverts. I remember doing my one advert, if I could mention, for SABC TV license. It was about a guy, crazy man, looking for this fly. And he goes like this, and then he bashes up everything, and then you have to pay your TV license. So that one advert got me noticed. And everywhere I would go to say, hey, there's a guy from the TV license. So I did a lot of funny adverts on TV. That was a turning point, and then I started getting an agent. It's very important, as I said, in acting. Man, you can get work, but without an agent, it's far and few, So it's important that you get a good agent. Agents are not supposed to charge you as well. So I got one of the best agents in Johannesburg. They got me a lot of work. So I was quite fortunate. Some of the actors from the agent, man, they worked at Tsotsi, and Gavin Hood, he directed an Oscar-winning film and that kind of stuff. So it's quite exciting. That was quite good. It was an advert, and I played a photographer. So I had the opportunity of standing just where you are here and looking at him, and she's tall, she's beautiful, she's sensual. But there are certain guidelines and ethics. She was very friendly. She shook my hand. Hi, my name is Bruce. We spoke and everything, but we had a briefing just before we went on set. And guys, do not make conversation with Charlize until she does. Do not take photos with her without a permission. Do not stare at her or look at her directly, because it's a no-no, okay? If she comes up to you and she wants to talk, then you talk. But then she had a double. She would only come in for the close-up, you would know. Then you had the double that doing the wide shots and the standing, or you call it the standing. That was quite exciting. Working with some of the great actors. I had the opportunity of performing in Broadway, meeting Samuel L. Jackson, one of the most down-to-earth persons. Richard Gere, great guy. Denzel Washington.
the advice I got from him is just priceless. Oprah Winfrey, I met her. One of the great people I met was Amitabh Bachchan, one of the great icons from India. Great, they call him Mr. B. So I have learned from the best. I have met the best musicians. I had the opportunity of meeting Lucky Dube. I would say it's one of my greatest influences in South Africa. His music has helped me a lot. When I was a little boy growing up, you could say from standard 8 to 9, those days they sold cassettes. The first album or cassette I bought of Lucky Dube's was Think About the Children. Then I got Together as One. Then I got Slave. And man, I listened to this music. For some way, it resonated with me. And the greatest time was when I went to Downtown Studios and I met Lucky Dube. Well, before that, I went in concert and I couldn't see him. It was quite far. But when I went there and I said, you know what, Lucky, I'm your biggest fan, man. He said, what? Are you stalking me now? I said, no, I'm just coming to see you, man. And I love your music. And when he shook my hand and he gave me a ticket to his concert, I think that's something that's priceless. Local artist. I think Lucky was one of the guys. Besides Michael Jackson, I don't think nobody moved like Lucky Dube on stage. So I had an opportunity that's how to meet Lucky Dube and go to Downtown Studios, meet Brenda Fassie. You know, when you start off in the industry, you got to do something to make a living. And there was a thing in Melville called Times Square. Not Melville, Rosette, what was the other place? Rosettenville, Yeovil. Are you familiar with Yeovil? So that was the Actors Hub, a restaurant called Times Square. And I worked there as a waiter. And this is where all the actors and musicians would come. And I got a chance to see my burro, they called her Brenda Fassie. Oh man, she was great and she was bubbly, exciting. And then one day she came there and I served her and then she dropped her key down and I went and I said, ma'am, there's your key. And she said, oh, she took out $50, man. In the early 2000s, somebody to give you 50, that was a lot of money. It just made my wages, you know. So yeah, I did meet a lot of people and it was quite exciting in the music industry, being to Downtown Studios, going to Gallo Music. I met, Dave Siegel, one of the great producers and engineers that did all of Lucky Dube's music. I did not know that his daughter was Rio Siegel, the lady that played my love interest in Fisher's Tale. And she told me, you know what, my dad's Dave Siegel. I said, wait, did he work for Gallo? He's the guy that did Lucky Dube's music. And she said, yeah. So it's a small world. Interesting stuff. Yeovil, that was my first move. I was into the business field, still apartheid time. I did get a few gigs at the Natal Playhouse doing Shakespeare stuff. And then I met a guy, Vivian Morley, a great actor. And I said, you know what? I want to get past the movies, man. I want to act. He says, man, you've got these qualifications. What are you wasting your time in Durban for? You got to keep your ears close to the ground. They can sound. Listen. He says, what do you do? He says, go to Johannesburg, go to Johannesburg, go to Johannesburg. So the first thing I took this chance and I looked up the papers. I stayed in a place somewhere in Carlton Center near there in a hotel for 2 days, and then I would buy the paper. And then there was a place in Yeovil, a guest house. So I went there with my brother, my two brothers and I, we went there. We said we're going to make a life for ourselves. So that was the first place I stayed in Yeovil. My brother got a job. My other brother got a job. We stayed there for about 3 months. We enjoyed it. Loved the place. Then my brother says, you know what? We can now afford to move to a better place. I'm earning quite well, so let's go to Glen Vista. And so we moved to the Glen. It's street smarty. Street, you know, that's where we got all those things about going to Johannesburg. I think if one can survive in Johannesburg, you're kind of going to go a lot of places. If you know how to move the streets of Johannesburg. When we first got there, we didn't have a car. We had to, we started from scratch, and then you got to take the taxis, the bustling taxis, Bree Street, JP Street, and go to all these different places. That time you had a map. You're getting an audition. I want you in Sandton. I want you in, what's this? I want you in the other part of the world. I want you in Germiston. You just got to go. That's how it went. With auditions, you got to be there on time. But mostly things happened in Rosebank.
Around Rosebank, Santon, that's where most of the auditions happened. Rosebank, Santon, and closer to the SABC, they had Gaino Studios, one of the very popular people, Gaino. The fundamental thing of auditions, you're going to go to a lot of auditions. That's the thing is that, and what I teach people, personally, you and I as well, we should not take it personal. You know, sometimes you may go for 100 auditions and you're not getting, what am I not doing right or whatever it is. It's just you're not good for the part or you're not just right for the part. But then again, you should have a very thick rhino skin that, you know, to say, look, okay, it's not personal. You're going to get a lot of rejections. I never cracked my audition at the first time and the second time, and then they give you a feedback from your agent. They say, okay, this is what I wasn't doing. And it set me back, actually. I felt a bit, there were a lot of international movies that I was called for, and they said, you're going to get, you know, like a Western, and I didn't get it. And I was quite hard on myself. But when I finally did go for the audition, what happens is they'll give you an audition brief. The agent calls you. If it's an advert, they'll tell you, okay, we're auditioning for a certain product. You go there, you do the audition, they like you, and sometimes you gotta go with your gut feeling, you know, because the guy that's the camera guy or the casting agent, she'll be there, and the guy that's here, they don't give much. They'll say, oh, well done. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. You nailed it. You were brilliant. But you never get called again. You see? But then with some people, they don't give much. And then it usually happens after about 5 or 6 days. Then your agent calls you and they say, you know what, Bruce? You've been shortlisted or you penciled for this. Can you go back for a call back next Tuesday? So what happens, the fundamental rule is until you go for an audition, if you had a beard or you had your hair in a different color, keep it there. Don't change it because they cast you, they liked you the way you were. And when you're going back for the callback, go in the outfit that you were dressed and go exactly and do exactly what's there. But the only difference at the callback, if it's an advert, the client will be there and the director is going to be there. And the callback is the director just wants to see if you can take instructions from him. You know, he's going to give you certain things. Do this in this way, do it in that way. And if you can do that, the director says, you know what, this guy can take instruction, he's not going to waste time, because adverts take a lot of time. An ad can take up to the entire day just for about a 2-minute thing. You see? And then it's lucky if you are, you know, sometimes you work on the advert. It's good if you're the lead actor in the advert. Obviously, you're going to get paid for being there and being featured. But sometimes you go in an advert and when they edit it, you may just see your hand or something and you don't get paid for that. So it's a disappointing thing. There's so many disappointments you got to be aware of in the film industry and that kind of stuff, you know. I've had my friends work with me in movies, and then for some reason, the director decides that this scene is not going to make it for the final cut, and they chop it off and it doesn't appear there. And then he invites his whole family and invites everybody to the premiere, and hey man, where are you? Can you imagine? This is the disappointments that happen. So hey buddy, what happened? I just saw your shoe, man. I recognize your shoe. So you see, so unless you're not the main actor, you're just a support, it's up to the director. When it goes to editing and they cut you off, it's a harsh feeling. It's a harsh world. The good thing is about being on a film set, man, you're never hungry. You eat well. You know, you get to see people and you enjoy yourself, and you spend time with other people. And actually, what happens to actors is if you're spending a lot of time with people, and then when they go home, they become themselves and withdrawn, and that's what depression kicks in. You see, you become. You bond with this family, and then suddenly, oh, it's rap. We have a rap party, and then everybody parts ways, and then what happens? You don't see each other again. You see, these are the things that affect people. You know, fame. We talk about fame. We talk about these things. Fame is actually a drug. Some people actually get sick of fame. The one time in my life, 2006. I was at the highest. I was one of South Africa's most famous actors, most famous Indian actors. I did a movie called Run for Your Life. And I couldn't walk the streets amongst the Indian community. And then I went to Johannesburg and I came back and I was mobbed. I was interviewed at the same station, East Coast Radio, with Ali Campbell, these guys from UB40. We sat in the same chairs and they interviewed me with UB40. But I didn't handle fame so well at that time. So what did I do to numb my fame? I started drinking a lot. You see? So what happens when you drink? You can face the public. And then what happens the next day? You're getting up, you're depressed again. And then you go back to do a show. Oh, he's good, he's numbing himself and he's happy. But then what happens when you have to go back home and it affected me for about the whole year. And I said, no, this is not the way I want to lead life. I'd rather do it responsibly and I'd rather be truthful in this interview and tell people, youngsters, to self-guard themselves when it's fame. You know, fame, as I said, it's a drug, but that is why at the academy we teach people how to handle fame and how to manage fame as well. Because it can kill you, man. You have to decompress. It's good that you ask that because you're you go deep into a character. If I'm playing a very aggressive, volatile person that beats people up, he gets mad and he's psychotic, and he's deep into this character. And what happens after? Because you live the character until production ends, all right? So what happens then? He's got to de-stress. He's got to listen to good, loving music. That's where music comes in. Listen to music. Listen to music that's going to soothe you. Listen to kind of things that's going to take you out of that, you know, go to some function, go to some party, get some happy things in your life. But coming back to your question, I'm glad you asked this. Bruce has gone to an audition. He's auditioning for the lead character, Dreamy Dave, and I played Dave. I go for the audition. They give me they call it sides, so which I should learn. And then I go there. I should go prepared. I shouldn't go there unprepared, not knowing my lines. Then I would deliver my lines. I would dress accordingly. It's very important when you're going for an audition. If they ask you to dress as a lawyer, dress as a lawyer. If they ask you to dress as a ballerina, don't go dressed as a nun. So you dress the part. So then I go there. I audition for the part. And then these things, be very correct when you're filling in the form. So you fill in the form. Can you see without these glasses? Do you need glasses? Will you be able to perform with those glasses? So in my case, I do have contact lenses. I'm short-sighted, so I would be able to say, rely on that board. So be honest in your interview, right there. Can you see? Can you speak Afrikaans or can you speak Portuguese? Can you speak? If you cannot, be honest. All right? Fill in the form, fill in everything. It's an NDA. And then what happens after about a month, about a week or 2 weeks, you get a call from your agent. Bruce, you've been shortlisted for this major movie. You get very excited. And then you go on the day. Director wants to see what you do. The clients are there and everything. And I think within a second day, they'll call you to say, Bruce, congratulations, you've got the role. Because you have an agent represents you, you sign the contract. After signing the contract, they would give you a script well in advance. So you get your time to prepare now, man. You go into character, thorough research. You call it a character Bible. Where does this guy live? How does he walk? How does he eat? What does he do? Because you're internalizing everything from internal, exterior, outer. If he has to have a beard, grow a beard. If he has to have dreadlocks, grow dreads. You see, if he needs to sing and dance, start learning to sing and dance. So that's thorough preparation, okay? Obviously, you're going to go for a wardrobe call. They call it a costume fit. So they do your costumes and everything. So they give you about 2 months. So in that 2 months or 3 months, you memorize your lines. So what would I do? I would read my lines, get to know the script, do my character study, get ready, intense. If I'm playing a psych patient, I would visit psych wards, mental institutions to get real hardcore. And then what happens? We read a part. I would do a parrot system, read it line by line by line by line. So I memorize the lines, understand the character. Then I would start putting feeling and emotions and then getting to learn my lines with somebody else. All right? Because it's good that you learn the whole script, you know your character. Because remember, when you're shooting a film, you're not shooting on page 1. You could shoot scene 22 today. That's how it is. And the exciting part is then you get called on your first day of shoot. They welcome you. It's a greeting. You meet everybody. You still stuff and you work together. You're having breakfast. You're working with the actor for the first time. Sometimes you treat everybody the same as you would treat the extras, the crew, because they're all important. So you get working. It's tiring. You get call times 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. It's breakfast, makeup, hair, getting the costumes. It's a hurry up and wait game. You get a call sheet day before saying, Bruce, you need it on set at 6 o'clock. You get there at 4 o'clock, breakfast and that. You only get to shoot your scene at 9 o'clock sometimes. So you have to have patience. Take a book, take a game or something, or listen to music so you do not get bored. If you do not feel like talking to anybody, just keep to yourself. If it's a method acting, they will understand until production is finished. So this happens, production can last something 2 to 3 weeks. And what happens when production ends, they call it, they would say, guys, this is the end of production. We're having a wrap party. Then we throw a major wrap party. And then we all get together, the directors and whatever, party, and we enjoy ourselves. And then they say, and the next day, buddy, it's just you're back to Bruce. You're being yourself. And that's when the emotional starts kicking in. Man, I got to go home. I still message these guys, hey, miss you guys. When we going to hook up? It's going to last for about a day. You're still emotional. You're still in that character. You're still in that phase. What do? Watch a movie. If you don't want to watch a movie, listen to some music. Go and watch a group playing somewhere, live concerts. Do something that will get you and remove yourself from the character. Remove yourself. It's a process, Remove. Sometimes you have to lose weight for the character, eat well, start doing other stuff, therapeutic, listen to music. It's a spiritual thing, and then you start coming back into. And then what happens? It goes into post-production. So it's going to normally take about 5-6 months, maybe 8 months. And then what happens is we get a world premiere. That's the biggest day of your life, where you get to wear these tuxedos and walk down the red carpet. The most exciting time, man. And then you get... but what happens before that, we usually have like a test screener. We get to call some audience to watch the movie, okay, and see where they laugh, how they react. Then the editor or the director will go back and say, okay, let's fix this. This is not working. According to the audience, that guy didn't find this funny. And then we have the world premiere. After the world premiere, there's press junkets. There's adverts going out. The trailer will be showing on TV, showing in cinemas, and it goes out, Netflix and all these channels. And that's what happens. You get the reviews, whether it's bad. You got to be prepared for all those stuff. I didn't actually turn any gigs down, but there was a part, I had when you audition and then sometimes work comes at the same time. And I had this wonderful City Sessler. It was on SABC2, and I had about 15 episodes, man, and the guys, Black Brain Pictures, my good buddies. And then the day of shooting came at the same time. I had to shoot a film called Catch a Fire. And this Catch a Fire was an international movie with Tim Robbins. He's a great Hollywood actor, and Derek Luke. So I just said, you know what? I'm going to go with Catch a Fire because I'm going to meet these international stars. I'm going to meet Tim Robbins. I'm going to meet all these guys. I'm going to have to pass on a City Sessler. It was a heart-sore thing. You don't know what to do, and you just tell your agent, I'm going with this. And then I went with Catch a Fire, and I got to work with Tim Robbins. We worked in Secunda in the minings. It was also a historical piece, a political piece. I played one of these political people. I'll try and get his name now, that sets up these bombs, and they bomb Secunda mines and all these stuffs. So it was quite exciting. And I worked with Philip Hughes, a great Australian director, great Hollywood director. He directed Angelina Jolie in The Bone Collector with Denzel Washington. So just being on set with him, I learned so much. Man, he's a great director. I said, I learned so much. So these kind of stuff, meeting a famous person like Derek Luke, I watched him on TV, and then the kind of, you learn stuff, you learn stuff. They don't give much. It's a closed book, but whatever you learn, keep your eyes and ears peeled. So it was a great opportunity, yeah. That was good for me. And another good international film that I had an opportunity of working was Andre Stander. I don't know where you were when Stander, you must be know about Stander. Andre Stander was a policeman in Johannesburg in the 70s. Okay? So maybe your parents will know him. Definitely ask them about Andre Stander. So he was like a big guy in the police force, Rosettenville, all these areas. But what he did, he became a bad person. He was robbing the banks. As a policeman, robbing the banks. So they made a movie out of Andre Stander, and the guy that played Andre Stander was Thomas Jane. I think you must have watched Deep Blue Sea or something, Hollywood guy. So I got to work with all these guys, and working with Thomas Jane was quite fantastic. I just had one scene there. We were in this bank, and we had to say, there goes the Stander gang when they're coming to rob the bank. But it was good, It was fun. It was quite fun. So yeah, that was quite exciting for me as well. Bollywood is catching up with Hollywood, but no, not at the moment. They do a lot of stuff in India. India are getting very high tech. They're hiring a lot of overseas camera people. DOPs are coming from Sweden. They're coming from Indonesia. They're getting big. Yes, Bollywood is becoming very big. Bollywood actually now is surpassing Hollywood when it comes to equipment. I would say Bollywood, yeah, it's getting much, much bigger than Hollywood. But yes, being on a Hollywood set with big budget people like Denzel Washington and Charlize Theron, man, you arrive. That's when you arrive to see these big trailers, to see these big jibs and these cranes. And what do you just see on TV, and then you sing it, yeah, the equipment, the car chases and the things that they do. They actually don't ride a car, that. They're not driving the car. They're actually towing the guy. And it's in post-production, they put in speed. These are some of the stuff that people are not aware of. It's a lot of cheating, yeah. It's a lot of cheating. And, they need to give credit to the stuntmen, because actually most of the lead actors are not doing their own stunts. I mean, guy gets hit, he falls, he dives, he gets cut. But we don't seem to be giving credit to these people. They're actually some of the unsung heroes that we should be thinking of. Stuntmen, your doubles, your crew, the people that light you up, the people that make you look good. So I think it's a thing that we should acknowledge and be good to everybody on set. First thing when you go on set in the morning, if you're the lead actor, acknowledge everybody, be kind to everybody. Be kind to an actor that has just 2 lines. Don't bring him down. If I'm doing a shot with you and I'm the lead actor and I've just got to give a reaction for you to say a line, I think it would be only fair for me to stand there and deliver my lines the way I did it when the camera is not on me, for you to get a right reaction, or for me just to say, no, I'm not available, and walk away and get somebody else just to read the line and expect you just to give me the same reaction. Can you see? It's not going to be the same. But that's what's happening normally. You're getting the lead actors that don't want to rehearse with you until the director says, let's rehearse. But that's how the industry works. You cannot take something personal. Every actor works different. There are certain actors that don't want to take a photo with you. They say, no, what are you going to do? You loved it. Man, I watched every movie of this guy's. And then the day you say, man, hey, Ishmael, can I take a photo with you, sir? And he says, no. How does one behave like that? You see? These are some of the pitfalls. Get ready for it. You're going to expect all this stuff. Method acting is a norm that a lot of people are doing at the moment. You're getting your Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, Dustin Hoffman, Jack Nicholson, Charlize Theron. They're all practicing method acting. It's a norm now. You're getting period piece. A lot of Bollywood people don't do method acting because it's just music, dancing, that kind of stuff. But also there's a lot of emotions involved in that. But as you said, with the method acting, a lot of stunt people are doing it as well now. A lot of action heroes are doing method acting. It's precision. That's why I invented a thing called BGA remote control. for precision. This is where stunt people are coming to me, stuntmen, action heroes are coming and asking me, this is one of the lessons I'll be teaching at Ugu. I have to hit a person, precision, hitting you on the face. But I've invented a thing called the BJ remote control, where to get precision and timing, I would make an actor do it in slow motion first. Slow motion in different speeds, and then I would get you to do it the fast way. So your camera, you're getting it right. So this is one of the good things that's come out of that, So that's why people are getting more into the method way of giving a believable performance instead of doing other acting methods. Where you're not going to give a believable performance. Look at Bob Marley, the guy that played. There was a new movie called, I think it was called One Love. I'm just trying to get the actor that is from the UK. He had to play Bob Marley, and he did method acting. He was not doing method acting, but he had to do method acting because to get truthful performances, learn to play the guitar, learn the sounds of Bob Marley, learn the way Bob Marley spoke. But they did not use his voice. He learned to sing Bob's songs, but did not use his vocals. They used Bob's vocals, for the music part of things. Yes, music is going to play a very, very, very important part in all film. As I was talking earlier about sound and score. But what happens if you have to play a biopic of somebody like one of my greatest inspirations? I still love the guy Freddie Mercury, great singer. I Want to Break Free, that kind of songs. Bohemian Rhapsody. We had a guy called Mami Ramik, an Egyptian Hollywood actor. Man, that was a performance. He got into the performance. He did a great job. The late actor that played James Brown, he also played the Black Panther. Look at how he had to perform that. Music, I think getting into the character, sound is so important, as I said. For example, you were asking me about sound. If I had to get up from here, I'm going to go to the piano now. You're going to follow me. If I add an exercise called Shattered Mirror, I normally use it here. A student, we call it a haunted house. All right. So music should affect the mood. Music should affect my mood of whatever I'm doing. I'm walking here, and then I got my student there. Assuming his name is Ishmael, I sit by the piano, and then the student is going to say, I just want him to say, hello, is anybody home? Come on, this is not funny. So I'm creating now. It's a haunted house, but that music is getting scared, all right? Tap starts dripping with water. Okay, and then if I'm going into the psychosis, the mad artist, let's say this guy is Van Gogh. He paints mad, he's thick brush strokes, paranoia, bipolar. So it gives him that madness, okay? So can you see how music plays an important part of getting into the character? So I mean, it's an interesting field. It's just by the music I can get what I want from the artist. And one of the great exercises I'm doing at the moment is Van Gogh. I loved Van Gogh. I did art in college. I did it in school. I still paint, And it's sad to say that I think he sold just one painting in his life before he died, Vincent van Gogh. But one of the most, I think in 1993, one of his paintings fetched $85 million. But he died because of rejection. He died because of poverty, because he couldn't sell his paintings. He died because of alcoholism. He died because of depression. As I said, dejection. I'm not selling my paintings. And then then you study this person. As I said, I played this music, mad artist. What happens? And then he starts cutting off his ear. and he starts having fight with Paul Gauguin, and then he goes into the wheat fields, and then he buys a gun from somebody and he writes a note and then he shoots himself. A great artist, but what he couldn't sell his painting. But look, now you're hearing of Rotterdam, you're hearing of all the museums in Paris. They've got Vincent van Gogh's paintings. But doesn't that hit, it hits us as well. A man failed to sell a painting. The people didn't like his paintings. They said he was a lunatic, he was eccentric and stuff, but look now what's happening. So I want to go deep into Van Gogh, do some exercises on him. That's something that I think it will affect us. As a musician, you would know better than I do. What is happening to the royalties of artists that have died, like Margaret Singana, Maslatini and the Moatella Queens? All these great South African artists, what is happening that when they die, are they not managing their money properly, or they cannot afford a burial? Shouldn't be me as an agent, I teach my actors how to manage their money, how to manage their finances, because you're not going to be working all the time. Actors, there's a recent, talking with actors, there's a lot of actors as well that are going, during COVID, we all struggled. You get actors, they're playing the repeats of their films on TV series. Why aren't they being compensated for all these things, We need to know all these stuffs. It's a question it's a topic on its own. So I think we should safeguard ourselves, be business savvy. It's good to just be a great actor. It's good to be a great musician, but also learn the business part of that where somebody could help you manage funds. And I could tell you one of the great people that was business savvy when it came to managing himself was Lucky Dube. Lucky Dube was one guy, I think he was very business orientated when it comes with his music, the way he handled his stuff. He was meticulous when he went with his stuff. And I learned so much from that guy, yeah. Everybody, they want ideas, they want new ideas, and then suddenly they say, you're lifting stuff, copyright infringement, you see? So just be very, very careful of what you're doing. Lockdown, we were supposed to do the movie Fisher's Tale. We just went into production and I had gone and got all the places where I had beautiful locations for Fisher's Tale. And just when we were about to go to shoot, we heard that these rumors were going around that there's going to be a lockdown. So it affected us. It affected us for about 5 months. And then we could not earn any income. We were locked. We could not go anywhere, so business had to drop. So yeah, it affected us a lot. And then finally, when we had the chance, when I think they were going levels, level 2, level 3, you can do certain things, but you could not use the beaches, am I right? There's certain places you could not use. You were minimized with crew. There's only got to be like 50 or 20 people. So when we shot Fisher's Tale, 90% of Fisher's Tale was shot at a hotel in Durban. We had to use the hotel as it posed as an art gallery. It posed as a gallery, bar, so many scenes, like an indoor thing. But if it was not for COVID, man, I had so many scenes in Elysium. I went there. I went to Ifafa Beach. I was wanting to shoot in Scarborough. I was wanting to shoot so many things, but I couldn't do just because of COVID. So it restricted me in a way. I didn't get freedom of what I was wanting to do. So yeah, and then we had a lot of plans to shoot some Australian movies here, facilitating, bringing overseas productions here, so that fell through as well. And then after COVID, cinemas, it dropped. There was no such thing as cinemas. When cinemas were opening, what was it, allowing 30 people, 20 people? And your content, cinema was scared to take your content. Man, I can't show you a movie in the cinema now. There's no people. So you see what was happening. Distributors were not taking your movies. People would stop making movies. So you as an actor was not getting work. You as a teacher was not getting work to teach people. So it was completely a shutdown. We had to reinvent ourselves. I think everything, it affected a lot of people who travel as well. I think the vaccine, I had to take 3 or 4 of the vaccines, and that affected my immune system. You know, with the flu especially, I'm always getting the flu. I'm always getting, it's not like before I was not getting the flu, but somehow I think this vaccine did affect me. And we were, as an artist, because I was planning to go to the States, and I did go. I had to go much later on, but they said there was no way that you're going to travel if you do not have these vaccines. What do you do? How do you hide this thing? So we had to take it. And yeah, he did have a lot of side effects. I'm not afraid to say that, yeah. A lot of the church pastors of mine said they would not take it, but it just affected a lot of people. I think, in a way, we should be more loving. Jimmy Cliff, one of this great artists of mine as well. He sings reggae night. He says, remake the world with love and happiness. I don't see that happening now, brother. After COVID, I think some people are still not grateful that they're living. We should be much more happier, much more graceful, much more thankful. Like you and I here, we're doing this interview. It's a camaraderie. It's called brotherhood. It's called, in another way, it's called fellowshipping. It's what we're doing. It's happiness. But COVID, when you're talking, how is it affecting us? It's affected you and I. It's affected a lot of people. You lost a lot of friends. I lost a lot of family. But why aren't we seeing this friendliness, the kindness, collaboration, synergy? Why are people forgetting COVID and getting back to the old normal ways? That's something for you to ponder with as well. The film industry, I think the funding, the people at the hierarchy should be more lenient of learning people, of giving grants. Let people do their movies, because a lot of artists have been affected and they haven't picked up. A lot of people had to downsize, I'm sure, musicians, actors moving to small apartments and things because of COVID. Yeah, it's affected a lot of people. I think the most people that were affected are the musicians and actors, directors, producers. A lot of studios closed down as well. I was load shedding. It does. I worked on a movie about 2 years ago called. I played one of the lead villains, and I noticed at that time there was a lot of load shedding. Every second, third hour it's load shedding, but they worked with generators. The movie industry not so much affected because they move for load shed. They move the generators on set and stuff. But I think even with the studios now, they're starting to use the generators. I think it's coming to a time when they actually, in a way, it's going to be beneficial. I don't know if it's going to be beneficial, but assuming you want to do a movie and you want to bring Bruce Lee back to life, will AI be able to do that? I'm sure they can. Will Elvis? You want to do a movie with Elvis? There are certain things you want to do. Will AI be able to do that? I'm sure you can. But at the same time, AI is also going to affect an actor. Maybe they'd say, okay, Bruce, there's no need for you to act anymore. I can create something, that's going to do a much better job than you, or I can make this guy drive the car or do this kind of thing. I don't know. I don't need your script anymore. I got whatever to create the script. It's a worrying factor. It's a worrying factor. What happens to us? It's creative industry. I don't need your ideas anymore. I'm going to use this. I think it's going to be a complete shutdown, man. It's a scary part to think about it. It's going to leave a lot of people, like the old school people, especially, I think the old school, they're going to find it a bit difficult. They're really going to find it difficult with ideas and kind of stuff and what we're planning to do. Yeah, it is surely going to affect us big time. But if you're going to use it to a better, look, cameras, we keep buying cameras, I had a lot of cameras that I bought, but every time you go and you go and hire things from some of the big companies in Johannesburg, and then there's one here in Durban called DT Broadcasting. Man, you go there, they've always got different stuff. The Red Dragon, IMAX. There's so many different kind of Red Dragon cameras now. The Blackmagic camera, you just got a little pocket camera. You could shoot stuff with that, and it's got a great, you're shooting something dark and gritty. But how much of that's come up now? You see, And then you buy something, you cost you so much bucks, and then, but just like you're buying a new BMW in a couple of months, the value is like that. That's what's happening to equipment. That's what's happening with AI now, yeah. So, but how do we benefit? How do we make it count, or how do we work with it? We got to find a way of making things happen. It gives you something, and what happens to people that I think it's going to make people want to not be lazy, or be lazy, or start thinking. You think that you're indisposable. Well, there you go. We don't need you now. That's the end of it. I'd love this, you see, because I'm a fan of reggae music, and then when I stand up. So it's very important when we do exercises. I use Peter Tosh's thing. I say you want to work from your frame here, and how do you? It's always good that you vary your voice of whatever you're doing, and you strengthen your vibe. So I always use this. I would say what Peter Tosh says. Jah is my hero, so shall I fear? He's my guide from my right and from my wrong, so shall I fear? Jah is my hero, so shall I fear? Just about diaphragm. Great, man. Great working with you. Thank you. Thank you. You see, from a very long time I had this gift. It all started with dreams, I would dream of things, and then the next day I would see these things actually manifesting. For example, I would see an accident, and the next day if I go somewhere, I really see the accident. So people thought it was kind of strange, and I would dream of people that have passed on, my dad, my great-grandfather, old people that I didn't know. I could see them, and when I went to functions, prayer functions, I could actually see people sitting around the table and eating. The people were not there. And when I go to people's homes, I could see frames of people that I could see. So it was something that started from a very early age, but I did not want to take it too seriously. I focused more on my acting and that kind of stuff, but I did have psychic abilities for sure. I definitely used it in my acting, as I told you about the method acting stuff. When a student comes in, I would immediately, within a few seconds, I would know what's wrong with the person, and I would know how to correct him and what exercises to use. But towards the beginning of last year, this, you call it a medium and a crossover a kind of a style. It's called crossover psychic medium clairvoyancy, where it became very strong and I could not hold back. And I remember speaking to you about it, and I started praying and enhancing this gift and following rules and culture and stuff. And then I had this gift of crossing over with very famous people from Hollywood. It happened last year, and then because I guess I'm in the film industry, they would come easily to me. And if I could mention some names, Princess Diana, Nelson Mandela, India's first female Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi. So it quite of came very natural to me. Then I started getting into crossover stuff. It's quite intense, quite accurate. And as I speak to you here now, I also feel the very strong presence. You see, myself as an actor, I told you when you first came here, an actor has to know everything. He's got to be curious. He needs to go beyond what is like learn ballet dancing, do this. To be honest, I did visit a few psychic readers as well, people that cross over. When you lose somebody that's very close to you, you want to get closure. And then I went to these people, and I was not getting the full satisfaction of, okay, I could be honest with you, I spoke to my dad, my late brother that was hijacked and killed in Johannesburg. And they were not giving me things, you know. I was thinking like I'm actually the middleman, so they go to speak to that person and that person. So I wasn't getting full joy. And then I said, you know what? Then I just started talking to my dad, like the things that we went and we got from the place today, and I started putting these things, and they came in so clear. And what is so good that I could actually see them dressed in certain outfits, my great grandmom, my grandma, my aunts, everything. And I spoke to them, and then I put out adverts, and I said, and then somebody said I should call myself because they came in for a reading and they said, wow, Bruce, you're very good. Can we call you the spirit weaver? It's more with the native Indians and the way the spirit weaves, you know, it's a form of channeling. And then I remember a guy came to me all messed up. I told him, buddy, you know, these things we can't do for free because it's an energy exchange. You got to put in something there because this gift was given to me, as I explained to you, by Lord Shiva. He came to me with a lot of problems. He'd been retrenched from work. They never wanted to pay him his money. He didn't know what was happening. He had a family to feed. For some reason, for professional reasons, we would not name him and stuff. But and then he wanted to speak to his mom that's passed over, or in psychic terms, or crossing over. We call it crossover, somebody that's gone to the other side. His dad that's crossed over. He came in like a wreck, and I said, I know the guy. But when he sat down and I began to tell him his problem, you know, about the work situation, that he's going to get another job, and your dad says you should be doing this, and your mom says you should be doing this, you should be taking care of your health. And I got a feedback I gave him a time frame, and within a month he came back to me and he said, Bruce, I thank you. He blessed me with a lot of fruits, a basket full of fruits actually, and he said, this is what's happened, and everything that you told me has come to pass. And that was quite actually, when I do these readings, I like feedback, you know. I like the person to come and tell me, thank you. And I've had so many feedbacks, and the only thing that I ask for people, when they come back, I say, just bless me with a bunch of roses or fruits. This is spiritually speaking, the gods that I pray to, they love roses, flowers, fruits, and that kind of stuff, you know. And so he came back and he did it. And it kind of spread to a lot of avenues, because we know this guy is a filmmaker, is an actor, he's a director, he's a producer, he teaches method acting. We never knew about the spiritual part. And then I'm so glad that you are the first journalist, the first filmmaker documentary that I'm actually giving you insight into how I do this channeling, and you will get first glance of whatever happens, and I'm sure that a lot of people are going to give you insight to what happens. You know, it's got to be done the right way. We cannot do cold reading. Cold reading is when you do not go into the meditative state, and I do these things and I just kind of guess and tell you things it's not going to be authentic. Just like I said with method acting, it's got to be authentic. You got to feel it. I got to believe in myself. And mind you, one of the people that I did crossover was with Marlon Brando, to find out how I'm teaching method acting. And I'm not going to lie, he was very critical. He said, Bruce, some of your students are very, very weak. This is some of the things that you got to do with them: authenticity, believability, physicalization. Let them go back, revisit past traumas and bring the characters to life, because the camera never lies. So it's kind of helped me with my method acting as well. It's kind of helped me see my clients get gratification, kind of get some kind of a closure that they're happy. You know, people are very close to their dads. And some people said, you know, my dad was everything to me. He was an advisor. He taught me a lot about business. He taught me this. But, you know, while I'm doing this, I see a gentleman holding a glass of Coke in his hand. I don't know what he's trying to tell me. He just says this. Instead of saying cheers. So that's what I'm seeing while I'm talking to you. Sometimes they come through like this. So it's kind of saying thank you for something. I don't know what. All right, maybe we'll get to that later. And it's got a very thick accent. I'm very glad you asked it. I've read a lot of books. Look, because there was a guy called Edgar Casey. They called him I think it was Casey something, the sleeping prophet. I believe that guy could actually, when he was in a sleeping form, and people would come to him and they would ask him questions, and then in the sleeping form, he would diagnose the problems and he would tell them a lot of things. And being a person connected to Hollywood, I've seen the way that the Hollywood stars gyrate towards channeling. And I always wanted to know. I had a lot of feedback from Hollywood saying that, Bruce, you have a very, very big future in Hollywood. I said, wow, yes, I want to go and act there. They said, no, you also need to go and do channeling and crossover reading there. Because there's some guys called, it's Tyler, he does crossover readings for the stars. And I've seen a lot of other people do that. And the lady that I went to did a crossover reading. She was actually like a kind of a hero to me because I was quite mesmerized the way she could channel and get that person to come over, and I would be able to talk over. So I learned a lot of stuff from her. And at that time, but when I read, and my hero was a lady called Sylvia Brown, a very great Hollywood psychic reader that passed on in 2013. And I said, if I can get anywhere closer to her, that would be very good. So the one time I actually channeled and crossed over with her. And it was quite daunting because you must remember that I'm a student, and then she's like the master. And I kept lighting my stuff as I was telling her, and it kept going off and off. And I said, what am I doing wrong? And she said, son, resilience, patience, and dedication to your craft. You got to be honest. If you see something, tell it. If you don't see something, do not contort or make up things because it'll catch up with you. And then she said, I'm doing very well. And to get an appraisal or validity from someone of that caliber, for me, I think it was a mind-blowing experience. It is a very transcendental experience for me. It helped me, build me. So in this work as well, it's not something that you could sit back. You also have to hone your craft all the time. Sometimes I could be sitting here. The other day, I crossed over with Princess Diana, and she told me, Bruce, I think it was on Sunday, and she said there's going to be a guy coming here with a camera one of these days, and we're going to talk about myself, and I'm going to be there, and we're going to talk. And I said, okay, yeah. And then you happen to come by. You see, so the accuracy, you got to follow things. And when they talk to me, I hear it very clearly, the clear accent. You got to see what they're doing, and you hear it's perception. It's quite interesting. And I'm glad that I've crossed over with numerous people. I'm a well-known public figure in the acting, in the film industry, and now I've got this incredible gift of channeling over, crossing over. I want to guard that closely. And I feel that you are the right person to tell my story to, because there's a lot you can do with it. And there are some people that, you're looking at today, there's a lot of great psychics that are actually going, they have their own TV shows. I haven't tried it. People ask me, why don't you go on TV? I think there's a guy called, correct me, John Edwards or something. He goes live and then he says, I could see somebody that's doing something. I have a message from you or something. But I don't want it to be so much like a show. I want it to be authentic. I want it to be real, If I get to that stage where I should be doing it live on TV, I'll have to get permission from the people that given me this gift. Maybe they want me to do it live. It's something that I would have to, maybe the next time we do another reading, I could tell you, Ishmael, here, buddy, they told me I can go live and do my own show and stuff. But for now, it's just a private reading, one-on-one, to make that person that I'm doing the reading for. I'm sure anybody that comes to me for a reading, I don't think everybody would want to be like sort of on TV. I don't know what you're getting me, if you understand. So if I'm doing a private reading with somebody, they've got so many personal stories, and I don't think they would want the whole world to learn. But if it's a case of celebrities and it's a talk show or it's a series, it's a different thing. Are you understanding me? Yeah. So people kind of want closure. Some are having marital problems. Some are having, they want to know why they're dead. Not everybody you would know that has a good death. There are people, let's face reality, there are people that have committed suicide. There are people that have shot themselves. There are people that have written letters and then they've had regrets. I've crossed over with people that have committed, but their spirits are not actually settled. You know, they want to cross over, so they're just lingering around. And you would find that the spirits that have committed through killings and stuff, it's not everybody. God's given you a time. If it's not your time to go, you're not going to go. And if you take your own life, so you're not going to be well settled on that side. But at the same time, you're leaving a lot of pain and grief for families, you know. So some would say, I've crossed over with a lot of people and celebrities that told me, if I could live life again, I could change a lot of things in my life. And I'm glad, Bruce, that you're doing these teachings. Could you perhaps in your teaching subtly introduce something like substance abuse, fame, how better to handle fame, how better to handle substance abuse, how to eat properly? I've crossed over with very, very famous celebrities that had eating disorders and never took care of the health that actually caused them to actually lose their lives. And not everybody, people can ask depression, why is this man a coward? Why did he hang himself? There are a lot of famous people that I believe they've come to me with a message to tell the rest of the world that, look, this is actually a disease, depression, and it can be cured. We need to talk to somebody. A lot of people are going and killing themselves. And what do we say? Oh, this guy had money problems or financial. It's not that. There's a lot of Hollywood A-listers have taken their own lives. Why? Because of depression, of substance abuse. And I think there's a way that we could help them out there. And I think me as Bruce Gown, the Spirit Weaver, I can help celebrities cope with their fame. I can't do it myself. I need a group of people. I think we all have a purpose to serve. And maybe it's telling me that, we could better help these people. Yeah. Very happy to have you. If you would set your camera there. All right. I'm going to light my lamp first. Let me take out my glasses. All right. I just got to take out my glasses when I do this. All right. I'm going to. So today, the very people that are very strong that have come through is Princess Diana, okay? She's come to me on Sunday and we did have a discussion and she did tell me that somebody is going to come through with a cameraman. She's going to, with a camera. So she's here. She's very elegantly dressed. The thing that I could see, she's wearing a very beautiful dress, but it's a long dress and she has a hat on. And I see this pierced blue eyes. You see, she has very piercing blue eyes. And she's come through also with a very, very happy Whitney Houston. For some reason, musicians are coming through. A lot of musicians are coming through. I don't know, is it because something of you I see a lot of musicians here, right? There's Whitney Houston. And then there's a lot of musicians coming through today. You got Bob there. Shitatosh Lucky Dube. So, I did tell you so. This is what Diana is telling me. I did tell you that the cameraman going to come through. Yes, I thank you, Princess. He did come here before. So what actually happens, like your dad is coming through very strong as well. He's telling me that you have very big potential, as Princess Diana says, and Whitney says, much more glitz, glamour. I could only imagine they're telling me about the film industry. Okay? This is where you're heading to. If I speak to Yermon, this is what Bob Marley is telling me, Yermon, a very strong accent because you have a very strong inclination with this, dad has got like a short sleeve shirt. I don't know, was he quite big size? Yeah, he looks to be a guy, he's got a short sleeve shirt. He seems to be a very erudite, a very good businessman. When it comes, he knew his stuff. He knew what he was doing. And then the thing in life, You need a sense of direction because you cannot be walking like Alice in Wonderland. You get what I'm trying to say? A sense of direction is you need to know what to do with your life. And I think there's a lot that you and I could do. That's what they're trying to tell me. You see, when it blows off like that, it's trying to tell me something. So these are some of the things. These people, and this is our work, Ishmael. Music videos, documentaries, but there's going to be a lot of music videos that you're going to be doing, buddy. Because MTV, Channel O, yeah, you're going to be doing a lot of music videos, music stuff. Follow your heart, follow your passion. Okay, I think that's Hare Krishna guy. Take the. Thank you. Which means you're going to go big. You're going to go big that you're going to start needing bigger equipment, okay? I'm seeing cranes, I'm seeing jibbies, I'm seeing directing. You're directing a lot of music videos, you're working on music videos, you're doing big stuff because you're inclined to the music industry. So you could set up a whole new production company of your own where you're hiring equipment if it's feasible for you, or you're going to definitely you're having problems with editing as well. I've also had problems with editing movies, but I did all my stuff in Johannesburg. Quality has to be right, the sound has to be good. At the same time, Mr. I pray that Ishmael's things go well. We don't want any bumpy rides. And you're getting approval from all the musicians that are here, right? That's good. There's nobody will know better than the film industry that I know that I should tell you that you should have a very thick rhino skin in this business because rejection is rife, okay? Criticism is rife. Not everybody is going to like your idea. You're gonna get a lot of skeptics, like what I get a lot of skeptics. So the documentary is going to go well. I think you're going to do a second part, season 2. Yeah, you've done this 12. I think you maybe 12, 13. Okay, and then you're going to do a season 2. I say, see Netflix. Have you pitched to Netflix yet? Say, try pitching to Netflix. Okay, it says you need to pitch this thing up, not just YouTube. It actually can go very big. It can actually go very big, and overseas people, yeah, this is the biggest thing. At the end of the day, you want to be business savvy, get recognized, and make money out of this thing as well. Princess Diana is clapping. Okay? And then Whitney Houston is here, they're looking at you, and they're just doing this. I don't know for what, but it's for something, whether it's your resilience, or whether it's your success, or whether it's they say something about concepts. It's something that's very unique. It's something that's a concept that nobody has done before. Just be careful. You've got copyright. You've got everything, because there's a lot of fat cats out there that are just waiting for new ideas. Just make sure paperwork, everything is legal, that you don't get done in again. And then they giving you approval. Man, your dad is proud. They're actually facing you. Okay, and this clap is coming like this. So they're talking about this concept is very unique. It can go. And from what I have here on record, there's going to be more than 2 stuff. If you're doing season 2, and something that we're saying on record is, if Netflix can buy this, I'm already seeing overseas. I'm already seeing the plane, buddy. I'm already seeing airport tickets. I'm seeing travel bags. I'm seeing people leaving at the airport. I'm seeing somebody waving for you. I'll be there at the airport when he goes. I'll be wherever he goes: Johannesburg, Cape Town, Los Angeles, Amsterdam, Portugal, Spain. Your passport is going to be stamped. I see a passport here with a lot of stamps, which means you're going to travel a lot. And you'll come back to me and you'll tell me exactly what we discussed here. Because you and I, it says you are going to be working together as well. Collaboration. Put on that thick skin. I see awards functions, documentaries, awards, acknowledgement, collaboration. All these things are happening for you, buddy. Just when you thought of giving up, things are going to start. 2025 is going to be a very good year for you. It's going to be a good year. It's going to be a good year, trust me. I'm seeing a little, like a bag, like a briefcase. These old briefcases people had? And then I see some financial stuff in that briefcase. I see you signing a lot of documents. I see a lot of lawyers. I'm seeing a lot of papers to and fro with attorneys. I even see court sometime. All these kind of stuff. It's a lot of legal work, papers, signing, documents. Thank you, Princess Diana. Thank you, Whitney, for coming through. I appreciate that you wanted to be on camera. If people just look at me, that they see that I'm talking to just nobody that's here. Don't worry about them, darling. You know what you're doing. So that's what Whitney's telling me. And Princess Diana, she's smiling at me. She said, I told you you're going to get a camera person coming through. I spoke to you on Sunday. Okay, so in a way, it's also giving you another speaking to me, all right? Are you ready to go live and do this in front of a lot of people? It's going to come a stage where you're going to be doing this in front of many cameras. You will have to focus more. You'll have to listen more carefully when we speak to you. Because remember, you have a camera in front of you, but treat that camera as if it's somebody that's coming to do a reading. Don't treat it like it's a camera, and just go your normal way you're doing things. Be natural, and we will be here. Remember, we're always here. Bob Marley is showing me his thick dreads, okay, buddy? One of the most energetic spirits that I've spoken to. And you see when I do this here? Princess Diana is touching my hands. Thank you. Okay, let me put that there. Let me do this here. Put it off here. Just put it off here. Smile. Smile, can you please open the door for me?